Verlustliste Nummer 1 des K&K Kriegsministeriums. Dies ist eine LibriVox-Aufnahme. Alle LibriVox-Aufnahmen sind lizenzfrei und im öffentlichen Besitz. Weitere Informationen und Hinweise zur Beteiligung an diesem Projekt gibt es bei LibriVox.org. K&K Kriegsministerium. Verlustliste Nummer 1. Verlautbart am 12. August 1914. Belehrung. Erstens. Anfragen über den Aufenthalt und die Verwundung oder Krankheit der Verwundeten bzw. Erkrankten sind mittels vorgedruckten Doppelkorrespondenzkarten oder telegrafisch mit Rückporto an das Auskunftsbüro der Österreichischen Gesellschaft vom Roten Kreuze in Wien oder an das Auskunftsbüro des Ungarischen Vereines vom Roten Kreuze in Budapest zu richten. Zweitens. Der Tag und Ort der Beerdigung der Toten wird durch die zuständige Seelsorge, Matrikelführer, bekannt gegeben werden. Verlustliste. Offiziere. Oberleutnant Knerler Johann, Infanterieregiment Nr. 68. Unterabteilung fehlt. Heimatsberechtigt, zuständig, Land fehlt. Politischer Bezirk, Komitee fehlt. Ortsgemeinde fehlt. Geburtsjahr fehlt. Gefechtsort fehlt. Verwundet. Anmerkungen: Die fehlenden Daten werden nachgetragen. Major Tschauder Ludwig, Infanterieregiment Nr. 77. Unterabteilung fehlt. Heimatsberechtigt, zuständig, Land fehlt. Politischer Bezirk, Komitee fehlt. Ortsgemeinde fehlt. Geburtsjahr fehlt. Gefechtsort Geplänkel am 1. August bei Braniewo. Verwundet. Anmerkungen: Die fehlenden Daten werden nachgetragen. Leicht verwundet. Mannschaften. Infanterist Bayer Matthias, Infanterieregiment Nr. 44. Unterabteilung 13. Kompanie. Heimatsberechtigt, zuständig, Land, Ungarn. Politischer Bezirk, Komitee, Tolna. Ortsgemeinde, Kisdorog. Geburtsjahr 1891. Gefechtsort, Geplänkel bei der Savebrücke am 2. August 1914. Verwundet. Anmerkungen: Keine. Korporal Berec Josef, Infanterieregiment Nr. 68. Unterabteilung 13. Kompanie. Heimatsberechtigt, zuständig, Land, Ungarn. Politischer Bezirk, Komitee, Stadt. Ortsgemeinde, Jaspereni. Geburtsjahr fehlt. Gefechtsort beim Munitionsnachschub zur Burmawache. Verwundet. Anmerkungen: Keine. Infanterist Biro Gabor, Infanterieregiment Nr. 68. Unterabteilung 11. Kompanie. Heimatsberechtigt, zuständig, Land, Ungarn. Politischer Bezirk, Komitee, Jasnagi, Kunjolnok. Ortsgemeinde, Mesötur. Geburtsjahr fehlt. Gefechtsort beim Angriffe des Feindes auf die Burmawache. Tod. Anmerkungen: Keine. Gefreiter Farkas Josef, Infanterieregiment Nr. 44. Unterabteilung 13. Kompanie. Heimatsberechtigt, zuständig, Land, Ungarn. Politischer Bezirk, Komitee, Somogi. Ortsgemeinde, Alma-Melek. Geburtsjahr 1892. Gefechtsort, Geplänkel bei der Savebrücke am 2. August 1914. Verwundet. Anmerkungen: Keine. Infanterist Kovac Paul, Infanterieregiment Nr. 68. Unterabteilung 11. Kompanie. Heimatsberechtigt, zuständig, Land, Ungarn. Politischer Bezirk, Komitee, Jasnagi, Kunjolnok. Ortsgemeinde, Abadjalok. Geburtsjahr, fehlt. Gefechtsort, beim Angriffe des Feindes auf die Burma-Wache. Tod. Anmerkungen, keine. Zugsführer Schwappendorf. Truppe, fehlt. Unterabteilung, fehlt. Heimatsberechtigt, zuständig, Land, fehlt. Politischer Bezirk, Komitee, fehlt. Ortsgemeinde, fehlt. Geburtsjahr, fehlt. Gefechtsort, Geplänkel am 1. August bei Braniewo. Verwundet. Anmerkungen, die fehlenden Daten werden nachgetragen. Schuss in untere Extremitäten mit Knochenbruch. Wurde nach Brütschgau abgeschoben. Infanterist Veresch Emmerich. Infanterieregiment Nr. 68. Unterabteilung 14. Kompanie. Heimatsberechtigt, zuständig, Land, Ungarn. Politischer Bezirk, Komitee, fehlt. Ortsgemeinde, fehlt. Geburtsjahr, fehlt. Gefechtsort, beim Gefechte bei der Sabebrücke bei Belgrad. Tod. Anmerkungen, die fehlenden Daten werden nachgetragen. Infanterist Satiko. Infanterieregiment Nr. 68. Unterabteilung Maschinengewehrabteilung 1/68, 12. Kompanie. Heimatsberechtigt, zuständig, Land, Ungarn. Politischer Bezirk, Komitee, Jasnagi, Kunjolnok. Ortsgemeinde, Tapioschele. Geburtsjahr, fehlt. Gefechtsort, beim Gefechte bei der Sabebrücke bei Belgrad. Verwundet. Anmerkungen, keine. Ende von Verlustliste Nummer 1 des K&K Kriegsministeriums. Gelesen von Availle im August 2014.
Selections from The War and the Churches by Joseph McCabe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philip Panos. Preface. The searching crisis through which the nation is passing must have the effect of securing grave consideration for many aspects of our life and institutions. We have already traversed the acute stage of suspense and are gradually becoming sensible of these wider considerations. It was natural that, for a prolonged period, the disturbance of our economic conditions, the anxiety for the safety of our nation in face of an appalling menace, the personal concern of millions about the lives of sons or brothers who have bravely responded to the call, should keep our thoughts enchained to the daily or hourly fortunes of the field of battle. Now that the initial disorder has been allayed and we have attained a quiet and reasonable confidence in the issue, we turn to other and broader aspects of this mighty event of our generation. How comes it that the most enlightened century the world has yet seen should be thus darkened by one of the bloodiest and most calamitous wars that have ever spread their awful wings over the life of man? Where is all the optimism of yesterday? Must we reconsider our reasoned boast that our civilization has lifted the life of man to a level hitherto unattained? Is there something entirely and most mischievously wrong with the foundations of modern civilization? A dozen such questions will press for an answer, but it will be granted that one of the most urgent and interesting of the many grave considerations which the war suggests is its relation to the prevailing creeds and standards of conduct. The war coincides with an advanced stage of what is called the spread of unbelief. In each of the nations of Europe which are engaged in this awful struggle, complaints have been made every year for the last 2 or 3 generations that Christianity is losing its moral control of the white race. In the cities, especially in the capitals of Europe, there has been a proved and acknowledged decay of church-going. And however much we may be disposed to think that these millions who no longer attend church retain in their minds the beliefs of their fathers, the slender circulation of religious literature makes it plain that the vast majority of them do not, in point of fact, receive either the spoken or written message of the Christian Church. In the great cities, and it is undoubted that the life of a nation is mainly controlled by its cities, there has been an increasing reluctance to listen to the authoritative exponents of the Christian gospel. A number of the clergy have very naturally noticed and stressed this coincidence. Prelates of high authority have, as we shall see, even declared that the war is a scourge deliberately laid on the back of mankind by the Almighty on account of this spreading infidelity. As a rule, the clergy shrink from advocating a theory which has such grave implications as this has, and they are content to submit the more plausible suggestion that the decay of the Christian standard of conduct in the mind of a large proportion of our generation accounts for this tragic combat of nations. A distinguished positivist writer, Mr. J. Cotter Morrison, commenting in the last generation on the decay of Christian belief, expressed some such concern in the following terms. It would be rash to expect that a transition, unprecedented for its width and difficulty, from theology to positivism, from the service of God to the service of man, could be accomplished without jeopardy. Signs are not wanting that the prevalent anarchy in thought is leading to anarchy in morals. Numbers who have put off belief in God have not put on belief in humanity. A common and lofty standard of duty is being trampled down in the fierce battle of incompatible principles. It is true that in the work from which I quote the learned, if somewhat nervous positivist does not, by his masterly survey of the moral history of Europe, afford us the least reason to think that we have really deteriorated from the standard of conduct set us by earlier generations, but his words do tend to press on our notice the claim of many writers, clerical and non-clerical, that we are returning from Christianity to paganism, from a settled moral discipline to an unhealthy moral skepticism. Can one entirely and safely reconstruct the bases of personal and national conduct in 1 or 2 generations? This very plain and plausible theory is, however, exposed to criticism from other points of view. The clergy as a body are not at all willing to concede that the decay of belief has spread as far as the theory would suggest. In order to suppose that the life of Europe has, in a matter of the gravest importance, been directed by a non-Christian spirit, one must assume that at least the majority in each nation have deserted the traditional creed. It is by no means conceded or established that the fighting nations have ceased to be predominantly Christian. Indeed, if we confine the awful responsibility for this tragedy, as the evidence compels us, to Germany and Austria-Hungary, we are casting it upon the 2 nations which have been the chief representatives in Europe of the 2 leading branches of the Church. Most assuredly, no prelate of either country would admit that his nation has ceased to be Christian or surrendered its life to non-Christian impulses, and in our own country we have frequently been assured of late years that the real power of Christianity was never greater. Clearly, these conflicting claims and this contrast of profession and practice suggest a problem that deserves consideration. The problem becomes the more interesting, and the plausible theory of non-Christian responsibility is even more severely shaken when we reflect that war is not an innovation of this unbelieving age, but a legacy from the earlier and more thoroughly Christian period. Had mankind departed from some admirable practice of submitting its international quarrels to a religious arbitrator, and in our own times devised this horrible arbitrament of the sword, we should be more disposed to seek the cause in a contemporary enfeeblement of moral standards. This is notoriously not the case. Men have warred and priests have blessed the banners which were to wave over fields of blood from the very beginning of Christian influence, not to speak of earlier religious epochs. There is assuredly a ghastly magnitude about modern war which almost lends it an element of novelty, but the appearance is illusory. That intense employment of resources which makes modern war so sanguinary tends also to shorten its duration. No military struggle could now be prolonged into the period of the Napoleonic Wars, to say nothing of the 30 Years' War, which involved the death with every circumstance of ferocity of immensely larger numbers than could be effected by any modern war. Nor may we forget that it is the modern spirit which has claimed some alleviation of the horrors of the field, and that the majority of the nations engaged in the present struggle have observed the new rules. These considerations show that the problem is less simple and more serious than is often supposed, and I set out to discuss each of them with some fullness. That the war has no relation to the churches will hardly be claimed by anybody. Such a claim would mean that they were indifferent to one of the very gravest phases of human conduct or wholly unable to influence it. Nor can we avoid the issue by pleading that Christianity approves and blesses a just defensive war, and that since the share of this country in the war is entirely just and defensive, we have no moral problem to consider. I have assuredly no intention of questioning either the justice of Britain's conduct or the prudence of the churches in adapting the maxims of the Sermon on the Mount to the practical needs of life. If and when a nation sees its life and prosperity threatened by an ambitious or a jealous neighbour, one cannot but admire its clergy for joining in the advocacy of an efficient and triumphant defence. But this is merely a superficial and proximate consideration. Not the actual war only, but the military system of which it is the occasional outcome has a very pertinent relation to religion. The maintenance of this machinery for settling international quarrels in an age in which applied science makes it so formidable is a very grave moral issue. It turns our thoughts at once to those branches of the Christian Church which claim the predominant share in the moulding of the conduct of Europe. But these questions of the efficacy of Christian teaching or the influence of Christian ministers are not the only or the most interesting questions suggested by the relation of the war to the prevailing religion. The great tragedy which darkens the earth today raises again in its most acute form the problem of evil and providence. More than 2,000 years ago, as Job reminds us, some difficulty was experienced in justifying the ways of God to men. The most penetrating thinker of the early church, St. Augustine, wrestled once more with the problem as if no word had been written on it, and he wrestled in vain. A century and a half ago, when the Lisbon earthquake destroyed 40,000 Portuguese, Voltaire attempted with equal unsuccess to vindicate Providence with the faint hope of the deist. Modern science, prolonging the sufferings of living things over earlier millions of years, has made that problem one of the great issues of our age, and this dread spectacle of human nature, red in tooth and claw, brings it impressively before us. Is the work of God restricted to counting the hairs of the head, and not enlarged to check the murderous thoughts in the human brain? Nay, when we survey those horrid stretches of desolation in Belgium and Poland and Serbia, where the mutilated bodies of the innocent, of women and children, lie amidst the ashes of their homes, when we think of those peaceful sailors of our mercantile marine at the bottom of the deep, those unoffending civilians whose flesh was torn by shells, those hundreds of thousands whom patriotic feeling alone has summoned to the vast tombs of Europe, those millions of homes that have been darkened by suspense and loss, how can we repeat the ancient assurance that God does count the hairs of the head and mark the fall of even the sparrows? Does God move the insensate stars only, and leave to the less skilful guidance of man those momentous little atoms which make up the brain of statesmen? These are reflections which must occur to every thoughtful person in the later and more meditative phases of a great war, when the eye has grown somewhat weary of the glitter of steel and the colour of banners, when the world mourns about us and the long lists of the dead and longer list of the stupendous waste sober the mind. Something is gravely wrong with our international life, and plainly it is not a question whether that international life departs from the Christian standard, but why, after 1,500 years of mighty Christian influence, it does so depart. Is the moral machinery of Europe ineffective? One certainly cannot say that it has not had a prolonged trial, yet here, in the 20th century, we have, in the most terrible form, one of the most appalling evils which human agency ever brought upon human hearts. We have to reconsider our religious and ethical position, to ask ourselves whether, if the influence of religion has failed to direct men into paths of wisdom and peace, some other influence may not be found which will prove more persuasive and more beneficent. Chapter 3. The Apologies of the Clergy. Any person who cares to read the reports of the utterances of our clergy in the current religious periodicals will recognize that they are painfully conscious of the reproach which this war implies. One constantly finds them repeating that in this year of tragedy Christianity has failed, and the gospel has broken in our hands. It has been their boast that Christianity had civilized Europe, and none of them has the audacity or indecency to claim, as some writers have done, that such a war is in harmony with the principles and ideals of civilization. They have preached brotherhood and peace, and the greater part of Christendom is engaged in a strife of the most terrible nature. It is not a struggle of Christian and infidel, it is a struggle of Christian, and one or several of the Christian nations involved are guilty of a crime greater in magnitude than all the murders in Europe during a decade. Above all patriotism, above all immediate anxiety, above all argumentation about responsibility, this grim fact stands out and reproaches them. After 1,500 years of Christian preaching, Europe is locked in the bloodiest struggle of all time. During the last 50 or 100 years, the clergy have developed some expertness in making apologies. They have lived in a world of anxious questions and heated charges, and a special department called apologetics has been added to theology. They are, it is true, sorely perplexed, divided in council, uneasy as to their procedure. Some would ignore the pertinacious outsider and persuade their followers that he is negligible. Others would sustain an energetic campaign against him. Some would openly and candidly meet the questions of their followers. Others would prefer not to unsettle the large number who never ask questions. At the present juncture it is impossible to be wholly silent. Some of the clergy, it seems, I learn this from the recorded words of eminent preachers, wish to ignore the war and go on with their business as usual, but the majority feel that such a procedure is dangerous. This violent breach of Christian principles by Christian nations requires some explanation. Where is the long-boasted moral influence of Christianity? Where is the all-loving ruler of the universe? Let us examine some of the apologies of the preachers. Let me confess that from a long experience of this apologetic branch of theology, I am not surprised to find that not a single speaker or writer, as far as my reading of their utterances goes, fairly meets the main difficulty. Most of them naturally are content to plead that the war has been forced on Europe by Germany, and that therefore no responsibility lies on Christianity as a whole for the tragedy and the moral failure it involves. A large number of them go even further. They point to the heroic sacrifices made in defense of an ideal by France, Belgium, England, and Russia, the millions of men streaming to the battlefield, the millions of women bravely enduring the suspense and the loss, the millions who generously open their purses to every philanthropic enterprise, and they acclaim this as a triumph of Christian civilization. As to the failure of Christianity in Germany to stand the test, they either point superficially to the growth of rationalism, biblical criticism, and socialism in that country, or they take refuge in the confusions of the extreme pacifists and refuse to assign responsibility at all, or they persuade themselves that a small minority of men who were not Christians deluded the German people into consenting to the war. In any case, they insist that Christianity as a whole is not impeached. Assume that Austria was dragged into the war by Germany, and you have 4 Christian nations, 5 if one includes Serbia, behaving with great gallantry and entire propriety, and only 1 Christian nation misbehaving. There is no doubt that this is the common religious attitude, but it does not satisfy some of the more thoughtful and earnest preachers. This optimism seems to them rebuked by the very fact that Christendom is in a state of war to which paganism can offer no parallel. They think of the lands beyond the sea to which they have been sending the Christian message of peace and brotherhood. They fancy they see China and Japan smiling their faint but distressing smile at the situation in Christian Europe. They have assured all these distant peoples that their faith has built up a shining civilization in Europe, and now there flash and quiver through the nerves of the world the daily messages of horror, of fierce hatred, of appalling carnage, of the wanton destruction by Christians of Christian temples. The gospel has somehow broken down in Europe, they regretfully admit. But they never go beyond this vague admission and boldly state the sin of the churches. One would imagine that, in spite of its obvious and lamentable failure, they still thought that their predecessors had been justified in preaching only the general terms of the Christian gospel and never applying it to war. One would fancy that they are so unacquainted with history as to suppose that during the long ages of the past, the churches were really frowning on violence and warfare, instead of blessing and employing it. They fear to draw out in its full proportion the inefficacy, because of its vagueness, of the gospel and the long perversion of its ministers. Yet we cannot evade this fundamental fact of the situation, that this particular war is an outcome of a general military system, and the churches have a very grave responsibility for the maintenance of that system until the 20th century. We all know how the technical moral theologian of recent times has glossed the complacency of his church. He has drawn a distinction between offensive and defensive war, and, since the latter is obviously just, he has maintained that armies are rightly raised to wage it when necessary. On this petty fallacy, the churches have so long reconciled themselves to militarism, and have in fact been among its closest allies. The clergy did not or would not see that the retention of the military system was in itself the surest provocation of offensive war, that ambition or covetousness could almost always find a moral pretext for aggression, and that there have been comparatively few priests in the history of Europe who ever stood out and unmasked the hypocrisy of such monarchs. As long as the military system lasted, it was certain that wars would take place, yet they never denounced the system. The great conception of substituting justice for violence, law for lawlessness, did not enter the mind of Christianity. It was born of the secular humanitarian spirit of modern times. For any serious person, this is the gravest charge which the clergy have to meet, and they one and all evade it. The civilization of Europe has a unique greatness on its material side, in its applied science, its engineering, its industries, its commerce. For that, assuredly, the churches are not in any degree responsible. Our civilization is unique also in its political power, its mastery over other peoples, and for that, again, the churches are not responsible. It is great on the intellectual side, in its science and philosophy, its art and general culture, and that greatness, too, has been won independently of or in defiance of the clergy. On the moral side only, it may plausibly be connected with its established religion, and here precisely it fails and approaches barbarism. I do not wonder that the churches are troubled, and do not wonder greatly that they are silent. But while they are silent on the main issue, they have a vast amount to say about minor issues and secondary aspects. They console and reconcile their people in 100 ways. Actually, they seem in a great measure to entertain the idea that the churches are going to emerge from this trial stronger than ever, and to witness at last that religious revival which they had almost begun to despair of securing. Let me examine a few of these clerical pronouncements. I do not choose the eccentric sermons of ill-educated rural preachers, but the utterances of some of the more distinguished preachers, reproduced with pride and honour in the leading religious periodicals. Yet no person can coldly reflect on these pronouncements and fail to realize that our generation acts not unnaturally in passing by the open doors of the churches, that the clergy are, as usual, shirking the most serious questions of the modern intelligence and trusting mainly to profit by the heated and disordered and confusing emotions of the hour. One of the most extraordinary of these deliverances reaches me from Australia, but as it comes from one of the leading prelates of the Commonwealth and does assuredly express what multitudes of preachers are saying everywhere, I do not hesitate to give it prominence. Archbishop Carr of Melbourne set out in the middle of the war to enlighten his followers, and his words are reported with great deference in the Melbourne Age. The prelate observed that he had very strong ideas about the war, and did not believe it had happened by accident or by the chance action of some king or emperor. He believed that the great God who provided for all human creatures through the war was punishing sin that had prevailed for a long time, particularly in the shape of infidelity. The Archbishop proved from history and the Bible that war did come sometimes as a punishment of sin, and he concluded, or the journal thus summarizes his conclusion, "The reason that God was using the present war for the punishment of nations was that for a very considerable time there had been not merely neglect of the worship and service of God, which had always existed to a greater or less extent, but a regular upraising of human light and human understanding and human will against the existence of the providence of God. It was not so common among us here, but there were countries in Europe in which the spirit of infidelity and the absence of supernatural faith had been increasing for many years. Men were coming to think they were quite sufficient in themselves for the working out of their own destinies, but the war had come and it was humbling such men." Archbishop Carr is not adduced here as a representative type of clerical culture. On what grounds the Roman Catholic authorities select men like him and the late Cardinal Moran to preside over the destinies of their church in our great and promising Commonwealth is not clear. In the course of this important sermon, in which he is delivering his very personal and mature conclusions on the greatest issue of the hour, the Archbishop observed that the Roman Empire had been attacked by Attila, and Attila scourged the Romans for the crimes of which they had for a long while been guilty. One is surprised that he did not add the pretty legend of the awestruck Hun retreating before the majestic figure of Pope Leo I. However, most of us are aware that as a student in any college of Australia ought to be able to inform the Archbishop, Attila never reached within 200 miles of Rome, and that the pagan Romans, whom the Archbishop obviously has in mind, had been extinguished long before the monarch of the Huns was born. There is no greater historical scholarship in the other proofs which the prelate brings in support of his thesis that war is often deliberately sent as a punishment. But what are we to make of the moral standards of an eminent prelate of the Roman Church who can hold and express so appalling a theory? It is based on the moral standard of the Prussian officer, of the medieval torturer. The majority of clergymen have at length come to realize, tardily and reluctantly, that the man or woman who rejects the creeds they offer may quite possibly not believe in them. The practice of describing a refusal to assent to the doctrine of hell and heaven as a willful rebellion of passion against the restraining influences of Christianity is going out of fashion. Christian people were meeting too many heretics in the flesh and did not recognize the thing described from the pulpit. The sturdy Archbishop will have none of this pampering. Unbelief is a matter of the will as well as the understanding, and he actually believes that God guided the thoughts of William II in engineering this war, believes it for a reason 100 times worse than the Kaiser's idea. He believes that God sent on Europe a war that will cost £10 billion, that is blasting the homes and embittering the hearts of millions, that mingles the innocent and guilty in one common and fearful desolation, that sends millions to a premature death amidst circumstances which do not lend themselves to a devout preparation, that is raising storms of hatred and perverting the souls of millions because a few other millions refuse to go to church. It would be difficult to conceive a cruder and more barbarous idea. Attila did not scourge the Romans, but he did scourge other peoples, and we hold him up to execration forever for it. But Archbishop Carr and many other preachers think that an all-holy and all-intelligent God can do infinitely worse than Attila. He is going to punish the unbelievers in eternal fire when they die. Meantime, he will make a hell on earth for the innocent as well as the supposed guilty, the child and the mother as well as the free-thinking father. Of a truth, it is not surprising that a reluctance to listen to sermons has spread to Melbourne, and that men are wondering whether they had better not take in hand their own destinies rather than entrust them to such spiritual guides as this. Note particularly in passing the emphasis which the Archbishop puts on the determination of our generation to control its own destinies. Until the 19th century, men entrusted their destinies on the moral side to guides like Archbishop Carr. I have described the result. In the 19th century, there began this practice which the Archbishop thinks worthy of so inhuman a chastisement of men attending to their own moral interests. Of this also I have described the result. The moral sentiment of Europe has greatly improved, and there is at least a widespread revolt against warfare and a prospect of abolishing it. For this God, the more than human, scorched Europe with the horrible flames which Archbishop Carr thinks he keeps in his arsenal of torture implements. The Archbishop says that infidelity has not spread so much in Australia. I should, if I were not well acquainted with the Commonwealth, be disposed to see in that the reason why eminent prelates can still utter such gross medieval nonsense in that country. In England, this particularly crude type of nonsense is not usually uttered by preachers of distinction, though it is common enough among less responsible preachers, but there is a dangerous approach to it in some of the sermons which the religious periodicals regard as important. Looking over the current issues of the religious press, I notice a sermon on the war by Professor Clow, in which the Allies are, in harmony with his test, described as the vultures of God. Germany, it seems, is the prey, and Germany's sins are painted black. Professor Clow, it is true, shrinks from the very natural implication of his words, but he clearly intimates that he sees the action of God in the military conduct of the Allies, and to that extent he is hardly less revolting in view of his culture than the Archbishop. Could the God of Professor Clow find no other way of removing Germany's arrogance than to sear and blast it with a world war and involve millions of innocent along with the guilty in his lakes of fire and blood? More important, however, is a sermon delivered before the recent National Free Church Council by one of the most esteemed nonconformist preachers, the Reverend J. H. Rushbrook, and reproduced admiringly in the nonconformist journals. The cloud of war naturally brooded over this gathering of ministers. Some of them heroically closed their eyes to it and went on with their clerical business as usual, but most of the speakers seemed to have felt that all other issues were thrust aside in the minds of their followers just now, and that a grave and soul-shaking question possessed them. As a result, we have, I suppose, the finest efforts of nonconformity to meet that question and save the prestige of the churches. Mr. Rushbrook frankly described the war as an overwhelming catastrophe, gravely disturbing the religious mind. It bore witness, he said, to the failure of organized or disorganized Christianity. He conceived it as God's judgment upon the Church's failure to seriously devote herself to the great cause of peace on earth and goodwill among men. With all their boasts of what Christianity had done in Europe, it now appeared that that civilization was raised upon foundations of sand. The preacher claimed that much was being done in modern times by the clergy to promote international amity, but he seemed to feel that it was little and was very recent. The spectacle unfolded before us in Europe today is a sufficient proof of its inadequacy, and, as Mr. Rushbrook said, we now see how little use it is to preach ideals at home and not apply them to the common life of the world. These words are the nearest to wisdom that I have found among a large collection of pulpit utterances and religious articles. The preacher plainly sees, and with some measure of candour confesses, that long remissness of Christian ministers in applying their principles to which the war and all wars are fundamentally due. The record which he carefully makes of recent efforts to redeem the failure is paltry in comparison with the resources even of the free churches, and only serves to bring out more clearly the awful neglect of Christian ministers during the long ages when they had a mighty power in Europe. But Mr. Rushbrook makes one grave error. He feels that not merely the relation of the war to Christianity, but its relation to God is engaging public attention, and he stumbles into the theory that God sent the war. It is God's judgment on the Church's failure. We must suppose that Mr. Rushbrook did not literally mean what he said. His words imply a theory of the war more monstrous even than that of Archbishop Carr. To punish Europe for the sins of unbelievers has at least a genuine medieval plausibility about it, but to send this indescribable plague on the nations of Europe because the clergy failed to do their duty... One must really assume that Mr. Rushbrook did not mean what he said and leave the sentence unfinished. What he meant it is impossible to conjecture. To the religious mind, God's judgment means a chastisement sent by God. But whatever Mr. Rushbrook meant, he had been wiser to leave the idea of God out of his comments on this war, and to say frankly that it would bring on them and their predecessors, on the whole of Christianity, the judgment of man and the judgment of history for their neglect of their opportunities. The Reverend A.T. Guttery addressed the council in a more cheerful mood, and his reflections are characteristic of a large group of the clergy. He would not for a moment allow the failure of Christianity. The churches had, he said, been so successful in compelling the world to recognize the evil of aggressive warfare that even the Germans were eager to describe their action as purely defensive. The pagan glory of war for its own sake was gone, and when we acknowledge the comparative failure of religion in Germany and restrict our attention to the sphere of our own clergy, we find that they have created an entirely new spirit. The lust for territory and gold is felt no more in England. Here there is no maffecking over victories, there are no hymns of hate. The British nation has been sobered by the influence of Christianity. We may regret that the German people has not proved equally susceptible, and its pastors equally energetic, but we cannot bear their burden. Their naughtiness alone has disturbed the moral progress which, even in this department, Christianity was fostering. This is, I think, a very usual attitude of the clergy, and I have already appreciated the sound element of it. There is no comparison between the behaviour of the two nations. Whether England deserves quite all the compliments which Mr. Guttery showers upon it may be a matter of opinion. We have as yet little cause for maffecking, but there is very little doubt that it will occur on a grandiose scale before the war is over. We do not sing hymns of hate, but it might be hazardous to speculate what we would do if some nation drew an iron ring round our country and reduced us almost to a condition of starvation. We have no lust for territory. I am not sure about the lust for gold, because we have in our empire territory enough for our population, and we may wait to see if England does not annex any part of Germany's African or Pacific possessions. Mr. Guttery's contrast is crude and superficial. He ignores the economic feeling and geographical conditions which give us a feeling of content, and Germany a profound feeling of discontent and a dangerous ambition. The German character is not in itself inferior to ours, and it were well for us to fancy ourselves in Germany's position and wonder if we would have acted otherwise. On the other hand, I have freely acknowledged or claimed that there has been a great improvement in the moral temper of Europe, and that this is especially seen in the odium that is now cast on aggressive or offensive war. But to claim this improvement for the credit of religion is, to say the least, audacious. The more simple-minded of Mr. Guttery's hearers would imagine that the change set in with the fall of paganism. The pagan glory of war for its own sake is gone. When clerical writers speak of paganism, they think that any evil deed ever done by a pagan is characteristic of the whole body. They ask us to apply a different standard to their own body. Plato and Socrates were pagans, Marcus Aurelius and Antonius Pius, to speak of warriors and statesmen, were pagans. The truth is that a glory in war for its own sake was no more generally characteristic of paganism than it was of Christian Europe. Until a century ago, it was probably less. Most of the German emperors and the kings of England, France, and Spain would fairly come under the description which Mr. Guttery calls pagan. One hardly needs to know much of history to perceive that this moral improvement in the conception of war belongs to the last century and a half, and it is somewhat bold to claim that a change which made no appearance during 1,000 years of profound Christian influence, and did begin to appear and make progress as that faith waned, can be claimed for Christianity. I do not forget that the theologian began long ago, in the seclusion of his cell or study, to condemn offensive warfare. But there have been hundreds of offensive wars waged by Christian monarchs since that date, and we do not read of any instance in which the clergy failed to endorse the thin casuist tree by which the offensive was turned into a defensive or preventative war, or refused to sanction an entire neglect of the principle. Dr. Scott Lidgett followed on somewhat similar lines. The whole trouble, he protested, was due to an anti-Christian, illiberal, and inhuman system. It seems that he was referring to Prussia, and it is regrettable that he did not feel called to explain why that system prevails in the year of the Lord 1915, or how it finds an instrument of its ambition in a militarism that ought to have been denounced and abolished centuries ago. Mr. Shakespeare, another distinguished nonconformist, follows the same facile course, casts all the responsibility on Germany, and equally fails to explain how Germany came to find the machinery of destruction at its hand in our age. In fine, Dean Weldon, one of the most energetic spokesmen of the Church of England, addressed this Free Church Council and imparted an element of originality. He used the inconclusive and dangerous argument of tu quoque. If, he said, you claim this war exhibits the failure of Christianity, you must admit that it shows equally the failure of science and civilization. Nay, he says, growing bolder, if your contention is true, Christianity has done no more than supply the instrument of its own destruction, but science and civilization have brought us back to savagery. It is, of course, difficult to follow a man's rounded thought in the crabbed phrases of an abbreviating reporter, but it is plain that Dean Weldon has here been guilty of a confusion which only betrays his apologetic poverty in the face of this great crisis. Science, and it is especially science that the clergy conceive as the rival they have to discredit, has no concern whatever with the war. Science, either as an organized body of teachers or as a branch of culture, has never discussed war and never had the faintest duty or opportunity to do so. Economic science may discuss particular aspects of war, but the economist deals with things as they are, not as they ought to be. Moral science, even, is not a preaching agency, desirous of dividing with the clergy the ethical guidance of the people. When men pit science against religion, they usually refer to its superior power of explaining reality, and if it be objected that therefore no morally educative agency would remain if religion were discarded, the answer is simple. A system of moral idealism founded on science does exist, and might at any time be enlarged to the proportions of a national or international educative agency. As yet it is left to individual cultivation or crystallized in a few tiny associations, such as ethical and secularist and partly socialist societies, and I venture to say from a large experience of these bodies that, apart from the professed peace societies, they have been more assiduous than any religious associations in England in proportion to their work in demanding the substitution of arbitration for war, and that the overwhelming majority, almost the entirety of their members, are pacifists. To speak of this small organized force, with its slender influence, as equally discredited with the far mightier and 1,000-year-older influence of the churches would be strangely incongruous, and it is hardly less incongruous to drag science into the comparison. A somewhat similar distinction must be observed in regard to civilization. The antithesis of religion and civilization is confused and confusing. Christian ministers have claimed that they are the moral element of civilization, and they have jealously combated every effort to take from them or divide with them that function. They resist every attempt to exclude their almost useless Bible lessons from our schools, and to substitute for them a direct and more practical moral education of children. They have for 1500 years claimed and possessed the monopoly of ethical culture in European civilization, and we are a little puzzled when they turn round and say, with an air of argument, that if Christianity has failed, civilization has also failed. There is only one civilization in Europe that has attempted to substitute a humanitarian for a religious training of conduct. One nation that is plainly and overwhelmingly non-Christian. That nation is France, and France has one of the best moral records in modern Europe and has behaved nobly throughout this lamentable business. In fine, if we take Dean Weldon's words in the most generous sense, if we assume that he refers to the whole body of culture and sentiment which, in our time, aspires to mould and direct the race apart from Christian doctrine, the answer has already been given. Christianity is, as a power in Europe, 14 centuries old. This humanitarianism is hardly a century old, but there has surely been more progress made during this last century toward the destruction of the military system, and more progress in the elimination of brutality from war than in the whole preceding 13 centuries. Does Dean Weldon doubt that, or does he regard it as a mere coincidence? Thus, whether we turn to churchman or nonconformist, to cleric or layman, we find no satisfactory apology. I have before me a short article by Mr. Max Pemberton on the question, "Will Christianity survive the war?" He uses the most consecrated phrases of the Church, and leaves no doubt whatever that he writes in defence of Christianity. But Mr. Pemberton practically confines himself to a very emphatic personal assurance that Christianity will survive the war, and does not honestly face a single one of the questions of the pagan against whom he is writing. He does make one serious point of a peculiar character. There are, he says, 23,000 priests fighting for France in the trenches. Mr. Pemberton seems to find it easy to accept the interested statements of those Roman Catholic journalists who make sectarian use of some of the London dailies. There are only about 30,000 priests in France, and since none of them are younger than 23, to suppose that 75% of them are of military age is to take a remarkable view of the population in France. In any case, there is no special ground for rhapsody. They are not volunteers. In France, every man must do his civic duty. We may appreciate their devotion to their religion on the battlefield, but Mr. Pemberton must be imperfectly acquainted with the French character if he supposes that the 34 million unbelievers of France are going to return to the church because the younger curés did not try to evade the military service which the state imposed on them. Another document I may quote is a manifesto issued by the Hampstead Evangelical Free Church Council, a joint declaration of the principal nonconformist ministers of that highly cultivated suburb. It does not purport to vindicate the churches, yet some of its observations in connection with the war open out a new page of apologetics. These clergymen invite all the citizens of their district on the grounds of the war to attend church, even if they have not been in the habit of doing so. On what more precise ground? The able lawyer who received this invitation and forwarded it to me thought it not the most ingenious but the most curious piece of pleading he had ever known. The citizens of Hampstead were invited to go to church to offer up to God a sacrifice of praise and thanksgiving for his goodness to us as a nation. At the very time the eminent preachers were writing this, the darkened city still cowered under the threat of a horrible outrage. The shattered homes and fresh graves of Scarborough and Whitby reminded us faintly of the horrors beyond the sea. The maimed soldiers all over the country, the sad figures of the bereaved, the anxious hearts of 1 million of our people were but a beginning of the evil that had fallen on us. We had in 14 years since the last war been obliged managed to spend 1,000 millions sterling in preparation for a war we did not desire, and we were entering upon an expenditure of something more than 1,000 millions in a year. All this we had incurred through no fault of ours, and these clergymen thought it a good opportunity to invite us to go to church to thank God for his goodness to us as a nation. Another manifesto is signed by a body of archbishops and bishops of the Anglican Church. It enjoined all the faithful to supplicate the Almighty on January the 3rd to stop the war. This was to be done all round the empire. I will not indulge in any cheap sarcasm as to the result, though one would probably be right in saying that if the end be deferred to the year 1917, they will still believe that their prayers had effect. What it is more material to notice is that the prelates think that these are days of great spiritual opportunity. It seems that the shattering of so much that seemed established reveals the vanity of human affairs, and that anxiety, separation, and loss have made many hearts sensible of the approach of Christ to the soul. It is perhaps unkind to examine this emotional language from an intellectual point of view, but one feels that there is a subtle element of apology in it. These spiritual advantages may outweigh the secular pain, may even justify God's share in the great catastrophe. I have examined and will discuss more fully in the next chapter the theistic side of this plea. Intellectually, it borders on monstrosity. It is the survival of an ancient and barbaric conception. The notion that the approach of Christ to the soul is felt especially in time of affliction is merely a statement of a certain type of emotional experience, while the revelation of the vanity of human affairs is sheer perversity. Human affairs have for ages been so badly managed in this respect that we cannot in a decade or a century rid ourselves of such a legacy. The real moral is to discover who were responsible for that legacy of disorder and violence, and to put our affairs on a new and sounder basis. A considerable number of clerical writers proceed on the suggestion discreetly advanced by these Anglican prelates. Let us wait, they ask, until the clouds of war have rolled away, and then estimate the spiritual gain to men from the trial through which they have passed, and the closer association of the churches which it may bring about. Now I have no doubt that many who really believe the doctrines of Christianity, yet have for years neglected the duties which their belief imposes on them, will be induced by this awful experience to return to allegiance. The number is limited, and an equal or greater number may be, and probably will be induced to surrender religion entirely and with good reason by the reflections with which this war inspires them. But to insinuate that this spiritual advantage, if it be an advantage of the few, is justly purchased by the appalling suffering and disorder brought about by the war, is one of those religious affirmations which seem to the outsider positively repulsive. I do not speak merely of the deaths, the pain, the privation, the outrages, the flood of tears and blood over half of Europe. This, indeed, is of itself enough to make the theory repellent to any who do not share the ascetic views taught in the churches. The notion that an evil is justified if good issue from it is akin to the notion that the end justifies the means, but I would draw attention to an aspect of the war which is almost ignored by these eloquent preachers. They eagerly record every flash of heroism, every spark of charity and mercy that the war evokes. They refer sympathetically to the dead and the bereaved, the outraged girls and women whom in the narrowest puritanism they forbid to rid themselves of the awful burden laid on them by drunken brutes, the shattered homes and monuments. But there is a side of war which they must know, and it demands plain speaking. It relaxes the control of moral restraints even where it was before operative. The illegitimate birth rate of England and France will faintly tell the story before the year is out. Inquiry in any town where our soldiers are lodged, or in the rear of the French and English or any other trenches, will tell it more fully. I do not speak of crime and violence, but of willing sexual intercourse where it was never known before. These things and the increased drunkenness and the stirring of old passions are regarded by the clergy as amongst the most evil things of life. Do they seriously suggest that they have been brought in to secure, or are justified by the spiritual advantage of the refined and emotional few whose religion is only deepened by affliction? In short, I find not a single phrase of valid explanation or apology in these and other prominent clerical pronouncements I have read. They are superficial, contradictory, and vapid. Nothing is more common than for religious writers to protest that the conception of reality which is opposed to theirs is shallow. What depth, what sincere grip of reality does one find in any of these pulpit utterances? Yet I have taken the pronouncements of official bodies or of distinguished preachers who may be trusted to put the Christian feeling in its most persuasive form. One thinks that God sent the war, another attributes it to German rebels against God. One regards it as a spiritual agency devised for our good, another says that it is an unmitigated calamity sent for our punishment. One sees in it the failure of Christianity, others find in it precisely a confirmation of Christian teaching. Some think it will draw men to God, others that it will drive men from God. Unity perhaps we cannot expect, but the empty rhetoric and utter sophistry of most of these utterances reveal the complete lack of defence. On the main indictment of the Christian Church, its failure to have condemned and removed militarism long ago, all are silent, or the one preacher who notices it can only dejectedly confess that it is true. End of The War and the Churches by Joseph McCabe.
An meine Völker von Kaiser Franz Joseph I. Dies ist eine LibriVox-Aufnahme. Alle LibriVox-Aufnahmen sind lizenzfrei und in öffentlichem Besitz. Weitere Informationen und Hinweise zur Beteiligung an diesem Projekt gibt es bei LibriVox.org. Seine kaiserliche und königliche apostolische Majestät haben das nachstehende allerhöchste Handschreiben und Manifest allergnädigst zu erlassen geruht. Lieber Graf Stürk, ich habe mich bestimmt gefunden, den Minister meines Hauses und des Äußeren zu beauftragen, der königlich-serbischen Regierung den Eintritt des Kriegszustandes zwischen der Monarchie und Serbien zu notifizieren. In dieser schicksalsschweren Stunde ist es mir Bedürfnis, mich an meine geliebten Völker zu wenden. Ich beauftrage Sie daher, das anverwahrte Manifest zur allgemeinen Verlautbarung zu bringen. Badischl, am 28. Juli 1914. Franz Joseph, Manu Propria. Stürk, Manu Propria. An meine Völker. Es war mein sehnlichster Wunsch, die Jahre, die mir durch Gottes Gnade noch beschieden sind, Werken des Friedens zu weihen und meine Völker vor den schweren Opfern und Lasten des Krieges zu bewahren. Im Rate der Vorsehung ward es anders beschlossen. Die Umtriebe eines hasserfüllten Gegners zwingen mich zur Wahrung der Ehre meiner Monarchie, zum Schutze ihres Ansehens und ihrer Machtstellung, zur Sicherung ihres Besitzstandes nach langen Jahren des Friedens zum Schwerte zu greifen. Mit rasch vergessenem Undank hat das Königreich Serbien, das von den ersten Anfängen seiner staatlichen Selbstständigkeit bis in die neueste Zeit von meinen Vorfahren und mir gestützt und gefördert worden war, schon vor Jahren den Weg offener Feindseligkeit gegen Österreich-Ungarn betreten. Als ich nach 3 Jahrzehnten segensvoller Friedensarbeit in Bosnien und der Herzegowina meine Herrscherrechte auf diese Länder erstreckte, hat diese meine Verfügung im Königreiche Serbien, dessen Rechte in keiner Weise verletzt wurden, Ausbrüche zügelloser Leidenschaft und erbittertsten Hasses hervorgerufen. Meine Regierung hat damals von dem schönen Vorrechte des Stärkeren Gebrauch gemacht und in äußerster Nachsicht und Milde von Serbien nur die Herabsetzung seines Heeres auf den Friedensstand und das Versprechen verlangt, in Hinkunft die Bahn des Friedens und der Freundschaft zu gehen. Von demselben Geiste der Mäßigung geleitet, hat sich meine Regierung, als Serbien vor 2 Jahren im Kampfe mit dem türkischen Reiche begriffen war, auf die Wahrung der wichtigsten Lebensbedingungen der Monarchie beschränkt. Dieser Haltung hatte Serbien in erster Linie die Erreichung des Kriegszweckes zu verdanken. Die Hoffnung, dass das serbische Königreich die Langmut und Friedensliebe meiner Regierung würdigen und sein Wort einlösen werde, hat sich nicht erfüllt. Immer höher lodert der Hass gegen mich und mein Haus empor, immer unverhüllter tritt das Streben zutage, untrennbare Gebiete Österreich-Ungarns gewaltsam loszureißen. Ein verbrecherisches Treiben greift über die Grenze, um im Südosten der Monarchie die Grundlagen staatlicher Ordnung zu untergraben, das Volk, dem ich in landesväterlicher Liebe meine volle Fürsorge zuwende, in seiner Treue zum Herrscherhaus und zum Vaterlande wanken zu machen, die heranwachsende Jugend irrezuleiten und zu frevelhaften Taten des Wahnwitzes und des Hochverrates aufzureizen. Eine Reihe von Mordanschlägen, eine planmäßig vorbereitete und durchgeführte Verschwörung, deren furchtbares Gelingen mich und meine Völker ins Herz getroffen hat, bildet die weithin sichtbare blutige Spur jener geheimen Machenschaften, die von Serbien aus ins Werk gesetzt und geleitet wurden. Diesem unerträglichen Treiben muss Einhalt geboten, den unaufhörlichen Herausforderungen Serbiens ein Ende bereitet werden, soll die Ehre und Würde meiner Monarchie unverletzt erhalten und ihre staatliche, wirtschaftliche und militärische Entwicklung vor beständigen Erschütterungen bewahrt bleiben. Vergebens hat meine Regierung noch einen letzten Versuch unternommen, dieses Ziel mit friedlichen Mitteln zu erreichen, Serbien durch eine ernste Mahnung zur Umkehr zu bewegen. Serbien hat die maßvollen und gerechten Forderungen meiner Regierung zurückgewiesen und es abgelehnt, jenen Pflichten nachzukommen, deren Erfüllung im Leben der Völker und Staaten die natürliche und notwendige Grundlage des Friedens bildet. So muss ich denn daran schreiten, mit Waffengewalt die unerlässlichen Bürgschaften zu schaffen, die meinen Staaten die Ruhe im Inneren und den dauernden Frieden nach außen sichern sollen. In dieser ernsten Stunde bin ich mir der ganzen Tragweite meines Entschlusses und meiner Verantwortung vor dem Allmächtigen voll bewusst. Ich habe alles geprüft und erwogen. Mit ruhigem Gewissen betrete ich den Weg, den die Pflicht mir weist. Ich vertraue auf meine Völker, die sich in allen Stürmen stets in Einigkeit und Treue um meinen Thron geschart haben und für die Ehre, Größe und Macht des Vaterlandes zu schwersten Opfern immer bereit waren. Ich vertraue auf Österreich-Ungarns tapfere und von hingebungsvoller Begeisterung erfüllte Wehrmacht. Und ich vertraue auf den Allmächtigen, dass er meinen Waffen den Sieg verleihen werde. Franz Josef, Manu propria. Stürk, Manu propria. Ende von An meine Völker von Kaiser Franz Josef I. Gelesen von Julia Niedermaier.
War Letters from a Young Queenslander by Dr. Robert Marshall Allen. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ypres, Belgium, the Valley of the Shadow. 6th of May, 1915. The past fortnight has been a very strenuous one, and it was impossible for me to write fully to you during that time. Even now we are under orders to move up after one day's rest, and it is very hard on the men. It would probably be better if I gave you my experience straight from my diary, first of all telling you why we were suddenly moved up into Belgium. As you will have read, the Germans used gas on the French and forced them to retire, leaving our left flank unprotected. This was composed of Canadians, and they fought magnificently, but had to retire to keep in line with the others. At any time the salient at Ypres was pretty acute, and by this considerable success the Germans gave us an extra bulge. To hold them up and try to force them back, large reinforcements were sent up. So we who had just come up to the reserve billets in our own area suddenly got orders to do a forced march. The whole division, roughly 16,000 men, began the long trek at midday on the 24th. We marched on and on through new country, and eventually at 1 a.m. reached our billets, dead beat and footsore, and rain falling. We were off again at 7 a.m, and it was hard work. By this time we had left the flat country which had been our lot for so many months, and we were in quite hilly parts on the Belgian frontier. But we were not in the mood for going into raptures over scenery. However, one could not help noticing that the farms were more substantial and cleaner, and that there was an air of prosperity quite foreign to our own part of the line. At midday we reached a lot of huts in a field, and here we stopped until the following day. The men were dead beat and needed a rest. I got little chance of repose, as I had a foot parade, and was busy getting the men patched up, as we were going into action the following day. That evening we had an open-air service, and it was good to hear the old 100th sung in the familiar Scotch accents. The guns were making a great noise all night. 26th of April. At 6 a.m, after getting loaded up with extra ammunition, and discarding all transport, we pushed off, still not knowing what lay in front of us. After passing through a small town, we got to the outskirts of Ypres. That old town is a terrible example of what artillery fire can do. Everything in ruins, and still they are bombarding it. But we hadn't much time to worry about it. Just before we reached it, we were told of casualties in the battalions ahead of us. Each battalion spread out as much as possible, and hugged the hedges all the time. Later on we learnt that this was the only road out of the town, and that the Germans had its range to an inch, especially the pontoon bridge over the canal. On we went, blissfully ignorant of all this, until with a roar, a Jack Johnson landed about 50 yards to one side. We passed many dead horses, and several poor men. We got out of Ypres as fast as possible, and had several more shells near us. Our objective was a small village, on a hill, about 1.5 miles out, and near it we ran into a lot of shrapnel. I got one bit on the head, but it did no damage. But I did sprint near the end and dive into a ditch. It fairly winded me. The battalion now lay down in a field in the open. Behind and in front of us were batteries. The Germans opened fire, and soon shrapnel and coal boxes were sailing over us, but luckily doing no damage. Coming up that road from Ypres, every battalion lost men. Ours was slight, only 2. We lay in this field from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Meanwhile the officers gathered in a Jack Johnson's hole, and we had the orders read out, and I arranged about an aid post. At 2 p.m. our guns had half an hour's bombardment, followed by 5 minutes rapid fire. As you can imagine, the noise was pretty bad. Then our men advanced in open formation. The German shrapnel came over in dozens, and the fields were hidden often in clouds of smoke. Big shells fell too among the men, and big and little ones came over behind to where the batteries were. Meanwhile I had gone down into a valley and chosen a post. Thank goodness I did not stay there long, but advanced up to the village to be nearer my men, for later on that spot was an inferno. Just prior to the attack I had given out baking soda to each man to use on his wet handkerchief against the gases which are used in this sector. While all fire was being directed on the advancing troops, I managed to fix up my aid post. We got to the end house, an estaminet or inn. It had previously been used by the Canadians. A big new house on the opposite side partially sheltered us from the trenches. The first thing was to look for a dugout. We used a cellar which was only partially underground, but that had to do, though I knew full well that one good hit and the house would have fallen in on us all. As there was nothing more to do until the cases were brought in, we just cleaned up the place and got ready. There were 2 rooms in front which we used for cases. I slept in the cellar, and behind we had a kitchen and some outhouses. The inn had a loft above these rooms, and then a tile roof. Not much protection if a shell burst through. At the other end of the village, about 150 yards off, was a crossroad and a church. The Germans landed shells on this spot with absolute precision. Between that corner and my place were houses, and 2 field ambulances had dressing stations in them. We were on undulating land between 2 ridges, about 4 miles or so apart. From the end of the house you could see where the Germans were, and also watch our men advancing in the open. So much for the general lie of the land. I had proposed going on past this village, and the chance of being blown up, to a farm a little further on, but 3 other men were there. Later events proved the wisdom of this. It was impossible to receive wounded during the day, and the rush did not come until night. I got men of every regiment, just anybody who wandered along the roads. I was up all night, and what a row was on. Shells came across every minute, and one heard rifle fire and Maxims all the time. At 5 a.m. it was dead quiet, and what a relief, though it did not last long. 27th of April. At 7 a.m. I managed to lie down on a heap of potatoes, and soon was sound asleep, being dead beat after the marches and my night's work. Even the heavy bombardment did not disturb me. The Highland infantry began to advance, and I went upstairs for a time to watch them with my glasses. This is the time when one feels an awful rotter, sitting in comparative safety, while others are advancing over open ground with shrapnel and big shells simply pouring over them. It was a fine sight to see the Jocks advance, though now and then a figure would be bowled over. Meanwhile we got our share. The house opposite was hit fair and square and a big hole made, and my outhouses were damaged. I got all my cases down into the cellar. I now saw the advantage of being at the far end of the village, for the Germans systematically shelled the crossroads and the church and surrounding houses. They were not far from me, but apparently the range was not altered. These crossroads had some trophies, dead horses, 2 motor cars, and today a brigadier general. It was absolutely unsafe to pass by except at a gallop. 28th of April. The bombardment continued, especially of the crossroads and houses. One field ambulance cleared out, and the other had to take to its cellars with the house in ruins over it. And I have had to look on and wonder when my turn is coming, for the intervals between us is only 50 yards. The French made an attack on our left, but it came to nothing owing to gas being used again. It was a light day for me, as our men were not attacking. During the day one sees no traffic on the roads, simply a few motorcycle riders tearing along at full speed, and also ammunition limbers coming up with fresh supplies. At night up come the ration parties, and they all stop in front of my place. The wounded are evacuated day and night, though if the shelling is bad, only at night. It is wonderful how these Red Cross cars dash along the roads and come so far up in broad daylight. They are a brave lot. 29th of April. There was the usual high explosive demonstration against the batteries in the early morning, with little appreciable result. So far I have not told you about those batteries. After the Canadians retreated, this battery took up its present position. It is composed of 18-pounders, 3.3 inch. A good field gun, but not of the weight required to put out of action the heavy metal the Germans have brought up. They lie about 100 yards behind me, and also in neighbouring fields. When we arrived, they had fired about 11,000 rounds, and since then they have been hard at it day and night. One gets used to the bark of an 18-pounder, though it is not pleasant. But I take off my hat to the No. 10 Canadian battery. They are our only support, and the Germans have got their range and send over all sorts of big stuff. German gunnery is good, but they have been aided by spies, several of whom were caught today. With all this continued bombardment, one is getting a bit pessimistic. Where are our heavy guns? Where are our reserves? And where are our aeroplanes? Today we had no less than 4 Taubes over us, dropping smoke bombs, and of course followed by a heavy bombardment. We got our revenge on one. He came low down, and the whole line of our men opened with rifle fire and brought him down. But the Germans did not let us keep the plane, for by shell fire they wrecked it. In the afternoon the village was very heavily shelled, and towards evening the church and one of the houses caught fire, and we had a big blaze. The Germans used this as a target and plugged more shells over. The hospitals were heavily shelled also, and they were abandoned later that evening. Now I am the sole occupant of the village, and a poor honour it is, to be sure. Some of my men went up to the abandoned hospitals and brought down stores for us. We found 2 dead men and gave them a decent burial. In the fields nearby are some cows. We have collared one, and so have fresh milk. 2 pigs wander about, and really they lead a charmed life, for nothing ever hits them. I hope to continue this when we reach our next billet. They gave us 1 day's rest, and now we are moving up in support of our own sector. Truly, life is anything but a bed of roses just now. 30th of April. Another heavy bombardment of the fields behind us, though the village was left alone. Some of the hits were very close to us. All through my letter I have mentioned a heavy bombardment, but you can have little idea of what exactly it means. All this week we have been overwhelmed by the German artillery. They have turned the tables on us in revenge for Neuve Chapelle. What a variety of shots come over from 3 different directions. First of all we had the Ypres Express, the big 17-inch shells going straight on to that town. They made a big noise, but that was nothing. Next in size were the Jack Johnsons, or coal boxes. These whirred over us all day long, and when they burst, sent up an enormous cloud of dense black smoke. In addition, they left some holes in the ground. Ordinary shrapnel with its fleecy clouds was very common. Then there was the whiz-bang or pipsqueak. This shell, unlike the others, gave you no notice of its approach. All you heard was a sudden phew bang. It was very local in its action. The most terrifying, though, was a rather mysterious shell. It sounded like one, but gave 3 explosions, and I could never be sure whether it was one shell or a series of 3. But the explosion fairly sounded. It was like promp, 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 and usually immediately after it came some shrapnel. In addition, we had plenty of ordinary lyddite. During the whole week we never had more than 1 hour without shells coming over. At one period we had 48 hours continuous fire. My house simply shook like a leaf at times from the explosions, and once I was knocked down by the air from a shell. It felt just like an iron hand pushing me over. As you can well imagine, one did not feel exactly happy with all this fire. The batteries were only just behind me, and one never knew when a shot just a bit short might get us. However, I had to stay on and risk it. During the evening the artillery fire was worse than on any previous night, and 3 farms and some houses nearby were burning. 1st of May. At 9 a.m. I got a message to come and see the OC in the trenches. Off I went across country right up to our second line. I did not feel too brave going over those fields in broad daylight in full view of the Germans, but beyond getting some shrapnel over me nothing happened. The fields were simply riddled with holes, big and little. Many of them had a curious little trough at one side, where apparently the shell had entered before exploding. The appearance of the hole may be described as an oval, with a small projecting lip at one end where the shell entered. The men were all dug in, and I saw the OC in his dugout. However, I am not very keen on wandering over a battlefield just between attacks in daylight. That afternoon our men attacked, and made a magnificent charge, but we had to stop short. But it was grand to watch our men going on. Of course the aftermath came when I got the wounded in. I shall always remember that night. I was hard at it from 7 p.m. to 4:30 a.m. without stopping. Cases poured in, and soon I had every room full, and all the outhouses, and even outside. Outside it was fair hell. Shells were coming over in dozens. The houses near me were on fire. My own place was hit, and next morning I found that one shell had landed in the backyard. But I was too busy to notice any of this. By the dim light of 2 candles I was bending over stretcher cases and wading through field dressings. At the end I could hardly stand, I was so dead beat. I managed to get them all safely away at 5 a.m, and then we packed up as the regiment had left some hours previously. With another medical man equally tired, I walked down over part of the battlefield and then through Ypres. It was dead calm, and we got away safely. But what a number of dead horses were lying about, and some poor fellows too. The stench was something awful. I should liken this road from the outskirts of Ypres up to where I was to the Valley of the Shadow of Death. The Germans had its range, and woe betide the wayfarer. One had to rush through it at any time, and the odds were against him. It consisted of ruined houses and great holes in the road, and wrecked transport and dead horses and poor drivers too. And yet that Sunday morning, as we passed the worst spot at the pontoon bridge over the canal, we heard music from one house. A few Tommies wandering back were going through the houses looking for anything, and chancing on a piano were strumming a comic song. Truly, Thomas Atkins is a wonderful being. I was dead beat when I got back to the regiment, but I had more work to do. However, I had done my best under conditions which, to say the least, were not very pleasant or healthy, and the reward I got was very heartening. The colonel of the field ambulance, to whom my cases had gone, sent me a message saying that my cases were the best dressed he had ever seen, and he congratulated me on them. They were all sent on at once to the train. Our padre was also there, and he said that our men looked quite different from those of other regiments, and that they were all very grateful for what we had done. My own colonel and the officers of the regiment were very pleased at this also. Don't think that I am boasting in mentioning all this, but I had a terrible week, such as you cannot imagine, and was lucky to come out safe, and the last night was no joke. But when I heard that praise, I had a feeling that there are rewards, not tangible, but just as precious, which a doctor only can get. I did my best, and that was all about it, for I couldn't have done anything else. 10th of May, 1915. I did not meet with any gas cases, for we did not have much in front of us. The regiments nearby suffered severely. One hardly need waste space complaining of such methods. We shall just have to lick them by similar means if ordered to do so, or by sternly fighting on. Apparently chlorine is the gas most in use, though other gases are emitted also. The great thing we have to do is to reassure the men. They don't mind ordinary warfare, but this is something unknown. The gas can, of course, be seen by day, and at night a hissing sound betrays its issue from the pipes. Until the men get respirators, the only thing to do is to retire from the trenches and then to charge back through it when the fumes have dissipated a bit. Hand bombs will help to break up the fumes also. The chemical means of getting rid of it are solution of hypo, used in clearing and fixing photographic negatives, and washing soda. These are now supplied to the troops. The effects on the men are simply devilish, and it does make one's blood boil to have to stand by and be of such little use. We shall make them pay up for all this later. Another thought which strikes me is the comparative inefficiency of a large part of all artillery bombardments. We probably went through a week of more concentrated fire than any troops ever did, yet 99% of the shots went into earth and did no material damage. The fields certainly were simply pitted, but beyond that little damage was done. It made one rather feel that after all, if a shell was going to hit you it would, despite what precautions you took, and that in the meantime you could go on with your work and disregard them. I was very amused one afternoon watching a lot of our men chasing some cows over the fields with their canteens amid quite a respectable amount of shrapnel. Our journey back to the old spots was uneventful, though very fatiguing. All marches have to be done by night, and it is hard to keep going. I was getting quite an expert at walking along practically asleep. We found that some mouth organs were a great help to make us forget the never-ending kilometres. After resting a day, we were warned for another great attack now on, and weary though we are, the men were keen to get a bit of their own back. That battle is now raging, and more I cannot say yet. Yesterday the General came to us and read out Smith-Dorrien's thanks to the Lahore Division. It confirmed what I had thought about the whole business. When the Germans broke through, they seriously threatened Ypres, and if they had got over the canal banks would have cut off a large number of our men and compelled them to surrender. We were rushed up, and to quote the Second Army's commander's words, without adequate artillery preparation and against an overwhelming artillery, maxim and rifle fire, together with a glacis position and poisonous gases, you stopped further progress. While only partially successful in attacking them, you prevented any advance and enabled the lines to be rearranged, and thus, in spite of heavy casualties, saved your comrades. This is something to be proud of, and I am glad I was in such an action. We had terrible losses, but we did what was wanted and prevented any possible sedan occurring. Today I was ordered to return to my old field ambulance. I wanted to remain with the regiment, but ever since I left the Colonel has been trying to get me back. I should be pleased to be considered worth having. The ambulance has had to give up all its regular officers to other units lately, and there were a lot of new chums who had never heard a gun fired, so naturally, as a veteran, I was wanted. The Colonel was good enough to say that he looked on me as his right-hand man. I am acting second in command now, and specialist in advanced operative surgery, besides looking after the transport. All of which are honorary, but I feel that I have been of some use up at the front, and that means a lot. I am giving my best all the time. 15th of May, 1915. Referring to some letters received from Brisbane. The nurses you refer to, and as many more Australian nurses as possible, will be very welcome here. I read lately that many of them had been rejected by the War Office regulation refusing to recognise them unless from hospitals of over 100 beds. But we need every nurse available, for already amateurs with only a few months' training are being sent out. I need hardly say that I feel pleased that my letters are of such interest. One is often tired when writing, but it is cheering to know that they are appreciated. By this time you will be getting full details of the Dardanelles, and Australia has cause to be proud of the way her boys went ashore. It was different from our warfare, but the same old spirit shows forth. Referring to the destruction by gas of prickly pear. It is a pity we could not have some of that arsenical preparation for prickly pear to use on the Huns. Since last writing, the measures we have taken against chlorine gas have been very successful. The men have waited while the fumes passed by, and then fired on the advancing Germans. The pads, or respirators, are soaked in a solution of thiosulfate of soda, hypo. For the last week this ambulance has been doing nothing, and time has hung heavy on our hands. But the fight has been going on steadily, and the loss of life has been something appalling. For over a week now 3 fights have been going on. To our north, at Ypres, the struggle still continues. After we came back, new troops came up, and the fight became even more desperate. The Germans have been pushing us back very slowly, and it would not surprise me if the town fell. But then we would have a straightened line and a better position. Meanwhile, the French just below our line have made a very marked progress, and still are pushing on. Last weekend we made an attack here, and I rather think it was meant to be an elaborate feint to relieve the French and the British at Ypres. Of course, we would have gone on if successful. This part of the line is very strongly protected, and our attack did not succeed. The Germans retired during the preliminary bombardment to dugouts, or rather subterranean passages reinforced by concrete and practically shell-proof. When our men advanced, they came back to the mined first-line trenches. It was the same old tale of British doggedness against a withering fire, but we were held up. I wish the slackers at home could only see how our blood is being poured out here for them. If they could only see the barbed wire thick with corpses, or rows of men mown down by Maxim fire, perhaps then they would come out and help us. The plain truth of the fighting recently is that instead of pushing the Germans, we are being put to our utmost to hold them in. Don't think I am despondent, but when one has been battered about as I was recently, it certainly destroys any optimistic feelings. As I write, the big guns are thundering out again preparatory to another attack, and this one we hope will be successful. The country is looking very well just now. The trees have become covered with leaves, and the hawthorn blooms under a blue sky. Flanders looks pretty, and what a contrast to the winter. But within 3 miles of here, thousands of corpses lie unburied, and more are added to them daily. The grim harvest is still being gathered in, and there are many more days to go. 20th of May, 1915. We are still resting and doing nothing, though our men are not remaining so quiescent. At the beginning of the week, the Indian troops kept the Huns busy opposite here, while the 7th Division swooped in on them lower down and made a great advance. But as usual, our luck with the weather was dead out. The wind always blows towards us, or else fog and rain come on, and the latter occurred this time. The attack rather took the Germans by surprise. The artillery fire was very heavy, and from prisoners we heard it was very successful. It was so intense that the ration wagons could not come up to the trenches, and for 24 hours the Germans were without food. The men who surrendered were a very weedy lot, quite different from the usual. But all who desired to give themselves up did not manage to do so. One lot was spotted by their own side, who promptly began to fire on them. As we could not get them, we put our artillery on them also, and between the two fires not a man remained. The guards also came to a lot who put up their hands, but to no avail. Our men simply wiped them out, and refused to be held back by their officers. One cannot blame them after what the Germans have done to our men, especially the wounded. A Prussian officer was being led back under escort near here, and made some offensive remark to his escort, who promptly bayoneted him on the spot. The last 3 weeks have been an orgy of slaughter, but one has got used to that now. We only think in thousands as regards casualties. The methods of the Germans have so aroused our men that nothing will hold them in. They are exacting a tribute from the Huns for all their misdeeds. In the last advance the Germans had no gas cylinders, though they used asphyxiating bombs, but probably after this enforced halt they have brought up the gas. However, with our masks and helmets we are prepared for them. So far we have not used any gas ourselves, but it is not because we have any squeamish feelings. The losses we sustained were comparatively slight in the attack, much less than we expected, and the Germans are said to have lost 10,000. For a fortnight now they have had reverses all along the western line, and their losses must have been enormous. But we haven't taken the fight out of them yet by a long way. We know that their 1915 class has been called up, and is being used, and we hope that soon the terrible drain will tell on them. Meanwhile we are being faced, like you, with a serious shortage of water. There are so many men concentrated in a small area that most of the wells are running dry. Probably we shall have to drink canal water before long. As it is, water for animals and washing purposes is taken entirely from the ditches. As we advance, the problem will increase, for we may be sure that all the wells will be poisoned. The old grandmothers, the 15-inch howitzers, have been busy lately, with good results. One old lady was told off to obliterate a certain town. The first shot went 500 yards wide, much to the gunners' disgust. The next day the general congratulated them on their work, and said that this shot had absolutely wiped out a German battery. Round this same gun were 3 houses. When the first shot was fired, one house collapsed, and the others were speedily evacuated. Since Ypres, one is inclined to forget that there are any dangers about here, but a couple of incidents have soon given us a reminder. A close friend of mine, and an old pupil at the Rotunda, has just died of his wounds. He was with his regiment near me at Ypres. The man who replaced me with the Highland infantry had a narrow escape on his first day. A piece of shrapnel went through his cap, and another gave him a nasty bruise on the side. His orderly was killed by his side. The Highland Light Infantry are a very unlucky regiment for medical officers, and I got out well for the period I was with them. My days up at the trenches are numbered at present. The Colonel is keeping me at headquarters to run the show, and the other fellows go out. It is a compliment, and one should be satisfied. But one is always hankering for the more exciting visits to the aid posts. However, any day may bring a surprise, and one really does not know what is in the future. End of War Letters from a Young Queenslander by Dr. Robert Marshall Allen. Read by Dr. Beth Thomas.
The Kaiser by A.G. Gardner. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter from A.G. Gardner's book Prophets, Priests and Kings, published in April 1914. The Kaiser. When I think of the Kaiser, I think of a bright May morning at Potsdam. It is the spring parade, and across from where we are gathered under the windows of the old palace, the household troops are drawn up on the great parade ground, their helmets and banners and lances all astir in the jolly sunshine. Officers gallop hither and thither, shouting their commands. Regiments form and reform. Swords flash out and flash back again. A noble background of trees frames the gay picture with cool green foliage. There is a sudden stillness. The closely serried ranks are rigid and moveless. The shouts of command are silenced. The Kaiser! He comes slowly up the parade ground on his great white charger, helmet and eagle flashing in the sunlight, sitting his horse as if he lived in the saddle, his face turned to his men as he passes by. Morgen, meine Kinder! His salutation rings out at intervals in the clear morning air, and back from the ranks in chorus comes the response, Morgen, Majestat! And as he rides on, master of 1,000,000 men, the most powerful figure in Europe, reviewing his troops on the peaceful parade ground at Potsdam, one wonders whether the day will ever come when he will ride down those ranks on another errand, and when that cheerful response of the soldiers will have in it the ancient ring of doom, Te morituri salutamus. For answer, let us look at this challenging figure on the white charger. What is he? What has he done? The Kaiser is easily the foremost man in Europe. He is a king after Charles I's own heart, a king indeed, the last that is left, the residuary legatee of the divine right. The divinity of the Tsar vanished in the tumult of Red Sunday. He is an autocrat struggling with an infuriated people. His power frankly rests on physical force. But the Kaiser is still able to associate providence with his rule, still invokes the Almighty as the witness of his authority. Democracy, which has devoured all the rest, thunders at the base of his throne. It leaps higher and ever higher. One day there will come a wave that will submerge all, and divine right will have passed forever from kings to peoples. Then the Kaiser will rule by consent, like our own monarch, or... Meanwhile he stands, facing the modern world, the symbol of medievalism in the heart of the 20th century. The cause for which he fights could have no more worthy protagonist. He is every inch a king. Divest him of his office, and he would still be one of the 6 most considerable men in his empire. When the British editors visited Germany, they were brought into intimate contact with all the leaders of action and thought in the country, and I believe it is true to say that the Kaiser left the sharpest and most vivid personal impression on the mind. It was the impression of enormous energy and mental alertness, of power wayward and uncertain, but fused with a spark of genius, of a temperament of high nervous force, quickly responsive to every emotional appeal. His laugh is as careless as a boy's, but you feel that it is laughter that may turn to lightning at a word. The world distrusts the artistic temperament in affairs. It prefers the stolid man who thinks slowly and securely and acts with deliberation. It likes a man whose mental processes it can follow and understand, a man of the type of the late Duke of Devonshire, solid, substantial, and not the least bit clever. There is the root of the disquiet with which the Kaiser has been regarded for 20 years. He is a man of moods and impulses, an artist to his fingertips, astonishingly versatile, restless and unnerving. He keeps his audience in a state of tense expectation. At any moment, it feels, a spark from this incandescent personality may drop into the powder magazine. He is full of dramatic surprises, of sudden and shattering entrances, of mysterious exits. He moves amidst alarums and excursions, and wherever he goes, the limelight follows him. He journeys to Tangier, and Europe trembles at the thunder of his tread. He sails away into Arctic seas on a summer cruise, and his astonishing sermons to his men echo round the world. He comes back and makes our flesh creep with his pictured visions of the Yellow Peril. He writes an opera and is off to the Rhine to wind his horn. He addresses public meetings like a party politician, and with the authority of a prophet, he denounces the socialists like a Property Defense League orator. No man in history ever had a more godlike vision of himself than he has. His cloud of dignity is held from falling by the visible hand of the Almighty. I regard my whole position, he tells the representatives of Brandenburg, as given to me direct from heaven, and that I have been called by the Highest to do his work. Sometimes, indeed, even the Almighty is subordinate. Suprema lex regis voluntas, he writes in the Golden Book of Munich. He declares his omnipotence, with a childish egoism that would be ludicrous if it were not so sincere. He takes nothing for granted, does not, like Montaigne, let his chateau speak for him. My church, of which I am summus episcopus, he says in lecturing the office-bearers on their duties. And again, there is only one master in this country, that am I. Who opposes me, I shall crush to pieces. It is like the vain prattle of an unschooled boy. His uncle dwells aloof from politics. The Kaiser comes down into the arena like a stump orator. To me, he said in 1889, every social democrat is synonymous with the enemy of the nation and of the fatherland. This to the largest party in the land, a party that commands 3.5 million votes, and years have not taught him discretion. At Breslau, not long ago, in addressing a deputation of working men, he said, "For years you and your brothers in Germany have allowed yourselves to be kept by socialist agitators under the delusion that if you do not belong to their party, you will not be in position to obtain a hearing for your legitimate interests. That is a downright lie. With such men you cannot, you dare not, as men who love honour, have anything more to do. You cannot, you dare not, let yourselves be guided by them any longer." Diplomacy and restraint, it will be seen, are not among his varied gifts in dealing with his people. Sometimes his vaulting ambition o'erleaps itself. It was his dearest wish to be not German emperor, but Emperor of Germany, and crowned as such. He designed all the splendours of the ceremony, taking Charlemagne as his prototype, but he found there were limits to the complaisance of the other German rulers and peoples, always intensely jealous of the dominance of Prussia and its king. They would not yield, and he remains today the uncrowned German emperor, not the crowned emperor of Germany. It is the fly in the imperial ointment, the supreme disappointment of his career. Bismarck had cared only for the substance and not for the shadow when he consented to the limited title of the ruler of the new empire. The subject was being discussed in his presence at the time of the Union. Some were for German emperor, and some for Emperor of Germany. "Does anyone know the Latin word for sausage?" asked Bismarck, using that homely imagery of his. "Farcimentum," said one. "Farcimen," said another. "Farcimentum or farcimen, it is all the same to me," said Bismarck. Sausage was sausage, whatever the name. He had welded Germany and was indifferent to titles. The Kaiser's view of his divine function extends to every phase of life. There is nothing in which he cannot instruct his people. He will snatch the baton from the incompetent conductor and show him how to lead the orchestra, the brush from the incompetent artist and show him how to paint. He can cook a dinner as skillfully as he can preach a sermon, draw a cartoon, write an opera, play the piano, or talk in 5 languages. And who will forget his amazing letter to Admiral Holman on the higher criticism in reply to Professor Delitzsch? Even trade does not escape him, and the famous pottery works which he has founded and carries on at Kardenen are a source of delighted labour to him. He has established a shop in Berlin to dispose of his wares, and he will take an order on the cuff of his shirt-sleeve with the promptness of a commercial traveller. But all this is the recreation of his strenuous life. His serious task is to make Germany great. The ambition with which he set out was to create a navy. He has done it. Frederick taught Germany to march. He has taught it to swim. Navigare necesse est, vivere non est necesse. And if he regards his people as children, he is anxious that they should be efficient children. His views on education are entirely radical, and not very sympathetic towards the meticulous and exact scholarship which is Germany's contribution to the modern world. Our business is to educate young Germans, not young Greeks and Romans, he says. He approves of Homer, that glorious man about whom I have always been enthusiastic, and of Cicero and Demosthenes, whose speeches must have filled everyone with delight. But he has no sympathy with grammatical and fanatical philologists, who waste their own time and the time of students over grammatical hair-splitting. Away with this tomfoolery, war to the knife against such teaching. He will have no rival near the throne. Does the mighty figure of Bismarck tower to the heavens and divide the crown? Then Bismarck must go back to his fields and woodlands at Friedrichsruhe. He will brook no interference, tolerate no counsel. He is here to command, not to take advice. And yet the revelations of the Moltke-Harden trial have shown that the most omnipotent of emperors is subject to the subtlest and most insidious of influences. Men used to talk of him in whispers in Germany, or they did not talk of him at all, for lèse-majesté was the cardinal's sin, and walls had ears and streets had spies. But that is changed. Criticism is abroad, and the doctrine of divinity has received several checks which the Kaiser has had the wisdom to acknowledge. But he will never be a popular figure. The old emperor, his never-to-be-forgotten grandfather, was loved. There at the palace in Berlin they show you the window at which he used to sit in the mornings, to see and be seen by the crowd. An old familiar figure, human and paternal, the father of his people. His grandson is aloof and remote. He dwells on Olympus and sends his thunderbolts hurtling over the astonished people. But though he does not ask for affection, he commands respect. His people admire his character. They are proud of his clean, vigorous life, of his devotion to his family, of his high sense of duty to the fatherland. His life is a drama that never grows humdrum. It keeps them intellectually on the move. What will happen next with this amazing man? No one can be more fascinating. His smile is irresistible. But if you are a bore, or if you are out of favour, his look runs through you like a sword. His questions are rapped out like musket shots. He does not listen to your answers, but plays with his dogs. He is not aware of you. His actions are swift and unexpected. The spur of the moment drives him. It was a momentary irritation with Lord Salisbury that was the origin of the Kruger telegram, perhaps the most momentous and disastrous incident in the history of Europe in our time, for it was the seed of all the bitterness of after years. The telegram form, indeed, is the symbol of his mental processes. He will become a guest at your board at an hour's notice, and be the most light-hearted boy at the table. When he entertained the editors at luncheon, at the Orangery at Sans Souci, he said nothing about seeing them. The first intimation they had was the vision as they sat taking their coffee in the sunshine, of the Kaiser riding up the steep winding paths from the palace below, and in 2 minutes he was among them, talking of the London docks and the Hamburg docks, of the Lake District and Lord Lonsdale, with pleasant frankness and easy idiomatic English. Then, with a bright word of welcome to his country and his house, and with 3 salutes, a special mark of imperial approval, he rode away. Impulsive, imperious, dramatic, a militarist from his cradle, a statesman trained in the indirect crooked ways of Bismarck, governed by one passion, the passion to make his land great and powerful, how can we cast his horoscope? Is he a menace or a safeguard? Let his past be his witness. For 20 years he has had the peace of Europe in his keeping, and for 20 years not a German soldier has fallen in war. We are a military people, said a minister to me in Berlin, but we are not a warlike people. It is you who are warlike without being military. And so we may say of the Kaiser. He is a militarist, but he is not a warrior. There will be no war without grave cause while the Kaiser is on the throne, said the politician I have quoted. He is distrusted by the warlike party, and remembers that Germany has a considerable school of thinkers who believe in war philosophically as a national purgative. They believe he is timid, but the truth is he wants peace because it is his own and the nation's chief interest. Remember how he disappointed expectation when he came to the throne. Germany was on the verge of war with France and Russia combined, and Europe saw the accession of the youthful Kaiser so hot-headed and impulsive, with fearful expectation. Here was a new Napoleon, filled with dreams of glory, armed with the most gigantic military weapon in history. And his first official words were words of peace. His first act, to visit the European courts, returning with the message, I believe that, with the help of God, I have succeeded in ensuring the peace of the world for many years to come. Set this and the record of his reign against those sudden ebullitions that seem so alarming, but they are really only sound and fury, signifying nothing. He keeps his powder dry and his armour bright, but he stands for peace. Peace armed to the teeth, it is true, peace with the mailed fist, but peace nevertheless. And so, as one watches him riding down the ranks at Potsdam in the bright sunshine, hears the morning greeting rapped out in sharp staccato, and sees his salute to the Empress watching the parade from the windows of the old palace, one feels confidence displacing distrust, and discerns beneath all this rattle of drums and love of the drama of government an undercurrent of purpose, making, it is true, for the aggrandizement of Germany, but making also for the peace of the world. If he fails in his policy of peace, it will be because of the incurable air of falsity that is the besetting vice of German policy, a policy which has been well described by the Frankfurter Zeitung as incalculable, untrustworthy, and disturbing. It is a policy that always wears a mask, and a mask is a menace. Its words are smooth, but its acts are sinister and seem to have no relation to the words. It is a policy of cunning rather than of candour. It is incident to a government which is personal and secret, and Germany will not cease to be a disturbing element in world politics until the Kaiser has stepped down from his medieval throne and derives his power from a free and self-governing people. End of The Kaiser by A.G. Gardner.
Apostolisches Schreiben an die im Kriege sich befindenden Völker und ihre Leiter von Papst Benedikt XV. Dies ist eine LibriVox-Aufnahme. Alle LibriVox-Aufnahmen sind lizenzfrei und im öffentlichen Besitz. Weitere Informationen und Hinweise zur Beteiligung an diesem Projekt gibt es bei LibriVox.org. Nachdem wir, obgleich unwürdig, als Nachfolger des milden Papstes Pius X. auf den Thron des Apostelfürsten berufen wurden, in welchem der Schmerz über den Bruderkrieg kurz vorher entflammt, sein heiligmäßiges und wohltätiges Leben abgekürzt hat, fühlen auch wir, wenn wir unsere Blicke auf die blutgetränkten Schlachtfelder wenden, den Schmerz eines Vaters, welcher sein Haus verwüstet sieht und unbewohnbar gemacht wurde von einem verheerenden Orkan. Und denken mit unaussprechlichem Schmerz an all unsere jugendlichen Söhne, welche zu Tausenden und Abertausenden vom Tode hinweggeraubt wurden, fühlen wir in unserem Herzen, erfüllt von der Liebe Christus des Herrn, den ganzen Schmerz der Mütter und der vorzeitig verwitweten Frauen und das untröstbare Jammern der ihres Vaters zu früh beraubten Kinder. Im Geiste nehmen wir immer teil an dem Schmerz unzählbarer Familien, und wohlerkennend unserer uns gemäß unserer erhabenen Sendung auferlegten Pflicht, nämlich der Mission des Friedens und der Nächstenliebe, haben wir uns fest vorgenommen, unsere ganze Tätigkeit und unsere ganze Autorität für die Versöhnung der kriegsführenden Völker einzusetzen. Und so haben wir auch feierliche Gelübde dem göttlichen Erlöser gemacht, welcher um den Preis seines kostbaren Blutes alle Menschen, unsere Brüder, erlösen wollte. Und Worte des Friedens und der Liebe waren unsere ersten, welche wir an die Völker und Leiter derselben als oberster Seelenhirte richteten. Aber leider blieb unser Rat, liebevoll und dringend als Vater und Freund, unerhört. Und wenn sich in unserem Herzen der Schmerz vermehrte, so verminderte sich nicht unser Vorsatz, und vertrauensvoll nahmen wir unsere Zuflucht zu Gott dem Allmächtigen, welcher in seiner Hand hat sowohl die Herzen als auch die Gedanken der Untertanen und der Könige, erflehen von ihm die Beendigung des ungeheuren Unglücks. Alle Gläubigen wollten wir mit uns im inbrünstigsten Gebete vereinigen, und um die Erhörung dieses Gebetes zu erflehen, wollten wir, dasselbe vereint werde mit Ausübung einer christlichen Buße. Aber heute, an dem traurigen Jahrtage des Ausbruchs des Krieges, flehen wir umso heißer zu Gott, dass dem grausamen Kriege ein Ende gesetzt werden möge, erflehen aus ganzem Herzen den Frieden. Möge dieser unser Friedensruf das Waffengeklirr übertönen und die nun im Kriege sich befindenden Völker und ihre Leiter erreichen, damit sowohl die einen wie die anderen den milden und aufrichtig gemeinten Ratschlägen Folge leisten mögen. Im allerheiligsten Namen des Allmächtigen, unseres göttlichen Vaters, und um des kostbaren Blutes Jesu Christi willen, für die Erlösung der Menschheit vergossen, beschwören wir euch, o Herrscher der nun im Kriege sich befindlichen Völker, endlich diesem entsetzlichen Kampfe ein Ende zu bereiten, welcher seit einem Jahr Europa entehrt. Denn es ist ja Bruderblut, welches zu Wasser und zu Land vergossen wird. Die schönsten Landstriche Europas, dieses herrlichen Gartens der Welt, sind bedeckt mit Toten und angehäuft von Ruinen. Wo noch vor kurzem Handel und Industrie sowie der Ackerbau blühten, da tönen jetzt dröhnen die Geschütze, nicht verschonend Dörfer und Städte, sondern überall nur Tod und Elend säend. Ihr aber habt vor Gott und den Menschen die fürchterliche Verantwortung für Krieg und Frieden. Wir flehen euch an, erhört die väterliche Stimme des Stellvertreters, des ewigen und höchsten Richters, welchem auch ihr Rechenschaft ablegen müsst, sowohl über die öffentlichen als auch über eure privaten Taten. Die großen Reichtümer, mit welchen Gott, der Schöpfer, die eurer Leitung unterworfenen Länder ausgestattet hat, erlauben euch, den Kampf fortzusetzen. Aber um welchen Preis? Es antwortet aus den Gräbern tausend und abertausend Stimmen der jungen Männer, die täglich auf dem Schlachtfelde sterben. Es antworten die Ruinen so vieler Städte und Dörfer und Kunstwerke, welche wir der Frömmigkeit und dem Genie unserer Vorfahren verdanken. Und diese vielen bitteren Tränen, vergossen fast in jedem Heim oder zu fassen der Altäre, wiederholen nicht auch sie, dass groß ist, ja zu groß, der Preis des täglichen Kampfes? Man möge auch nicht sagen, dass der ungeheure Streit nicht ohne Waffengewalt beigelegt werden kann. Man möge von vornherein einsehen, dass die Nationen nicht sterben und daher absehen von dem gegenseitigen Vorsatz, sich zu vernichten. Die Nationen, erniedrigt und gedemütigt, ertragen mit Widerwillen das Aufgezwungene, bereiten sich aber vor auf die Wiedereroberung und verbreiten von Geschlecht zu Geschlecht Hass und Rache. Warum nicht von nun ab mit Gerechtigkeit die rechte und gerechten Aspirationen der Völker prüfen und abwägen? Warum nicht mit frischem Mute einen direkten oder indirekten Meinungsaustausch herbeiführen, zum Zweck der Prüfung dieser Rechte oder Aspirationen, um so dem ungeheuren Krieg ein Ende zu bereiten, so wie man es auch tat in anderen ähnlichen Umständen? Gesegnet sei derjenige, welcher zuerst den Palmzweig erheben wird und seinem Feind die Rechte darbieten wird, zugleich ihm annehmbare Friedensbedingungen anbietend. Denn das Gleichgewicht in der Welt und der gedeihliche und sichere Friede der Völker beruhen hauptsächlich auf gegenseitigem Wohlwollen und auf der Hochachtung der gegenseitigen Würde und Rechte, viel mehr als auf große Heere und gewaltige Festungen. Das ist der Friedensruf, der umso lauter tönt an diesem traurigen Jahrtage. Und wir laden daher alle, die Freunde des Friedens sind, ein, uns die Hand zu reichen, um das Ende des Krieges, welcher Europa in ein weites Schlachtfeld verwandelt hat, zu beschleunigen. Möge Christus, der Herr, von Mitleid bewogen, nach so fürchterlicher Plage die Morgenröte des Friedens leuchten lassen. Mögen bald zu Gott dem Herrn, dem Geber alles Guten, Dankgebete emporsteigen für die Wiederaussöhnung der Staaten. Möchten die Völker in brüderlicher Liebe vereint den edlen Wettstreit um Künste und Wissenschaften sowie des Handels wieder aufnehmen. Und nachdem das Recht eines jeden wiederhergestellt ist, mögen sie sich von nun ab entschließen, Streitfragen nicht mehr dem Schwerte zur Entscheidung zu überlassen, sondern durch Recht und Gerechtigkeit mögen sie entschieden werden, nachdem dieselben mit Ruhe und Mäßigung vorher diskutiert wurden. Und das, wahrhaftig, würde eure schönste und ruhmreichste Eroberung sein. In der sicheren Hoffnung, dass durch solche Vereinbarungen bald wieder der Welt der lang ersehnte Friede gebracht werde, erteilen wir aus ganzem Herzen all denjenigen, die unserer Hirtensorge anvertraut sind, den heiligen apostolischen Segen. Und auch für diejenigen, welche nicht der heiligen römischen Kirche angehören, bitten wir den Herrn, dass er sie mit uns vereinigen möge im Geist der vollkommensten Nächstenliebe. Gegeben zu Rom im Vatikan am 28. Juli 1915. Ende von Apostolisches Schreiben an die im Kriege sich befindenden Völker und ihre Leiter. Von Papst Benedikt XV. Aufgenommen von DomBombadil.
Part 1 of Inside the Glass Doors, from a Diary Without Dates by Enid Bagnold. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Diary Without Dates by Enid Bagnold. Chapter 2 Inside the Glass Doors. Part 1. My feet ache. End of the first day. Life in a ward is all scurry and rush. I don't reflect. I'm putting on my cap anyhow, and my hands are going to the dogs. I shall never get to understand sisters. They are so strange, so tricky, uncertain as collies. Deep down they have an ineradicable axiom that any visitor, anyone in an old musquash coat, in a high-boned collar, in a spotted veil tied up at the sides, anyone with whom one shakes hands or takes tea, is more important than the most charming patient, except, of course, a warded M.O. For this reason, the mouths of the pillow-cases are all turned to face up the ward, away from the door. I think plants in a ward are a barbarism, for as they are always arranged on the table by the door, it is again obvious that they are intended only to minister to the eye of the visitor, that race of gods. In our ward there are 18 fern pots, some in copper, some in pink china, 3 in mauve paper, and 1 hanging basket of ferns. All of these have to be taken out on the landing at night and in again in the morning, and they have to be soaked under the tap. The sisters' minds are as yet too difficult for me, but in the minds of the V.A.D.s I see certain salient features. I see, already manifested in them, the ardent longing to be alike. I know and remember this longing. It was present through all my early years in a large boarding school. But there it was naturally corrected by the changes of growth and the inexpertness of youth. Here I see for the first time grown women trying with all the concentration of their fuller years to be as like one another as it is possible to be. There is a certain dreadful innocence about them, too, as though each would protest, in spite of our tasks, our often immodest tasks, our minds are as white as snow. And as far as I can see, their conception of a white female mind is the silliest, most mulish, incurious, unresponsive, condemning kind of an ideal that a human creature could set before it. At present I am so humble that I am content to do all the labor and take none of the temperatures, but I can see very well that it is when I reach a higher plane that all the trouble will begin. The ranklings, the heart-burnings, the gross injustices. Who is to make the only poultice? Who is to paint the very septic throat of Mr. Mullins, Army Service Corps? Who is to, dizzy splendor, go round with the M.O. should the sister be off for a half-day? These and other questions will form the pride and anguish of my inner life. It is wonderful to go up to London and dine and stay the night with Madeline after the hospital. The hospital, a sort of monotone, a place of whispers and wheels moving on rubber tires, long corridors, and strangely unsexed women moving in them. Unsexed, not in any real sense, but the white clothes, the hidden hair, the stern white collar just below the chin, give them an air of school-girlishness, an air and a look women don't wear in the world. They seem unexpectant. Then, at Madeline's, the light, the talk, the deep bath got ready for me by a maid, instead of my getting it ready for a patient. Not that I mind getting it ready. I like it. Only the change. It's like being turn and turn about, maid and mistress. There is the first snow here, scanty and frozen on the doorstep. I came home last night in the dark to dinner, and found its faint traces on the road, and in the gutter as I climbed the hill. I couldn't see well. There were stars, but no moon. Higher up it was unmistakable, long white tracks frozen in the dried mud of the road, and a branch under a lamp thickened with frozen snow. Shall I ever grow out of that excitement over the first bit of snow? I felt a glow of pride in the hill, thinking, in London it's all slush and mud. They don't suspect what we've got here. A suburb is a wonderful place. After a wet and muddy day in London, I've seen the trains pull into Charing Cross with snow piled on the roofs of the carriages, and felt a foot taller for joy that I was one of those fortunates who might step into a train and go down into a white countryside. It is the same excitement to wake up early to an overnight fall and see down the Dover road for miles no foot of man printed, but only the birds' feet. Considering the Dover road has been a highway since the Romans, it really is a fine moment when you realize its surface has suddenly become untrodden and unexplored as any jungle. Alas, the amount of snow that has set me writing, 2 bucketfuls in the whole garden. When a medical officer goes sick, or, in other words, when an M.O. is warded, a very special and almost cynical expression settles on his face. Also, the bedside manner of the visiting officer is discarded as he reaches the bed of the sick M.O. "My knees are very painful," says the sick M.O., but it is a despondent statement, not a plea for aid. The visiting officer nods, but he does not suggest that they will soon be better. They look at each other as weak human beings look, and, "We might try," says the visiting officer questioningly. The M.O. agrees without conviction, and settles back on his pillows. Not for him the comfortable trust in the divine knowledge of specialists. He can endure like a dog, but without its faith in its master. The particular M.O. whose knees are painful is, as a matter of fact, better now. He got up yesterday. Mooning about the ward in a dressing-gown, he stared first out of one window into the fog, and then out of another. Finally, just before he got back into bed, he made an epigram. "Nurse," he said, "the difference between being in bed and getting up is that in bed you do nothing, but when you get up, there's nothing to do." I tucked him up and put the cradle over his knees, and he added, "One gets accustomed to everything," and settled back happily with his reading lamp, his French novel, and his dictionary. The fog developed all day yesterday, piling up white and motionless against the window panes. As night fell, a little air of excitement ran here and there amongst the V.A.D.s. "How shall we get home? Are the buses running? Oh no, the last one is stuck against the railings outside. My torch has run out." By 7 o'clock, even the long corridor was as dim as the alley outside. No one thought of shutting the windows. I doubt whether they will shut. And the fog rolled over the sill in banks and round the open glass doors till even the white cap of a sister could hardly be seen as she passed. I am pleased with any atmospheric exaggeration. The adventure of going home was before me. At 8 I felt my way down over the steps into the alley. The torch, held low on the ground, lighted but a small pale circle round my shoes. Outside it was black and solid and strangely quiet. In the yard a man here and there raised his voice in a shout. Feet strayed near mine and edged away. At the crossroads I came on a lantern standing upon the ground, and by it drooped the nose of a benighted horse. The spurt of a match lit the face of its owner. Up the hill the torch held low against the curbstone. The sudden looming of a black giant made me start back, as I nearly ran my head into a telegraph post. I was at the bottom of the sea. Fathoms and fathoms of fog must stand above my head. Suddenly a dozen lights showed about me, then the whole sky alight with stars, and naked trees with the rime on them bristling. The long road ran up the hill, its accustomed steel color. The old post office was there with its red window, the lean old lamp post with its broken arm. I had walked out of the fog as one walks out of the sea onto a beach. Looking back, I could see the pit behind me, the fog standing on the road like a solid wall, straight up and down. Again I felt a pride in the hill. Down there, I thought, those groping feet and shouting voices, that man and that horse, they don't guess. I walked briskly up the hill, and presently stepped onto the pavement. But at the edge of the asphalt, where tufted grass should grow, something crackled and hissed under my feet. Under the torchlight, the unnatural grass was white and brittle with rime, fanciful as a stage fairy scene, and the railings beyond it glittered too. I slid in the road as I turned down the drive. A sheet of ice was spread where the leaky pipe is, and the steps up to the house door were slippery. But oh, the honeysuckle and the rose trees! Bush, plant, leaf, stem, rimed from end to end. The garden was a Bond Street jeweler's. Perhaps the final chapter on Mr. Pettit. In the excitement of the ward, I had almost forgotten him. He is buried in the mess in the days when I lived on the floor below. Tonight, as I was waiting by the open hatch of the kitchen for my tray to be filled with little castles of lemon jelly, the hot blast from the kitchen drawing stray wisps of hair from beneath my cap, I saw the familiar limping figure, a figure bound up with my first days at the hospital, evoking 100 evenings at the concerts in the dining room. I felt he had been away, but I didn't dare risk a "so you're back." He smiled, blushed, and limped past me. Upstairs in the ward, as I was serving out my jellies, he arrived in the doorway, but avoiding me, hobbled round the ward, visiting every bed but the one I was at the moment. Then he went downstairs again. I passed him on the stairs. He can't say he didn't have his opportunity, for I even stopped with my heavy tray and spoke to him. Half an hour later he was back in the ward again, not his ward, and this time he found the courage of hysteria. There in the middle of the ward, under the glaring Christmas lights, with the eyes of every interested man in every bed glued upon us, he presented me with a fan wrapped in white paper. "A little present I bought you, nurse." I took it, eyes sizzling and burning holes in my shoulders, and stammered my frantic thanks. "You do like it, nurse?" he said, rapidly, 3 times in succession. And I do, I do, I do. "I thought you would. You do like it?" "Oh, just what I wanted." "That's all right, then. Just a little Christmas present." We couldn't stop. It was like taking too much butter for the marmalade and too much marmalade for the butter. He leaves the hospital in a day or 2. The fog is still thick. Tonight at the station, after a day off, I found it white and silent. Touching the arm of a man, I asked him the all-important question, "Are the buses running?" "Oh, no." And the cabs all gone home to bed, and I was hungry. What ghosts pass, and voices, bodiless, talking intimately, while their feet fall without a stir on the grass of the open heath. I was excited by the strange silent fog. But my left shoe began to hurt me, and stopping at the house of a girl I knew, I borrowed a country pair of hers. No taller than I, she takes 2 sizes larger. They were like boats. I started to trudge the 3 miles home in the boats. The slightest flick of the foot would have sent one of them flying beyond the eye of God or man. After a couple of miles the shoes began to tell, and I stood still and lifted up one foot behind me, craning over my shoulder to see if I could catch sight of the glimmer of skin through the heel of the stocking. The fog was too thick for that. Another half mile, and I put my finger down to my heel and felt the wet blood through a large hole in my stocking. So I took off the shoes and tied them together, and, more silent than ever in the tomb of fog, padded along, as God had first supposed that woman would walk, on the wet surface of the road. A warded M.O. is pathetic. He knows he can't get well quicker than time will let him. He has no faith. Tomorrow I have to take down all the decorations that I put up for Christmas. When I put them up, I never thought I should be the one to take them down. When I was born, no one thought I should be old. While I was untying a piece of holly from the electric light cords on the ceiling, and a patient was holding the ladder for me, a young padre came and pretended to help us, but while he stood with us, he whispered to the patient, "Are you a communicant?" I felt a wave of heat and anger. I could have dropped the holly on him. They hung up their stockings on Christmas night on walking sticks hitched over the ends of the beds and under the mattresses. Such big stockings. Many of them must have played Father Christmas in their own homes to their own children on other Christmases. On Christmas Eve I didn't leave the hospital till long after the day sisters had gone and the night sisters came on. The wards were all quiet as I walked down the corridor, and to the left and right, through the glass doors, hung the rows of expectant stockings. Final and despairing postscript on Mr. Pettit. When a woman says she cannot come to lunch, it is because she doesn't want to. Let this serve as an axiom to every lover. A woman who refuses lunch refuses everything. The hospital is alive. I feel it like a living being. The hospital is like a dream. I am afraid of waking up and finding it commonplace. The white sisters, the ceaselessly changing patients, the long passages, the sudden plunges into the brilliant wards, their scenery hypnotizes me. Sometimes in the late evening one walks busily up and down the ward, doing this and that, forgetting that there is anything beyond the drawn blinds, engrossed in the patients, one's tasks, bed-making, washing, one errand and another. And then, suddenly, a blind will blow out and almost up to the ceiling, and through it you will catch a glimpse that makes you gasp, of a black night crossed with bladed searchlights, of a moon behind a crooked tree. The lifting of the blind is a miracle. I do not believe in the wind. A new sister on tonight, very severe. We had to make the beds like white cardboard. I wonder what she thinks of me. Mr. Pettit, who really is going tomorrow, wandered up into the ward and limped near me. "Sister," he began. He will call me sister. I frowned at him. The new sister glanced at him and blinked. He was very persistent. "Sister," he began again, "do you think I can have a word with you?" "Not now," I whispered as I hurried past him. "Oh, is that so?" he said, as though I had made an interesting statement, and limped away, looking backwards at me. I suppose he wants to say good-bye. He sat beside Mr. Wicks's bed, Mr. Wicks, who is paralyzed, and looked at me from time to time with that stare of his which contains so little offense. It is curious to think that I once saw Mr. Wicks on a tennis lawn walking across the grass, Mr. Wicks, who will never put his foot on grass again, but, lying in his bed, continues to say, as all Tommies say, "I feel well in meself." So he does. He feels well in himself. But he isn't going to live all the same. Still, his routine goes on. He plays his game of cards, has his joke. "Lemonade, please, nurse, but it's not from choice." When I go to clear his ashtray at night, I always say, "Well, now I've got something worth clearing at last." And he chuckles and answers, "Thought you'd be pleased. It's the others gets round my bed and leaves their bits." He was once a sergeant. He got his commission a year ago. My ruined charms cry aloud for help. The cap wears away my front hair, my feet are widening from the everlasting boards, my hands won't take my rings. I was advised last night on the telephone to marry immediately before it was too late. A desperate remedy. I will try cold cream and hair tonics first. There is a tuberculosis ward across the landing. They call it the TB ward. It is a den of coughs and harrowing noises. One night I saw a Negro standing in the doorway with his long hair done up in hairpins. He is the pet of the TB ward. They call him Henry. Henry came in to help us with our Christmas decorations on Christmas Eve, and as he cleverly made wreaths, my sister whispered to me, "He's never spitting in the ward?" But he wasn't. It was part of his language. Little clicks and ticks. He comes from somewhere in Central Africa, and one of the TBs told me, "He's only got one wife, nurse." He is very proud of his austerity, for he has somehow discovered that he has hit on a country where it is the nutty thing only to have one wife. No one can speak a word of his language, no one knows exactly where he comes from, but he can say in English, "Good morning, sister," and "Christmas box," and "one." Directly one takes any notice of him, he laughs and clicks, holding up one finger, crying, "One." Then a proud TB, they regard him as the Creator might regard a hummingbird, explains, "He means he's only got one wife, nurse." Then he did his second trick. He came to me with outstretched black hand, and took my apron, fingering it. Its whiteness slipped between his fingers. He dropped it, and holding up the hand with its fellow, ducked his head to watch me with his glinting eyes. "He means," explained the versatile T.B., "that he has 10 pickaninnies in his village, and they're all dressed in white." It took my breath away. I looked at Henry for corroboration. He nodded earnestly, coughed, and whispered, "10." "How do you know he means that?" I asked. "How can you possibly have found out?" "We got pictures, nurse. We showed him kids, and he said he got 10, 6 girls and 4 boys. We showed him pictures of kids." I had never seen Henry before, never knew that he existed, but in the ward opposite, the poor T.B.'s had been holding conversations with him in window seats, showing him pictures, painfully establishing a communion with him. Henry with his hair done up in hairpins. Although they showed him off with conscious pride, I don't think he really appeared strange to them beyond his color. I believe they imagine his wife as appearing much as their own wives, his children as the little children who run about their own doorsteps. They do not stretch their imaginations to conceive any strangeness about his home surroundings to correspond with his own strangeness. To them, Henry has the dignity of a man and a householder, possibly a ratepayer. He seems quite happy and amused. I see him carrying a bucket sometimes, sharing its handle with a flushed T.B. They carry on animated conversations as they go downstairs, the T.B. talking the most. It reminds me of a child and a dog. What strange machinery is there for getting him back? Part of the cargo of a ship one day? A nigger for Central Africa? Where's his unit? Who knows? One nigger in his bundle for Central Africa. The ward has put Mr. Wicks to Coventry, because he has been abusive and violent-tempered for 3 days. He lies flat in his bed and frowns. No more jokes over the lemonade, no willfulness over the thermometer. It is in these days that Mr. Wicks faces the truth. I lingered by his bed last night, after I had put his tea-tray on his table, and looked down at him. He pretended to be inanimate, his open eyes fixed upon the white rail of the bed. His bedclothes were stretched about him as though he had not moved since his bed was made hours before. His worldly pleasures were beside him, his reading lamp, his Christmas box of cigars, his star. But his eyes, disregarding them, were upon that sober vision that hung around the bed rail. He began a bitter conversation. "Nurse, I'm only a ranker, but I had a bit saved. I went to a private doctor and paid for myself, and I went to a specialist, and he told me I should never get this. I paid for it myself, out of what I had saved." We might have been alone in the world, he and I. Far down at the other end of the room the men sat crouched about the fire, their trays before them on chairs. The sheet of window behind Mr. Wicks's head was flecked with the morsels of snow, which, hunted by the gale, obtained a second's refuge before oblivion. "I'd sooner be dead than lying here. I would really." You hear that often in the world. "I'd sooner be dead than..." But Mr. Wicks meant it. He would sooner be dead than lying there. And death is a horror, an end. Yet he says lying there is worse. "You see, I paid for a specialist myself, and he told me I should never be like this." There was nothing to be said. One must have one's tea. I went down the ward to the bunk, and we cut the pink iced cake left over from Christmas. I did not mean to forget him, but I forgot him. From birth to death we are alone. But one of the sisters remembered him. "Mr. Wicks is still in the dumps," she remarked. What is really the matter with him, sister? Locomotor ataxy. And she added as she drank her tea, it's his own fault. Oh, hush, hush, my heart cried soundlessly to her. You can't judge the bitterness of this nun from your convent. Alas, Mr. Wicks, no wonder you saved your money to spend upon specialists. How many years have you walked in fear of this? He took your money, that gentleman in Harley Street, and told you that you might go in peace. He blessed you and gave you salvation. And the bitterest thing of all is that you paid for him like an officer, and he was wrong. How the blinds blew and the windows shook tonight. I walked out of the hospital into a gale. Clouds driving to the sea, trees bending back and forth across the moon. I walked till I was warm, and then I walked for happiness. The maddening shine of the moon held my eyes, and I walked in the road like a fool, watching her, till at last, bringing my eyes down, the telegraph posts were small as blades of grass on the hillside, and the shining ribbon tracks in the mud on the road ran up the hill forever. They go to Dover, and Dover is France, and France leads anywhere. To what lost enchantment am I recalled by the sight of a branch across the moon? Something in childhood, something which escapes, yet does not wither. As I passed the public house on the crest of the hill, all black and white in the cold moonlight, a heavy door swung open, and with a cough and a deep satisfied snuffle, a man coming out let a stream of gaslight across the road. If I were a man, I should certainly go to public houses. All that polished brass and glass, boxed up away from the moon and the shadows, would call to me. And to drink must be a happy thing when you have climbed the hill. The T.B. ward is a melancholy place. There is a man in a bed near the door who lies with his mouth open. His head is like a bird cage beneath a muslin cloth. I saw him behind his screens when I took them over a little lukewarm chicken left from our dinner. There was a dark red moon tonight, and frost. Our orderly said, "You can tell it's freezing, nurse, by the breath," as he watched mine curl up in smoke in the icy corridor. I like people who notice things. Out in the road in front of the hospital, I couldn't get the motor bicycle to work, and sat crouched in the dark, fiddling with spanners. The charwomen came out of the big gate in the dark, talking and laughing, all in a bunch. One of them stepped off the pavement near me and stopped to put her toe through the ice in the gutter. "Now, come on, Mrs. Toms." "I always have to break it, it's so nice and stiff," she said as she ran after them. To be a sister is to have a nationality. As there are Icelanders, urbane, witty, lazy, and yet they are all Icelanders, so there are cold, uproarious, observant, subservient, slangy, sympathetic, indifferent, and Scotch sisters, and yet... Sister said of a patient today, he was a funny man. A funny man is a man who is a dark horse, who is neither friendly nor antagonistic, who is witty, who is preoccupied, who is whimsical or erratic. Funny qualities, unsafe qualities. No sister could like a funny man. In our ward there are 3 sorts of men. Nothing much, nice boys, and Mr. Wicks. The last looms even to the mind of the sister as a biblical figure, a pillar of salt, a witness to God's wrath. The sister is a past mistress of such phrases as, "Indeed, that is a matter of opinion. We shall see. It is possible." I have discovered a new and, for me, charming game which I play with my sister. It is the game of telling the truth about the contents of my mind when asked. Yesterday Sister was trying to get some coal out of the coal bin with a shovel that turned round and round on its handle. She was unsuccessful. I said, "Let me, Sister." She said, "Why?" And I, "Because I think I can do it better." "Why should you think that?" "Because all human beings do," I said. And luckily she smiled. She was washing her caps out in a bowl in the afternoon when I came on. "Good afternoon, Sister," I said. "Ironing?" "I am obviously only washing as yet," she said. "It's because I think so quickly, Sister," I said. "I knew you would iron next." I dined with Irene last night after the hospital. I refused to believe what she told me about the last bus passing at 9:30, and so at 9:45 I stood outside the green lamp and waited. 10 minutes passed, and no bus. With me were 2 women waiting too, one holding a baby, the other, younger, smarter, dangling a purse. At last I communicated my growing fears. I believe the last has gone. We fixed our 6 eyes on the far corner of the road, waiting for the yellow lights to round it, but only the gas lamps stood firm in their perspective. "Oh my, Elsie," said the woman with the baby, "you can't never walk up to the crossroads in the dark alone." "I wouldn't make the attempt, not for anything," replied the younger one firmly. Without waiting for more, I stepped into the middle of the road and started on my walk home. The very next sentence would have suggested that Elsie and I should walk together. She wouldn't make the attempt. Her words trailed through my mind, conjuring up some adventure, some act of bravery and daring. The road was the high road, the channel of tarmac and pavements that she probably walked along every day. And now it was the self-same high road, the same flagstones, hedges, railings, but with the cloak of night upon them. It wasn't man she feared. Even in the dark I knew she wasn't that kind. She would be awfully capable with man. No, it was the darkness, the spooky jungle of darkness. She feared the trees would move. I wouldn't make the attempt, not for anything, and the other woman had quite agreed with her. I knew where I was by the smells and the sounds on the road, the smell of the lines of picketed horses behind the railings, the sharp and sudden stamp of the sick ones in the wooden stables, and later on the glitter of water in the horse troughs. I thought, I'm not afraid. Is it because I am more educated or have less imagination? "Halt! Who goes there?" "Friend," I said, thrilling tremendously. He approached me and said something which I couldn't make anything of. Presently I disentangled, "You should never dread the bayonet, miss." "But I'm not dreading," I said, annoyed. I love it." He said he was cold, and added, "I been wounded. If you come to that lamp, you can see me stripe." We went to the lamp. "It's them buses," he complained. "They won't stop when I 'alt 'em." "But why do you want to stop them? They can't poison the horse troughs." "It's me duty," he said. "There's one coming." A bus coming the opposite way bore down upon us with an unwieldy rush and roar, the last bus in a hurry to get to bed. "You'll see," he said pessimistically. "Halt! Halt there!" The bus, with 3 soldiers hanging on the step, rushed past us and seemed to slow a little. The sentry ran a few paces towards it, crying, "Halt!" But it gathered speed and boomed on again, buzzing away between the gas lamps. He returned to me sadly. "I don't believe they can hear," I said, and gave him some chocolates and went on. As I passed the hospital gates, it seemed there was a very faint, sweet smell of chloroform. I was down at the hospital tonight when the factory blew up over the river. The lights went out, and as they sank, I reached the kitchen hatchway with my tray. At the bottom of the stairs I could see through the garden door the sky grown sulphur and the bushes glowing, while all the panes of glass turned incandescent. Then the explosion came. It sounded as though it was just behind the hospital. 200 panes of glass fell out, and they made a noise too. Standing in the dark with a tray in my hand, I heard a man's voice saying gleefully, "I haven't been out of bed this 2 months." Someone lit a candle, and by its light I saw all the charwomen from the kitchen bending about like broken weeds, and every officer was saying, "There, there now." We watched the fires till midnight from the hill. I went over this morning early. We were 32 in a carriage, Lascars, Chinese, children, Jews, niggers from the docks. Lascars and children and Jews and I, we fought to get off the station platform. Sometimes there wasn't room on the ground for both my feet at once. The fires were still burning and smoldering there at midday, but a shower of rime fell on it, so that it looked like an old ruin, something done long ago. At Pompeii, someone told me, one looked into the rooms, and they were as they had been left, tables laid. Here, too, I saw a table laid for the evening meal, with a bedstead fallen from the upper floor astraddle across it. The insides of the houses were coughed into their windows, basket chairs hanging to the sills, and fire irons. Outside, the soil of the earth turned up, a workman's tin mug stuck and roasted and hardened into what looks like solid rock, a fossil, as though it had been there forever. London is only skin deep. Beneath lies the body of the world. The hump under the blankets rolls over, and a man's solemn face appears upon the pillow. "Can you get me a book, nurse?" "Yes, what kind do you like?" "Nothing fanciful, something that might be true." "All right." "Oh, and nurse?" "Yes?" "Not sentimental, and not funny. I like a practical story." I got him Lord Jim. Another voice. "Nurse, is there any modern French poetry in that bookcase?" "Good heavens, no. Who would have brought it here?" Who are they all, these men with their differing tastes? Perhaps the angels feel like this as they trail about in heaven with their wings flapping on their thin white legs. Who were you, angel? "I was a beggar outside San Marco." "Were you? How odd. I was an Englishman." The concerts that we give in the ward touch me with some curious emotion. I think it is because I am for once at rest in the ward, and have time to think and wonder. There is Captain Thompson finishing his song. He doesn't know what to do with his hands. They swing. He is tall and dark, with soft eyes and staff badges. Could one guess what he is? Never in a dozen years. But I know. He said to me last night, "Nurse, I'm going out tomorrow." I leaned across the table to listen to him. "Nurse, if you ever want any crêpe de chine for nightgowns, mind, at wholesale prices." "I have bought some at a sale." "May I ask at what price?" "4 and 11 a yard." "Pity, you could have had it from me at 3. He gave me his business card. "That's it, nurse," he said, as he wrote on the back of it. "Drop me a line at that address, and you'll get any material for underwear at trade prices." He booked 1 or 2 orders the night he went away. Not laughingly, not as a joke, but with deep seriousness, and gravely pleased that he was able to do what he could for us. He was a traveler in ladies' underwear. I have seldom met anyone so little a snob. Watch Mr. Gray singing. one hand on the piano, one on his hip. I love every mouse in that old-fashioned house. That fellow can sing, whispers the man beside me. Is he a professional? I asked, as, finishing, the singer made the faintest of bows and walked back to his chair. I think he must be. He is, whispered Mr. Matthews. I've heard him before. They know so little about each other, and they don't ask. It is only I who wonder, I, a woman, and therefore of the old burnt-out world. These men watch without curiosity, speak no personalities, form no sets, express no likings, analyze nothing. They are new-born. They have as yet no standards, and do not look for any. Ah, to have had that experience too! I am of the old world. Again and again I realize a nation in arms. Watchmakers, jewelers, station masters, dress designers, actors, travelers in underwear, bank clerks. They come here in uniforms, and we put them into pajamas and nurse them, and they lie in bed or hobble about the ward, watching us as we move, accepting each other with the unquestioning faith of children. The outside world has faded since I have been in the hospital. Their world is often near me, their mud and trenches, things they say when they come in wounded. The worst of it is, it almost bores me to go to London, and London was always my Mecca. It is this garden at home, I think. It is so easy not to leave it. When you wake up, the window is full of branches, and the last thing at night the moon is on the snow on the lawn, and you can see the pheasants' footmarks. Then one goes to the hospital. When Madeline telephones to me, I'm living in a whirl. It disturbs me. Suddenly I want to, too, but it dies down again. Not that it is their world, those trenches. When they come in, wounded or sick, they say at once, "What shows are on?" Mr. Wicks has ceased to read those magazines his sister sends him. He now stares all day at his white bed-rail. I only pass him on my way to the towel cupboard twice an evening, and then, as I glance at him, I am set wondering all down the ward of what he thinks, or if he thinks. I may be quite wrong about him. It is possible he doesn't think at all, but stares himself into some happier dream. One day, when he is dead, when he is as totally dead as he tells me he hopes to be, that bed with its haunted bed-rail will bend under another man's weight. Surely it must be haunted. The weight of thought, dream or nightmare, that hangs about it now is almost visible to me. Mr. Wicks is an uneducated and ordinary man. In what manner does his dream run? Since he has ceased to read, he has begun to drop away a little from my living understanding. He reflects, deeply at times. Tonight, as I went quickly past him with my load of bath towels, his blind flapped a little, and I saw the moon, shaped like a horn, behind it. Dropping my towels, I pulled his blind back. "Mr. Wicks, look at the moon!" Obedient as one who receives an order, he reached up to his supporting handle and pulled his shoulders half round in bed to look with me through the pane. The young moon, freed from the trees, was rising over the hill. I dropped the blind again and took up my towels and left him. After that he seemed to fall into one of his trances, and lay immovable an hour or more. When I took his dinner to him, he lifted his large sandy head and said, "Seems a queer thing that if you hadn't said, 'Look at the moon,' I might have been dead without seeing her." "But don't you ever look out of the window?" The obstinate man shook his head. End of Part 1 of Inside the Glass Doors, from A Diary Without Dates by Enid Bagnold. Read by Maria Kasper. Part 2 of Inside the Glass Doors, from A Diary Without Dates by Enid Bagnold. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Diary Without Dates by Enid Bagnold. Chapter 2, Inside the Glass Doors, Part 2. There was a long silence in the ward tonight. It was so cold that no one spoke. It is a gloomy ward, I think. The pink silk on the electric fires is so much too thick, and the fire smokes dreadfully. The patients sat round the fire with their British warms over their dressing gowns, and the collars turned up. Through the 2 glass doors and over the landing you can see the TBs moving like little cinema figures, backwards and forwards, across the lighted entrance. Suddenly, a hesitating touch. An ancient polka struck up, a tune remembered at children's parties. Then a waltz, a very old one too. The TBs were playing dance music. I crept to their door and looked. One man alone was taking any notice, and he was the player. The others sat round, coughing or staring at nothing in particular, and those in bed had their heads turned away from the music. The man whose face is like a bird cage has now more than ever a look of an empty cage. He allows his mouth to hang open. That way the bird will fly. What is there so rapturous about the moon? The radiance of a floating moon is unbelievable. It is a figment of dream. The metal silver ball that hung at the top of the Christmas tree, or, earlier still, the shining thing, necklace or spoon, the thing the baby leans to catch, the magpie in us. Mr. Beecher is to be allowed to sleep till 8. He sleeps so badly, he says. He woke up crying this morning, for he has neurasthenia. That is what Sister says. He should have been in bed all yesterday, but instead he got up, and through the door watched the dead TB ride away on his stretcher, for the bird flew in the night. How morbid of him, Sister says. He has seen many dead in France, and snapped his fingers at them. But I agree with him that to die of tuberculosis in the backwaters of the war isn't the same thing. It's dreary. He thought how dreary it was as he lay awake in the night. But then he has neurasthenia. Pity is inexhaustible. What a terrible discovery! If one ceases for one instant to pity Mr. Wicks, he becomes an awful bore. Some days when the sun is shining, I hear his grieving tenor voice all over the ward, his legendary tale of a wrong done him in his promotion. The men are kind to him, and say, "Old man," but Mr. Gray, who lies in the next bed to him, is drained of everything except resignation. I heard him say yesterday, "You told me that before." We had a convoy last night. There was a rumor at tea-time, and suddenly I came round a corner on an orderly full of such definite information as, "There's 30 officers, nurse, and 180 men." I flew back to the bunk with the news, and we sat down to our tea, wondering and discussing how many each ward would get. Presently the haughty sister from downstairs came to the door. She held her thin white face high, and her rimless glasses gleamed, as she remarked over casually, after asking for a hot water bottle that had been loaned to us, "Have you many beds?" Have they many beds? The one question that starts up among the competing wards. And "I don't want any, I've enough to do as it is," is the false cloaking answer that each sister gives to the other. But my sisters are frank women. They laughed at my excitement, themselves not unstirred. It's so long since we've had a convoy. The gallants of the ward showed annoyance. New men, new interests. They drew together and played bridge. A little flying boy with bright eyes said in his high piping voice to me across the ward, "So there are soldiers coming into the ward tonight." I paused, struck by his accusing eyes. "What do you mean, soldiers?" "I mean men who have been to the front, nurse." The gallants raised their eyebrows and grew uproarious. The gallants have been saying unprofessional things to me, and I haven't minded. The convoy will arm me against them. Soldiers are coming into the ward. 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock. If only one could eat something. I took a sponge finger out of a tin, resolving to pay it back out of my tea next day, and stole round to the dark corner near the German ward to eat it. The Germans were in bed. I could see 2 of them. At last, freed from their uniform, the dark blue with the scarlet soup plates, they looked, how strange, like other men. One was asleep. The other, I met his eyes so close, but I was in the dark, and he under the light of a lamp. I knew what was happening down at the station 2 miles away. I had been on station duty so often. The rickety country station, lit by one large lamp, the 13 waiting VADs, the long wooden table loaded with mugs of every size, kettles boiling, the white clock ticking on, that frowsy booking clerk. Then the sharp bell, the tramp of the stretcher-bearers through the station, and at last the 2 engines drawing gravely across the lighted doorway, and carriage windows filled with eager faces, other carriage windows with beds slung across them, a vast red cross, a chemist's shop, a theater, more windows, more faces. The stretcher men are lined up. The MO meets the MO with the train. The train sisters drift into the coffee table. Here they come. Walkers first. The station entrance is full of men crowding in and taking the steaming mugs of tea and coffee. Men on pick-a-back with bandaged feet. Men with only a nose and one eye showing, with stumbling legs, bound arms. The station for 5 minutes is full of jokes and witticisms. Then they pass out and into the waiting charabancs. A long pause. Stretchers. The first stretchers are laid on the floor. There I have stood so often, pouring the tea behind the table, watching that littered floor, the single gas lamp ever revolving on its chain, turning the shadows about the room like a wheel. My mind filled with pictures, emptied of thoughts, hypnotized. But last night, for the first time, I was in the ward. For the first time I should follow them beyond the glass door, see what became of them, how they changed from soldiers into patients. The gallants in the ward don't like a convoy. It unsexes us. 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, another biscuit. Both Germans are asleep now. At last a noise in the corridor, a tramp on the stairs. Only walkers? No, there's a stretcher, and another. Now reflection ends. My feet begin to move, my hands to undo bootlaces, flick down thermometers, wash and fetch and carry. The gallants play bridge without looking up. I am tremendously fortified against them. For one moment I fiercely condemn and then forget them. For I am without convictions, antipathies, prejudices, reflections. I only work and watch. Watch. Our ward is divided. Half of it is neat and white and orderly. The other half has khaki tumbled all over it, Sam Browns, boots, caps, mud, the caked mud from the other side. But the neat beds are empty, the occupants out talking to the newcomers, asking questions. Only the gallants play their bridge unmoved. They are on their mettle, showing off. Their turn will come some day. Now it remains only to walk home, hungry, under a heavy moon. The snow is running down the gutters. What a strange and penetrating smell of spring. February, can it be yet? The running snow is uncovering something that has been delayed. In the garden a blackbird made a sudden cry in the hedge. I did smell spring, and I'm starving. I thought last night that a hospital ward is, above all, a serene place. In spite of pain and blood and dressings, gravity rules it, an order and a quiet procession of duties. Last night I made beds with the eldest sister. The eldest sister is good company to make beds with. She is quiet unless I rouse her, and when I talk she smiles with her eyes. I like to walk slowly round the ward, stooping and rising over the white beds, flicking the sheets mechanically from the mattress, and finally turning the mattress with an ease which gives me pleasure because I am strong. In life nothing is too small to please. Once during the evening the eldest sister said to me, "I am worried about your throat. Is it no better?" And from the pang of pleasure and gratitude that went through me, I have learnt the value of such remarks. In every bed there is someone whose throat is at least more sore than mine. Though I am not one of those fierce VADs who scoff at sore throats and look for wounds, yet I didn't know it was so easy to give pleasure. The strange, disarming ways of men and women. I stood in the bunk tonight beside the youngest sister, and she looked up suddenly with her absent stare and said, "You're not so nice as you used to be." I was dumbfounded. Had I been nice? And now, different. What a maddening sentence! For I felt that she was going to refuse me any spoken explanation. But one should not listen to what people say, only to what they mean, and she was one of those persons whose minds one must read for oneself, since her words so often deformed her thoughts. The familiarity and equality of her tone seemed to come from some mood removed from the hospital, where her mistrustful mind was hovering about a trouble personal to herself. She did not mean, "You are not so nice," but "You don't like me so much." She was so young, it was all so new to her, she wanted so to be liked, but there was this question of her authority. How was she to live among her fellows? Can one afford to disdain them? Can one steer happily with indifference? Must one, to be liked, bend one's spirit to theirs? And most disturbing question of all, is to be liked the final standard? Whether to wear or not to wear a mask towards one's world, for there is so much that is not ripe to show, change and uncertainty. As she sat there, unfolding to me the fogs of her situation, her fresh pink face clouded, her grand cap and red cape adding burdens of authority to the toil of growth, I could readily have looked into the glass to see if my hair was gray. "Then there is nothing you condemn?" said the youngest sister finally, at the close of a conversation. "I have to-day come up against the bedrock of her integrity. It is terrible. She has eternal youth, eternal fair hair, cold and ignorant judgments. On things relating to the world, I can't further soften her. A man must do the rest." "A gentleman, a gentleman," I am so tired of this cry for a gentleman. Why can't they do very well with what they've got? Here in the wards the sisters have the stuff the world is made of, laid out, bedded before their eyes, the ups and downs of man from the 4 corners of the empire and the 100 corners of social life, helpless and in pajamas, and they're not satisfied, but must cry for a gentleman. I couldn't make a friend of that man, the youngest sister loves to add to her criticism of a patient. It isn't my part as a V.A.D. to cry, "Who wants you to?" I couldn't trust that man, the youngest sister will say equally often. This goes deeper. But whom need one trust? Brother, lover, friend, no more. Why wish to trust all the world? They are not real men, she says, not men through and through. That's where she goes wrong. They are men through and through, patchy, ordinary, human. She means they are not men after her pattern. Something will happen in the ward. Once I have touched this bedrock in her, I shall be forever touching it till it gets sore. One should seek for no response. They are not elastic, these nuns. In all honesty, the hospital is a convent, and the men in it my brothers. This for months on end. For all that, now and then, someone raises his eyes and looks at me. One day follows another, and the glance deepens. Charme de l'amour qui pourrait vous peindre. Women are left behind when one goes into hospital. Such women as are in a hospital should be cool, gentle. Anything else becomes a torment to the prisoner. For me, too, it is bad. It brings the world back into my eyes. Duties are neglected, discomforts unobserved. But there are things one doesn't fight. Charme de l'amour. The ward is changed. The eldest sister and the youngest sister are my enemies. The patients are my enemies. Even Mr. Wicks, who lies on his back with his large head turned fixedly my way to see how often I stop at the bed whose number is 11. Last night he dared to say, "It's not like you, nurse, staying so much with that rowdy crew." The gallants. I know, but one among them has grown quieter, and his bed is number 11. Even Mr. Wicks is my enemy. He watches and guards. Who knows what he might say to the eldest sister? He has nothing to do all day but watch and guard. In the bunk at tea I sit among thoughts of my own. The sisters are my enemies. I am alive, delirious, but not happy. I am at anyone's mercy. I have lost 30 friends in a day. The 31st is in bed number 11. This is bad. Hospital cannot shelter this life we lead, number 11 and I. He is a prisoner, and I have my honor, my responsibility towards him. He has come into this room to be cured, not tormented. Even my hand must not meet his. No, not even in a careless touch, not even in its duty. Or if it does, what risk? I am conspired against. It is not I who make his bed, hand him what he wishes. Some accident defeats me every time. Now that I think of it, it seems strange that the sisters should be my enemies. Don't we deserve sympathy and pity, number 11 and I? From women, too. Isn't there a charm hanging about us? Aren't we leading magic days? Do they feel it and dislike it? Why? I feel that the little love we have created is a hare whose natural fate is to be run by every hound, but I don't see the reason. We don't speak, number 11 and I. Only a whispered word or two that seems to shout itself into every ear. We don't know each other. Last night it was stronger than I. I let him stand near me and talk. I saw the youngest sister at the far end of the ward by the door, but I didn't move. She was watching. The moment I took my eyes from her, I forgot her. That is how one feels when one is desperate. That is how trouble comes. Later, I stood down by the hatch, waiting for the tray of fish, and as I stood there, the youngest sister beside me, he came down, for he was up and dressed yesterday, and offered to carry the tray, for he is reckless too. She told him to go back, and said to me, looking from her young condemning eyes, "I suppose he thinks he can make up for being the cause of all the lateness tonight." Sister, and then I stopped short. I hated her. Were we late? I looked at the other trays. We were not late. It was untrue. She had said that because she had had to wrap her barb in something and hadn't the courage to reprove me officially. I resented that and her air of equality. Since I am under her authority and agree to it, why dare she not use it? As for me, I dared not speak to her all the evening. She would have no weapons against me. If I am to remember she is my sister, I must hold my hand over my mouth. She would not speak to me either. That was wrong of her. She is in authority, not I. It is difficult for her because she is so young. But I have no room for sympathy. At moments I forget her position, and burning with resentment, I reflect, this schoolgirl. Today I walked down to the hospital thinking, I must be stronger. It is I who, in the inverted position of things, should be the stronger. He is being tortured, and he has no release. He cannot even be alone a moment. But at the hospital gates I thought of nothing but that I should see him. In the bunk sat the eldest sister, writing in a book. It passed through my head that the two sisters had probably sat on my affairs together. I wondered without interest what the other had told her. Putting on my cap, I walked into the ward. Surely his bed had a pink eiderdown. I walked up the ward and looked at it, but I knew without need of a second glance what had happened. His bed was made in the fashion in which we make an empty bed, a bed that waits for a new patient. His locker was empty and stood open, already scrubbed. I smiled as I noticed they hadn't even left me that to do. No one volunteered a word of explanation. No one took the trouble to say that he had gone. These women. I smiled again. Only the comic phrase rang in my head. They've properly done me in, properly done me in. I went downstairs and fetched the trays, and all the time the smile was on my lips. These women. Somehow I had the better of the sister. It is better to be in the wrong than in the right. His friends looked at me a little, but apparently he had left no message for me. Later I learnt that he had been taken to another hospital at 2, while I came on at 3. Once during the evening the eldest sister mentioned vaguely, "So-and-so has gone," and I said aloud, after a little reflection, "Yes, in the nick of time, sister." During the evening I realized that I should never see him again. It was here in this ward the thing had grown. The hair we had started wouldn't bear the strain of any other life. He might write, but I shouldn't go and see him. He must be wild, I thought with pity. The feeling between us would die anyhow. Better throw in my strength with the sisters and help her hurl it now towards its death. I looked at her bent head with a secret triumph. Then, slowly, how permanently am I in disgrace? And she, not at all, now. Behind the stone pillar of the gateway is one dirty little patch of snow. I saw it even in the moonless darkness. The crown of the hill here holds the last snows. but for all that the spring smell is steaming among the trees and up and down the bracken slopes in the garden next door. There is no moon, there are no stars, no promise to the eye, but in the dense, vaporing darkness the bulbs are moving. I can smell what is not earth or rain or bark. The curtain has been drawn over number 11. The sister holds the corners tightly against the window frame. He is outside, somewhere in the world, and I am here, moving among my 30 friends. And since it isn't spring yet, the lights are lit to hide the twilight. The sister's eyes talk to me again as we make beds. Yes, even bed number 11, with a little jaundice boy in it. They let me make it now. Last night we had another concert in the ward. A concert demoralizes me. By reason of sitting on the beds and talking to whom one wills, I regain my old manners, and forget that a patient may be washed, fed, dressed, but not talked to. My old manners were more gracious, but less docile. Afterwards we wheeled the beds back into their positions. I bumped Mr. Lambert's as I wheeled it, and apologized. "I'm not grumbling," he smiled from his pillow. "You never do," I answered. "You don't know me, nurse." And I thought, as I looked down at him, I shall never know him better, or so well again. Indeed, a sister is a curious creature. She is like a fortress, unassailable, and whose sleeping guns may fire at any minute. I was struck with a bit of knowledge last night that will serve me through life. That is, that to justify oneself is the inexcusable fault. It is better to be in the wrong than in the right. A sister has an intimate life. It occurs when she goes off duty. That is to say, it lies between 8:45, when she finishes her supper, and 10 o'clock, when she finishes undressing. That is why one sister said to me, "If I hadn't taken up nursing, I should have gone in for culture." I don't laugh at that. To have an intimate life, one must have a little time. Who am I that I can step in from outside to criticize? The hospital is not my life. I am expectant. But for them, here and now is the business of life. As the weeks go by, I recognize the difficulty of keeping the life of the Sisters and the V.A.D.s out of the circle of my thoughts. Their vigorous and symmetrical vision of the ward attacks me. Their attitude towards the patients, which began by offending me, ends by overtaking me. On the whole, the Sisters loathe relations. They look into the ward and see the mothers and sisters and wives camped round the beds, and go back into the bunk feeling that the ward doesn't belong to them. The eldest sister said to me yesterday, "Shut the door, nurse. There's Captain Fellows's father. I don't want him fussing around." On that we discussed relations, and it seemed to me that it was inevitable that a sister should be the only buffer between them and their pressing anxieties. "No, a relation is the last straw. You don't understand," she said. I don't understand, but I am not specialized. Long ago, in the mess, I said to my sister, laughing, I would go through the 4 years' training just to wear that cap and cape. And she, "You couldn't go through it and come out as you are." Mr. Wicks has set his heart on crutches. "If you won't try me on them, I'll buy me own and walk out of here." Then I realize the vanity of his threat and the completeness of his imprisonment, and hurry to suggest a new idea before he sees it too. We set him on crutches. He is brave. He said with anger, "I can't stand on these. They're too long. You go and ask for some shorter ones." And thus together we slurred over the fact of that pendulous, nerveless body which had hung from the crutches like an old stocking. But all the evening he was buried in his own silence, and I suppose he was looking at the vision on the bed-rail. A boy of 17 was brought in yesterday with pneumonia. He was so ill that he couldn't speak, and we put screens round his bed. All the other patients in the ward immediately became convalescents. I helped Sister to wash him, holding him on his side while he groaned with pain, and Sister, no longer cynical, said, "There you are, sonny, it's almost finished." When I rolled back the blanket, it gave me a shock to see how young his feet were, clean and thin, with the big toe curling up and the little toes curling back. "Will you brush my hair?" he managed to say to me, and when I had finished, "This is a pretty ward." It isn't, but I am glad it seems so to him. The boy is at his worst. Whenever we come near to him, he lifts his eyes and asks, "What are you going to do now?" But to whatever we do, he submits with a terrible docility. Lying there, propped on his pillow, with his small yellow face staring down the ward, he is all the center of my thoughts. I am preoccupied with the mystery that is in his lungs. 5 days ago, he was walking on his legs. 5 days, and he's on the edge of the world, tonight looking over the edge. There is no shell, no mark, no tear. The attack comes from within. The others in the ward are like phantoms. When I say tomorrow, "How is the boy?" what will they say? The sun on the cobwebs lights them as it lights the telephone wires above. The cocks scream from every garden. Today the sky is like a pale egg-shell, and aeroplanes from the 2 aerodromes are droning round the hill. I think from time to time, is he alive? Can one grow used to death? It is unsafe to think of this. For if death becomes cheap, it is the watcher, not the dying, who is poisoned. His mother buys a cake every day and brings it at tea time, saying, "For the sisters' tea." It is a bribe, dumbly offered, more to be on the safe side of every bit of chance than because she really believes it can make the slightest difference. Now that I have time to think of it, her little action hurts me. But yesterday I helped to eat it with pleasure, because one is hungry, and the margarine not the best. Aches and pains, pains and aches. I don't know how to get home up the long hill. Measles. Unposted. Dear Sister, 4 more days before they will let me out of bed. Whatever I promise to a patient in future, I shall do if I have to wear a notebook hanging on my belt, by which you will see that I am making discoveries. The quality of expectation in a person lying horizontally is wrought up to a high pitch. One is always expecting something. Generally it is food. 3 times a day it is the post. Oftener it is the performance of some promise. The things that one asks from one's bed are so small. Can you get me a book? Can you move that vase of flowers? When you come up next time, could you bring me an envelope? But if one cannot get them, life might as well stop. The wonder to me is how they stood me. I was always cheerful. I thought it a merit. I find, instead, it is an exasperation. I make 100 reflections, since my eyes are too bad to read. I stare at the ceiling, and if a moth comes on it, and just now that happened, or I would not have thought of mentioning it, I watch the pair of them, the moth and its leaping shadow, as they whirl from square to square of the smoke-ripened ceiling. This keeps my thoughts quiet. Then in the daytime there is the garden, the dog that crosses the lawn, the gardener talking to himself, the girl who goes to feed the hens. I don't say that in any of these things I find a substitute for reading, but since I can't and mayn't read, I am thinking, you know, of the beds down the right-hand side of the ward. There's Mr. Wicks now. He has his back to the road with the trams on it. Do you see anything in that? I do. But then I have the advantage of you. My position is horizontal. Mr. Wicks's position is also strictly horizontal. It seems to me that if he could see those trams, mark Saturdays and Sundays by the increase of passengers, make little games to himself involving the number of persons to get on and off, for the stopping place is within view, I know, for I looked, it might be possible to draw him back from that apathy which I too, as well as you, was ceasing to notice. Mr. Wick's sister not only has his back to the road with the trams on it, but for 11 months he has had his eyes on the yellow stone of the wall of the German ward, that is, when they are not on his own bed-rail. But if his bed were turned round to range alongside the window, for he is a man with 2 eyes, not one who can write upon a stone wall with his thoughts. And yet it would be impossible. There's not a ward in the hospital whose symmetry is so spoilt. And that, you know, is a difficulty for you to weigh. How far are you a dictator? I have been thinking of my role and yours. In the long run, however capable I become, my soul should be given to the smoothing of pillows. You are barred from so many kinds of sympathy. You must not sympathize over the deficiencies of the hospital, over the food, over the M.O.'s lack of imagination, over the intolerable habits of the man in the next bed. You must not sigh, I know, to any of these plaints. Yours is the running of the ward, yours the isolation of a crowned head. One day you said a penetrating thing to me. He's not very ill, but he's feeling wretched. Run along and do that sympathetic VAD touch. For a moment I, just able to do a poultice or a fomentation, resented it. But you were right. One has one's métier. End of Part 2 of Inside the Glass Doors, from A Diary Without Dates by Enid Bagnold. Read by Maria Kasper.
Chapter 15 of The Glory of the Coming by Irvin S. Cobb. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 15, Wanted, A Foolproof War. There was a transport load of newly made officers coming over for service here in France. There was on board one gentleman in uniform who bore himself, as the saying goes, with an air. By reason of that air, and by reason of a certain intangible atmospheric something about him difficult to define in words, he seemed intent upon establishing himself upon a plane far remote from and inaccessible to these fellow voyagers of his who were crossing the sea to serve in the line, or to act as interpreters, or to go on staffs, or to work with the Red Cross, or the YMCA, or the KFC, or what not. He had what is called the superior manner, if you get what I mean, and you should get what I mean, reader, if ever you had lived, as I have, for a period of years hard by and adjacent to that particular stretch of the eastern seaboard of North America where, as nowhere else along the Atlantic Ocean or in the interior, are to be found in numbers those favored beings who acquire merit unutterable by belonging to, or by being distantly related to, or by being socially acquainted with, the families that have nothing but. Nevertheless, and to the contrary notwithstanding, divers of his brother travellers failed to keep their distance. Toward this distinguished gentleman they deported themselves with a familiarity and an offhandedness that must have been acutely distasteful to one unaccustomed to moving in a mixed and miscellaneous company. Accordingly, he took steps on the second day out to put them in their proper places. A list was being circulated to get up a subscription for something or other, and almost the very first person to whom this list came in its rounds of the first cabin was the person in question. He took out a gold-mounted fountain pen from his pocket, and in a fair round hand inscribed himself thus, Bejones of Tuxedo. There were no initials. Royalty hath no need for initials, but just the family name and the name of the town so fortunate as to number among its residents this notable, which names, for good reasons, I have purposely changed. Otherwise, the impressive incident occurred as here narrated. But those others just naturally refused to be either abashed or abated. They must have been an irreverent, sacrilegious lot by all accounts. The next man to whom the subscription was carried took note of the new fashion in signatures, and then gravely wrote himself down as Spirits of Nitre, and the next man called himself Henri of Navarre, and the third, it developed, was no other than Cream of Tartar, and the next was Timon of Athens, and the next Mother of Vinegar, and so on and so forth, while waves of ribald and raucous laughter shook the good ship from stem to stern. However, the derisive ones reckoned without their host. For them the superior mortal had a yet more formidable shot in the locker. On the following day he approached 3 of the least impressed of his temporary associates as they stood upon the promenade deck, and apropos of nothing that was being said or done at the moment, he, speaking in a clear voice, delivered himself of the following crushing remark. When I was born, there were only 2 houses in the city of New York that had porte-cocheres, and I was born in one of them. Inconceivable though it may appear, the fact is to be recorded that even this disclosure failed to silence the tongues of ridicule aboard that packet-boat. Rather did it enhance them, seeming but to spur the misguided vulgarians on and on to further evidences of disrespect. There are reasons for believing that Bejones of Tuxedo, who had been born in the draughty semi-publicity of a porte-cochere, left the vessel upon its arrival with some passing sense of relief, though it should be stated that up until the moment of his debarkation he continued ever, while under the eye of the plebes and commoners about him, to bear himself after a mode and a port befitting the station to which nature had called him. He vanished into the hinterland of France, and was gone to take up his duties, but he left behind him, among those who had travelled hither in his company, a recollection which neither time nor vicissitude can efface. Presumably he is still in the service, unless it be that ere now the service has found out what was the matter with it. I have taken the little story concerning him as a text for this article, not because Bejones of Tuxedo is in any way typical of any group or subgroup of men in our new army. Indeed, I am sure that he, like the blooming of the century plant, is a thing that happens only once in 100 years, and not then unless all the conditions are salubrious. I have chosen the little tale to keynote my narrative for the reason that I believe it may serve an illustration of a situation that has arisen in Europe, and especially in France, these last few months, a condition that does not affect our army so much as it affects sundry side issues connected more or less indirectly with the presence on European soil of an army from the United States. Like most of the nations having representative forms of government that have gone into this war, we went in as an amateur nation so far as knowledge of the actual business of modern warfare was concerned. Like them, we have had to learn the same hard lessons that they learned, in the same hard school of experience. Our national amateurishness beforehand was not altogether to our discredit, neither was it altogether to our credit. Nobody now denies that we should have been better prepared for eventualities than we were. On the other hand, it was hardly to be expected that a peaceful commercial country such as ours, which until lately had been politically remote as it was geographically aloof upon its own hemisphere from the political storm centers of the Old World, and in which there was no taint of the militarism that has been Germany's curse, and yet will be her undoing, should, in times of peace, greatly concern itself with any save the broad general details of the game of war, except as a heart-moving spectacle enacted upon the stage of another continent, and viewed by us with sympathetic and sorrowing eyes across 3,000 or 4,000 miles of salt water. Prior to our advent into it, the war had no great appeal upon the popular conscience of the United States. Out of the fullness of our hearts and out of the abundance of our prosperity, we gave our dollars, and gave and gave and kept on giving them for the succor of the victims of the world catastrophe. But a sense of the impending peril for our own institutions came home to but few among us. Here and there were individuals who scented the danger, but they were as prophets crying in the wilderness. The masses either could not or would not see it. They would not make ready against the evil days ahead. So we went into this most highly specialized industry, which war has become, as amateurs mainly. Our Navy was no amateur Navy, as very speedily developed, and before this year's fighting is over, our enemy is going to realize that our Army is not an amateur army. We may have been greenhorns at the trade wherein Germans were experts by training and education. Still, we fancy ourselves as a reasonably adaptable breed. But if the truth is to be told, it must be confessed that in certain of the allied branches of the business we are yet behaving like amateurs. After more than a year of actual and potential participation in the conflict, we even now are doing things and suffering things to be done which would make us the laughingstock of our allies if they had time or temper for laughing. I am not speaking of the conduct of our operations in the field, or in the camps, or in the high seas. I am speaking with particular reference to what might be called some of the by-products. None of us is apt to forget or cease to remember with pride the flood of patriotic sacrifice that swept our country in the spring of 1917. No other self-governing people ever adopted a universal draft before their shores had been invaded and before any of their manhood had fallen in battle. No other self-governing people ever accepted the restrictions of a food rationing scheme before any of the actual provisions concerning that food rationing scheme had been embodied into the written laws. Other countries did it under compulsion, after their resources showed signs of exhaustion. We did it voluntarily, and it was all the more wonderful that we should have done it voluntarily when all about us was human provender and a prodigal fullness. There was plenty upon our own tables. By self-imposed regulations, we cut down our supplies so that our allies might be fed within the surplus thus made available. Outside of a few sorry creatures, there was scarcely to be found in America an individual, great or small, who did not give and give freely of the work of his or her heart and hands to this or that phase of the mighty undertaking upon which our government had embarked, and to which our President, speaking for us all, had solemnly dedicated all that we were, or had been, or ever should be. All sorts of commissions, some useful and important beyond telling, some unutterably unuseful and incredibly unimportant, sprang into being. And to and fro in the land, in numbers amounting to a vast multitude, went the woman who wanted to do her part without having the least idea of what that part would be or how she would go about doing it. She knew nothing of nursing. Kitchen work, a vulgar thing, was abhorrent to her nature and to her manicured nails. She could not cook, neither could she sew nor sweep, but she must do her part. She was not satisfied to stay on at home, and by hard endeavor to fit herself for helping in the task confronting every rational and willing being between the two oceans. No, sirree, that would be too prosaic, too commonplace an employment for her. Besides, the working classes could attend to that job. She must do her part abroad, either in France, within sound of the guns, or in bracked and desolated Belgium. Of course her intentions were good. The intentions of such persons are nearly always good, before they change them, before they have a chance to go stale. I think the average woman of this type had a mental conception of herself wearing a wimple and a coif of purest white, and a frock that was all crisp blue linen and big pearl buttons, with one red cross blazing upon her sleeve, and another on her cap, sitting at the side of a spotless bed in a model hospital that was fragrant with flowers, and ministering daintily to a splendid wounded hero with the face of a demigod and the figure of a model for an underwear ad. Preferably this youth would be a gallant aviator, and his wound would be in the head, so that from time to time she might adjust the spotless bandage about his brow. I used to wish sometimes, when I met such a lady, that I might have drawn for her the picture of reality as I had seen it more times than once. Tired, earnest, competent women who slept, what sleep they got, in lousy billets that were barren of the simplest comforts, sleeping with gas masks under their pillows, and who for 10, 12, or 15 or 18 hours on a stretch performed the most nauseating and the most necessary offices for poor suffering befouled men, lying on blankets upon straw pallets, in wrecked dirty houses, or in half-ruined stables from which the dung had hurriedly been shoveled out in order to make room for suffering soldiers. Stables that reeked with the smells of carbolic and iodoform, and with much worse smells. It is an extreme case that I am describing, but then the picture is a true picture, whereas the idealistic fancy painted by the lady, who just must do her part at the front, had no existence except in the movies or in her own imagination. It never occurred to her that there would be slop jars to be emptied or filthy bodies, alive with crawling vermin, to be cleansed. It never occurred to her that she would take up room aboard ship that might better be filled with horse collars or hardtack or insect powder, nor that while over here she would consume food that otherwise would stay the stomach of a fighting man or a working woman, nor that if she ever reached the battle zone she would encounter living conditions appallingly bare and primitive beyond anything she could conceive, nor that she could not care for herself and was fitted neither by training nor instinct to help care for anyone else. When I left America last winter, a great flow of national sanity had already begun to rise above the remaining scourings of national hysteria, and the lady whose portrait I have tried in the foregoing paragraphs to sketch was not quite so numerous or so vociferous as she had been in those first few exalted weeks and months following our entrance into the war as a full partner in the greatest of enterprises. My surprise was all the greater, therefore, to find that she had beaten me across the water. She had pretty well disappeared at home. One typical example of this strange species crossed in the same ship with me. Heaven alone knows what political or social influence had availed to secure her passport for her. But she had it, and with it credentials from an organization that should have known better. She was a woman of independent wealth, seemingly, and her motives undoubtedly were of the best. But as somebody might have said, good motives butter no parsnips, and hell is paved with buttered parsnips. Her notion was to drive a car at the front, an ambulance or a motor truck or a general's automobile or something. She had owned cars, but she had never driven one, as she confessed, but that was a mere detail. She would learn how, some day after she got to Europe, and then somebody or other would provide her with a car, and she would start driving it. Such was her intention. Unaided, she could no more have wrested a busted tire off a rusted rim than she could have marcelled her own back hair, and so far as her knowledge of practical mechanics went, I am sure no reasonably prudent person would have trusted her with a nut-pick, but she had the serene confidence of an inspired and magnificent ignorance. She had her uniform, too. She had brought it with her, and she wore it constantly. She said she designed it herself, but I think she fibbed there. No one but a Fifth Avenue mantua maker of the sex which used to be the gentler sex before it got the vote could have thought up a vestment so ornate, so swagger, and so complicated. It was replete with shoulder straps and abounding in pleats and gores and gussets and things. Just one touch was needed to make it a finished confection. By rights it should have buttoned up the back. The woman who had the cabin next to hers in confidence told a group of us that she had it from the stewardess, that it took the lady a full hour each day to get herself properly harnessed into her caparisons. Still, I must say the effect, visually speaking, was worthy of the effort, and besides, the woman who told us may have been exaggerating. She was a registered and qualified nurse, who knew her trade and wore matter-of-fact garments and flat-heeled, broad-soled shoes. She was not very exciting to look at, but she radiated efficiency. She knew exactly what she would do when she got over here, and exactly how she would do it. We agreed among ourselves that if we were in quest of the ornamental, we would search out the lady who meant to drive the car, provided there was any car, but if that anything serious ailed any of us, we would rather have the services of one of the plain nursing sisterhood than a whole skating rink full of the other kind around. In the latter part of 1917, there landed in France a young woman hailing from a far western city whose family was well known on the Pacific slope. She brought with her letters of introduction signed by imposing names and a comfortable sum of money, which had been subscribed partly out of her own pocket and partly out of the pockets of well-meaning persons in her home state, whom she had succeeded in interesting in her particular scheme of wartime endeavor. She was very fair to see, and her uniform, by all accounts, was very sweet to look upon, it being a horizon blue in color, with much braiding upon the sleeves and collars. It has been my observation since coming over that when in doubt regarding their vocations and their intentions, these unattached lady zealots go in very strongly for striking effects in the matter of habiliments. Along the boulevards and in the tea-rooms I have encountered a considerable number who appeared to have nothing to do except to wear their uniforms. However, this young person had no doubt whatever concerning her motives and her purposes. The whole thing was all mapped out in her head, as developed when she called upon a high official of our expeditionary forces at his headquarters in the southern part of France. She told him she had come hither for the express purpose of feeding our starving aviators. He might have told her that, so long as there continued to be served fried potato chips free at the Crillon bar, there was but little danger of any airman going hungry, in Paris at least. What he did tell her when he had rallied somewhat from the shock was that he saw no way to gratify her in her benevolent desire unless he could catch a few aviators and lock them up and starve them for 2 or 3 days, and he rather feared the young men might object to such treatment. As a matter of fact, I understand that he so forgot himself as to laugh at the young woman. At any rate, his attitude was so unsympathetic that he practically spoiled the whole war for her, and she gave him a piece of her mind and went away. She had departed out of the country before I arrived in it, and I learned of her and her uniform and her mission and her disappointment at its unfulfillment by hearsay only. But I have no doubt, in view of some of the things I have myself seen, that the account which reached me was substantially correct. Along this line I am now prepared to believe almost anything. Here, on the other hand, is a case of which I have direct and first-hand knowledge. I encountered a group of young women attached to one of the larger American organizations engaged in systematized charities and mercies on this side of the water. Now plainly these young women were inspired by the very highest ideals, that there was no discounting. They were full of the spirit of sacrifice and service. Mainly they were college graduates. Without exception they were well-bred. Almost without exception they were well-educated. The particular tasks for which they had been detailed were to care for pauperized repatriates returning to France through Switzerland from areas of their country occupied by the enemy, and to aid these poor folks in re-establishing their home life, and to give them lessons in domestic science. To the success of their ministrations there was just one drawback. They were dealing with peasants mostly, furtive, shy, secretive folks, who under ordinary circumstances would be bitterly resentful of any outside interference by aliens with their mode of life, and who in these cases had been rendered doubly suspicious by reason of the misfortunes they had endured while under the thumb of the Germans. To understand them, to plumb diplomatically the underlying reasons for their prejudices, to get upon a basis of helpful sympathy with them, it was highly essential that those dealing with them not only should have infinite tact and finesse, but should be able to fathom the meaning of a nod or a gesture, a sidelong glance of the eyes, or the inflection of a muttered word. And yet, of those zealous young women who had been assigned to this delicate task, there was scarcely 1 in 6 who spoke any French at all. It inevitably followed that the bulk of their patient labors should go for naught. Moreover, while they continued in this employment, they were merely occupying space in an already crowded country, and consuming food in an already needy country, the both of which, space and food, were needed for people who could accomplish effective things. An American woman, who is reputed to be a dietetic specialist, came over not long ago, backed by funds donated in the States. Her instructions were to establish cafeterias at some of the larger French munition works. Probably her chagrin was equaled only by her astonishment when she learned that for reasons which seemed to it good and sufficient, and which no doubt were, the French government did not want any American-planned cafeterias established at any of its munition works. Apparently, it had not seemed feasible and proper to the sponsors of the diet specialist to find out before dispatching her overseas whether the plan would be agreeable to the authorities here, or whether there were already eating places suitable to the desires of the working people at these munition plants, or how long it would take, given the most favorable conditions, to cure the workers of their tenacious instinct for eating the kind of midday meal they had been eating for some hundreds of years, and to accustom them and their palates and their stomachs to the Yankee quick lunch with its baked pork and beans, its buckwheat cakes with maple syrup, and its 4 kinds of pies. In their zeal, the promoters, it would seem, had entirely overlooked these essential details. It is just such omissions as this one that the fine frenzy of helping out in wartime appears to develop in a nation that is given to boasting of its business efficiency, and that vaunts itself that it knows how to give generously without wasting foolishly. The field manager of an organization that is doing a great deal for the comfort of our soldiers and the soldiers of our allies told me of one of his experiences. He had a sense of humor and he could laugh over it, but I think I noted a suggestion of resentment behind the laughter. He said that some months before he set up and assumed charge of a plant well up toward the trenches in a sector that had been taken over by the American troops. It was a large and elaborate concern, as these concerns are related in the field. The men were pleased with its accommodations and facilities, and the field manager was proud of it. One day there appeared a businesslike young woman who introduced herself as belonging to a kindred organization that was charged with the work of decorating the interiors of such establishments as the one over which he presided. Somewhat puzzled, he showed her first of all his canteen. It was as most such places are. There were boxes of edibles upon counters, in open boxes, so that the soldier customers might appraise the wares before investing. Upon the shelves there were soft drinks and smoking materials and all manner of small articles of wearing apparel, like baseballs and safety razors and soap, toilet kits and the rest of it. Altogether the manager and his 2 assistants were rather pleased with the arrangement. The newly arrived young woman swept the scene with a cold professional eye. On the whole, this will do fairly well, she said with a certain briskness in her tone. Yes, I may say it will do very well indeed, with certain changes, certain touches. As, for example, what, please? Inquired the superintendent. Well, she said, for one thing, we must put up some bright curtains at the windows, and to lighten up the background, I think we'll run a stenciled pattern in some cheerful color round the wall at the top. It was not for the manager to inquire how the decorator meant to get her curtains and her stencils and her wall paints up over a road that was being alternately gassed and shelled at nights, and on which the traffic capacity was already taxed to the utmost by the business of bringing up supplies, munitions, and rations from the base some 15 miles in the rear. He merely bowed and awaited the lady's further commands. "And now," she said, "where is the rest-room?" "The rest-room, you say?" "Certainly, the rest-room, the recreation hall, the place where these poor men may go for privacy and innocent amusement." "Well, you see, thus close up near the front, we haven't been able to make provision for a regular rest-room," explained the manager. "Besides, in case of a withdrawal or an attack, we might have to pull out in a hurry and leave behind everything that is not readily portable on wagons or trucks. The nearest approach that we have to a rest-room is here at the rear." He led the way to a room in the back. It contained such plenishings as one generally finds in improvised quarters in the field. That is to say, it contained a curious equipment made up partly of crude bits of furniture collected on the spot out of villagers' abandoned homes, and partly of makeshift stools and tables coopered together from barrels and boxes and stray bits of planking. Also it contained at this time as many soldiers as could crowd into it. A phonograph was grinding out popular airs, and divers games of checkers and cards were in progress, each with its fringe of interested onlookers ringing in the players. "Oh, but this will never do, never," stated the inspecting lady. "It is too bare, too cheerless. It lacks atmosphere. It lacks coziness. It lacks any appeal to the senses. In short, it lacks everything. We must have some immediate improvements here by all means." The man was beginning to lose his temper. By an effort he retained it. "The men seem fairly well satisfied. At least I have heard no complaint," he said. "What would you suggest in the way of changes?" As she answered, the visitor ticked off the items of her mental inventory of essentials on her fingers. "Well, to begin with, we must clear all this litter out of here," she said. "Then we must install some really comfortable chairs, and at least 2 or 3 roomy sofas, and some simple couches where the men may lie down. I should also like to see a piano there. That, with the addition of some curtains at the windows, and some simple treatment of the walls, and a few appropriate pictures properly spaced and properly hung, will be different, I think." "Yes," demurred the manager, "but admitting that we could get the things you have enumerated up here, another problem would arise. This room, which, as you see, is not large, would be so crowded with the furnishings that there would be room in it for very many less men than usually come here. There are probably 50 men in it now. If it were filled up with sofas and couches and a piano, I doubt whether we could crowd 20 men inside it." "Very well, then," stated the lady decorator calmly. "You must admit only 20 men at a time." "Quite so. But how?" he demanded. "How am I going to select the 20? The young woman considered the question for a moment. Then a solution came to her. "I should select the 20 neatest ones," she said. Whereupon the manager excused himself and went out to frame a dispatch to headquarters embodying an ultimatum, which ultimatum was that the lady decorator went away from there forthwith, or his resignation must take effect, coincident with his immediate departure from his present post. The Home Office must have called the lady off, because when I saw him he was still in harness and swinging a man-sized job in a competent way. I would not have the reader believe that I am casting discredit upon either the patriotic impulses or the honest motives of the bulk of the lay workers who have journeyed to Europe, paying their own way and their own living expenses. Often they arrive, many of them, to strike hands with the military authorities in the task which faces our nation on continental soil. There is room and a welcome in France, in Italy, in England, and in Flanders for every civilian recruit who really knows how to do something helpful and who has the strength, the self-reliance, and the hardihood to perform that particular function under difficult and complicated conditions, which nearly are always physically uncomfortable and which may become physically dangerous. Nor would I wish anyone to assume that I am deprecating by inference or by frontal attack the very fine things that are being accomplished every day by fine American women and girls who answered the first call for trained helpers to serve in hospitals or canteens or huts, in settlement work or at telephone exchanges. It will make any American thrill with pride to enter a ward where the American Red Cross is in charge, or where a medical unit from one of the great hospitals or one of our great universities back home has control.
The French and the British are quick enough to speak in terms of highest praise of the achievements of American surgeons, American nurses, and American ambulance drivers. They say, and with good reason for saying it, that our people have pluck and that they have skill and that they, above all, are amazingly resourceful.
Personally, I know of no smarter exhibition of native wit and courage that the war has produced than was shown by that group of Smith College girls who had been organizing and directing colonization work among the peasants in the reclaimed districts of northern France, and who were driven out by the great spring advance of the Germans. I met some of those young women. They were modest enough in describing their adventure. It was by gathering a shred of a story there and a scrap of an anecdote here that I was able to piece together a fairly accurate estimate of the self-imposed discipline, the clean-strained grit, and the initiative which marked their conduct through 3 trying weeks.
Perhaps it was a mistake in their instance, as in the instances of diverse similar organizations, that the work of resettling the wasted lands above the Inn and the Oise should have been undertaken at points that would be menaced, in the event of a quick onslaught by the Prussian High Command.
The British, I understand, privately objected to the undertakings on the ground that the presence of American women in villages which might fall again into the foe's hands, and which, as it turned out, did fall again into his hands, entailed an added burden and an added responsibility upon the fighting forces. The British were right. Practically all of the repatriated peasants had to flee for the second time, abandoning their rebuilt homes and their newly sowed fields. On the heels of these, improvements which represented many thousands of American dollars and many months of painstaking labor on the part of devoted American women went up in flames. The torch was applied, rather than that the little model houses and the tons of donated supplies on hand should go into hostile hands. These Smith College girls did not run away, though, until the Germans were almost upon them. Up to the very last minute they stayed at their post, feeding and housing not only refugees, but many exhausted soldiers, British and French, who staggered in, spent and sped, after alternately fighting and retreating through a period of days and nights. When finally they did come away, each one of them came driving her own truck and bearing in it a load of worn-out and helpless natives. One girl brought out a troop of frightened dwarfs from a stranded traveling caravan. Another ministered day and night to a blind woman, nearly 90 years old, and a family of orphaned babies. The passengers of a third were 4 inmates of a little communal blind asylum that happened to be in the invaders' path. On the way, in addition to tending their special charges, they cooked and served hundreds of meals for hungry soldiers and hungry civilians.
They spent the nights in towns under shell fire, and when at length the German drive had been checked, they assembled their forces in Beauvais.
Thus, and with characteristic adaptability, some became drivers of ambulances and supply trucks plying along the lines of communication, and some opened a kitchen for the benefit of passing soldiers at the local railway station. If the faculty and the students and the alumni of Smith College did not hold a celebration when the true story of what happened in March and April reached them, they were lacking in appreciation. That's all I have to say about it. Right here seems a good enough place for me to slip in a few words of approbation for the work which another organization has accomplished in France since we put our men into the field. Nobody asked me to speak in its favor, because, so far as I can find out, it has no publicity department. I am referring to the Salvation Army. May it live forever for the service which, without price and without any boasting on the part of its personnel, it is rendering to our boys in France. A good many of us who hadn't enough religion, and a good many more of us who may have had too much religion, look rather contemptuously upon the methods of the Salvationist. Some have gone so far as to intimate that the Salvation Army was vulgar in its methods and lacking in dignity and even in reverence. Some have intimated that converting a sinner to the tap of a bass drum or the tinkle of a tambourine was an improper process altogether. Never again, though, shall I hear the blare of the cornet as it cuts into the chorus of hallelujah whoops where a ring of blue-bonneted women and blue-capped men stand exhorting on a city street under the gas lights, without recalling what some of their enrolled brethren and sisters have done and are doing in Europe. The American Salvation Army in France is small, but believe me, it is powerfully busy. Its war delegation came over without any fanfare of the trumpets of publicity. It has no paid press agents here, and no impressive headquarters. There are no well-known names, other than the names of its executive heads, on its roster or on its advisory boards. None of its members is housed at an expensive hotel, and none of them has handsome automobiles in which to travel about from place to place. No campaigns to raise nationwide millions of dollars for the cost of its ministrations overseas were ever held at home. I imagine it is the pennies of the poor that mainly fill its war chest. I imagine, too, that sometimes its finances are an uncertain quantity.
Incidentally, I am assured that not one of its male workers here is of draft age, unless he holds exemption papers to prove his physical unfitness for military service.
The Salvationists are taking care to purge themselves of any suspicion that potential slackers have joined their ranks in order to avoid the possibility of having to perform duties in khaki. Among officers as well as among enlisted men, one occasionally hears criticism, which may or may not be based on a fair judgment, for certain branches of certain activities of certain organizations. But I have yet to meet any soldier, whether a brigadier or a private, who, if he spoke at all of the Salvation Army, did not speak in terms of fervent gratitude for the aid that the Salvationists are rendering so unostentatiously and yet so very effectively. That a sizable body of troops moved from one station to another, and hard on its heels there came a squad of men and women of the Salvation Army. An army truck may bring them, or it may be they have a battered jitney to move them and their scanty outfits. Usually they do not ask for help from anyone in reaching their destinations. They find lodgment in a wrecked shell of a house or in the corner of a barn. By main force and awkwardness they set up their equipment, and very soon the word has spread among the troopers that at such and such a place the Salvation Army is serving free hot drinks and free donuts and free pies.
It specializes in donuts, the Salvation Army in the field does. The real, old-fashioned homemade ones that taste of home to a homesick soldier boy.
I did not see this, but one of my associates did. He saw it last winter in a dismal place on the Toul sector. A file of our troops were finishing a long hike through rain and snow, over roads knee-deep in half-thawed icy slush. Cold and wet and miserable, they came tramping into a cheerless, half-empty town within sound and range of the German guns. They found a reception committee awaiting them there, in the person of 2 Salvation Army lassies and a Salvation Army captain. The women had a fire going in the dilapidated oven of a vanished villager's kitchen. One of them was rolling out the batter on a plank with an old wine bottle for a rolling pin, and using the top of a tin can to cut the dough into circular strips. The other woman was cooking the doughnuts, and as fast as they were cooked, the man served them out, spitting hot, to hungry wet boys, clamoring about the door, and nobody was asked to pay a cent. At the risk of giving mortal affront to ultra-doctrinal practitioners of applied theology, I am firmly committed to the belief that by the grace of God and the grease of doughnuts, those humble benefactors that day strengthened their right to a place in the heavenly kingdom. As I said a bit ago, there is in France room and to spare, and the heartiest sort of welcome, for competent, sincere lay workers, both men and women. But there is no room, and if truth be known, there is no welcome for any other sort. These people over here long ago passed out of the experimental period in the handling of industrial and special problems that have grown up out of the war. They have entirely emerged from the amateur stage of endeavor and direction. If any man doubts the truth of this, he has only to see, as I have seen, the thousands of women who have taken men's jobs in the cities in order that the men might go to the colors, has only to see the overalled women in the big munition plants, has only to see how the peasant women of France are laboring in the fields, and how the girls of the British Auxiliary Legions, the members of the WAAC, for a conspicuous example, are carrying their share of the burden, has only to see women of high degree and low, each doing her part sanely, systematically, and unflinchingly, to appreciate that, although Britain and France can find employment for every pair of willing and able hands somewhere behind the lines, they have no use whatsoever for the unorganized applicant or for the purely ornamental variety of volunteer, or yet for the mere notoriety seeker. I make so bold as to suggest that it is time we are taking the same lesson to heart, time to start the sifting process ourselves. I have seen in Paris a considerable number of American women who appeared to have no business here except to air their most becoming uniforms in public places and to tell in a vague, broad way of the things they hope to do. The French proverbially are a polite race, and the French government will endure a great deal of this kind of infliction rather than run the risk of engendering friction, even to the most minute extent, with the people or the administration of an allied nation. But in wartime especially, too much patience becomes a dubious virtue, and if practiced for overlong, may become a fault. As yet there has been no intimation from any official source that the French would rather our State Department did not issue quite so many passports to Americans who have no set and definite purpose in making the journey to these shores. But even a superficial knowledge of the French language, and even the most casual acquaintance with the French nature, enable one to get at what the French people are thinking. I am sure that had the prevalent condition been reversed, our papers would have voiced the popular protest at the imposition long before now. Some of these days, unless we apply the preventive measures on our own side of the Atlantic, the perfectly justifiable resentment of the hard-pressed French is going to find utterance. And then quite a number of well-intentioned but utterly inutile persons will be going back home with their feelings all harrowed up. End of chapter 15 of The Glory of the Coming by Irvin S. Cobb, read by Mary in Arkansas. Chapter 16 of The Glory of the Coming by Irvin S. Cobb. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 16, Conducting War by Delegation. Please do not think that because I have mainly dwelt thus far upon the women offenders that there are no American men in France who do not belong here, because that would be a wrong assumption. I merely have mentioned the women first, because by reason of their military garbing, or what some of them fondly mistake for military garbing, they offer rather more conspicuous showing to the casual eye than the male civilian dress. The men are abundantly on hand, though, make no mistake about that. Some of them come burdened with frock-coated dignity as members of special commissions or special delegations. In certain quarters there appears to be a somewhat hazy but very lively inclination to try to run our share of this war by commission. Some, I am sure, came for the same reason that the young man in the limerick went to the stranger's funeral, because they are fond of a ride. As well as may be judged by one who has been away from home for going on 5 months now, the special commission notion is being rather overdone. Individuals and group of individuals bearing credentials from this fraternal organization or that religious organization or the other research society reach England on nearly every steamer that penetrates through the U-boat zone. Almost invariably, these gentlemen carry letters of introduction testifying to their personal probity and their collective importance, which letters are signed by persons sitting in high places. It may be that the English are thereby deceived into believing that the visitors are entitled to special consideration, as indeed some of them are, and indeed some of them most distinctly are not. Or then again it may be that the English are not aware of a device very common among our men of affairs for getting rid of a bore who is intent on going somewhere to see somebody and craves to be properly vouched for upon his arrival. In certain circles this habit is called passing the buck. In others it is known as writing letters of introduction. At any rate, the English take no chances on offending the right party, even at the risk of favoring the wrong one. When a half-dozen Yankees appear at the Foreign Office, laden with letters addressed to whom it may concern, the Foreign Office immediately becomes concerned. How is a guileless Britisher entrenched behind a flat-topped desk to know that the august and imperial order of supreme potentates, whose chosen emissaries are now present desirous of having a look at the war, and afterwards to approve of it in a report to the Grand Lodge at its next annual convention, if so be they do see fit to approve of it, how, I repeat, is he to know that the august and imperial order of supreme potentates has a membership largely composed of Class C bartenders? Not knowing, he acts in accordance with the best dictates of his ignorance. The commission or the delegation or the presentation, whatever it calls itself, is provided with white passes all round. On the strength of these white passes, the investigations are at the public expense transferred across the Channel and housed temporarily at the American visitors' chateau. From there they are taken in automobiles and under escort of very bored officers on a kind of glorified cook's tour behind the British front. Thereafter they are turned over to the French mission or to the American forces for similar treatment. As a result, they accumulate an assortment of soft-boiled and yolkless impressions which they incubate into the spoken or the written word on the way back home after they have held a meeting to decide whether they like the way the war is going on or whether they do not like the way the war is going on. Always there is the possibility that as a result of the dissemination of underdone and undigested misinformations which they have managed to acquire, these persons, though actuated by the best intentions of the world, may do considerable harm in shaping public opinion in America. And likewise one may be very sure a lot of pestered British and French functionaries are left to wonder what sort of folks the masses of American citizenship must be if these are typical samples of the thought-molding class. I am not exaggerating much when I touch on this particular phase of the new topic now engaging me, for I have seen 2 delegations in Europe of the variety I have sought briefly to describe in the lines immediately foregoing, and we are expecting more in on the next boat. There was no imaginable reason why those whom I saw should be in a country that is at war at such a time of crisis as this time is, but the main point was that they were here, eating 3 large rectangular meals a day apiece, and taking up the valuable time of overworked military men who accompanied them while they weekended at the war. How many more such delegations will sift through the State Department and seep by the Passport Bureau and journey hither during the latter half of 1918, unless the administration at Washington shuts down on the game, no man can with accuracy calculate. Away down in the south of France, I ran into a gentleman of a clerical aspect who lost no time in telling me about himself. He was tall and slender like a wand, and of a willowy suppleness of figure, and he was terribly serious touching on his mission. He represented a religious denomination that has several hundreds of thousands of communicants in the United States. He had been dispatched across, he said, by the governing body of his church. His purpose, he explained, was to inquire into the bodily and spiritual well-being of his co-religionists who were on foreign service in the Army and the Navy, with a view subsequently to suggesting reforms for any existing evil in the military and naval systems when he reported back to the main board of his church. To an innocent bystander, it appeared that this particular investigator had a considerable contract upon his hands. Scattered over land and sea on this hemisphere, there must be a good many thousands of members of his faith who are wearing the khaki or the marine blue. It would be practically impossible, I figured, to recognize them in their uniforms for what, denominationally speaking, they were, and from what I had seen of our operations, I doubted whether any commanding officer would be willing to suspend routine while the reverend tabulator went down the lines taking his census. Besides, the latter process would invariably consume considerable time. I calculated offhand that if the war lasted 3 years longer, it still would be over before he could complete his rounds of all the camps and all the ships and all the rest billets and bases and hospitals and lines of communication and so on. So I ventured to ask him just how he meant to go about getting his compilations of testimony together. He told me blandly that as yet he had not fully worked out that detail of the task. For the time being he would content himself with a general survey of the situation and with securing material for a lecture which he thought of giving upon his return to America. I felt a strong inclination to speak to him after some such fashion as this. "My dear sir, if I were you, I would not greatly concern myself regarding the physical and the moral states of individuals composing our expeditionary forces. That job is already being competently attended to by experts. So far as my own observations go, the chaplains are all conscientious, hard-working men. There are a large number of excellent and experienced chaplains over here. Enough, in fact, to go around. They are doing everything that is humanly possible to be done to keep the men happy and amused in their leisure hours, and to help them continue to be decent, clean-minded, normal human beings. Almost without exception, to the best of my knowledge and belief, the officers are practically lending their personal influence and using the power and the weight of discipline to accomplish the same desirable ends. On the physical side, our boys are in splendid condition. We may have bogged slightly down in some of the aspects of this undertaking, but there is plenty of healthful and nourishing food on hand for every American boy in foreign service. He is comfortably clothed and comfortably shod. His officers see to that. And he is housed in as comfortable a billet as it is possible to provide, the state of the country being what it is. While he is well and hearty, he has his fill of victuals 3 times a day, and if he falls ill, is wounded or hurt, he has as good medical attendance and as good nursing and as good hospital treatment as it is possible for our country to provide. Touching on the other side of the proposition, I would say this. In England, where there are powerfully few dry areas, and here in France, which is a country where everybody drinks wine, I have seen a great many thousands of our enlisted men, soldiers, sailors, and marines, engineers, and members of battalions. I have seen them in all sorts of surroundings and under all sorts of circumstances. I have seen perhaps 20 who were slightly under the influence of alcoholic stimulant. As a sinner would put it, they were slightly jingled, not disorderly, not staggering, you understand, but somewhat jingled. I have yet to see one in such a state as the strictest police court magistrate would call a state of outright intoxication. That has been my experience. I may add that it has been the common experience of the men of my profession who have had similar opportunities for observing the conduct of our fellows. It is true that the boys indulge in a good deal of miscellaneous cussing, which is deplorable, of course, and highly reprehensible. Still, in my humble opinion, most of them use profanity as a matter of habit, and not because there is any real lewdness or any real viciousness in their hearts. Mainly they cuss for the same reason that a parrot does. Anyhow, I could hardly blame a fellow sufferer for swearing occasionally, considering the kind of spring weather we have been having in these parts lately. As for their morals, I am firmly committed to the belief, as the result of what I have seen and heard, that man for man, our soldiers have a higher moral standard than the men of any army or any other nation engaged in this war. And when in this connection I speak of our soldiers, I mean the soldiers of Canada as well as the soldiers of the United States. Any man who tells you the contrary is a liar, and the truth is not in him. This is not an offhand alibi. Statistics compiled by our own surgeons form the truth of it, and any man who stands up anywhere on our continent and says that the soldiers who have come from our side of the Atlantic to help lick Germany are contracting habits of drunkenness, or that they are being ruined by the spreading of sexual diseases among them, utters a deliberate and a cruel slander against North American manhood, which should entitle him to a suit of tar and feather underwear and a free ride on a rail out of any community. There is absolutely nothing the matter with our boys except that they are average human beings, and it is going to take a long time to cure them of that. And please remember this, that discipline being what it is, and military restraint being what it is very much harder for a man in the Army or the Navy to get drunk or to misconduct himself than it would be for him to indulge in such excesses were he out in civil life as a free agent. That, in fact, was what I wanted to pour into the ear of the ecclesiastical prober, but I did not. I saved it up to say it here, where it would enjoy a wider circulation. I left him engaged in generally surveying. Officers and men alike are invariably ready and willing to voice their gratitude and their everlasting appreciation of the help and comfort provided by those who are attached to lay organizations having for the time being a more or less military complexion. They are equally ready to score the incompetents who infrequently turn up in these auxiliary branches of the service. A man who is fighting Fritz is apt to have a short temper anyhow, and meddlesome busybodies who want to aid without knowing any of the rudiments make him see red and swear blue. A general of the division told me that when he moved in with his command to the sector which he then was occupying, he was tagged by an undoubtedly earnest but undeniably pestiferous person who wanted everything else suspended until his purposes in accompanying the expedition had been satisfied. I was a fairly busy person along about then, said the general. We were within reach of the enemy's big guns, and his aeroplanes were giving us considerable bother. And what with getting a sufficiency of dugouts and trench shelters provided for the troops, and attending to about 1,000,000 other things of more or less importance from a military standpoint, I had mighty little time to spare for side issues, and my officers had less. But the person I am speaking of kept after me constantly. His idea was that the men needed recreation and needed it forthwith. He was there to provide this recreation without delay, and he couldn't understand why there should be any delay in attending to his wishes. Finally, to get rid of him, I gave orders that a non-commissioned officer and a squad of men should be taken away from whatever else they were doing and told to aid our self-appointed amusement director in doing whatever it was he wanted done. It was the only way short of putting him under arrest that would relieve me of a common nuisance and leave my staff free to do their jobs. Well, it seemed that the young man had brought along with him a tent and a moving picture outfit and a supply of knocked-down seats. Under his direction, the detail of men set up the tent on an open site, which he selected upon the very top of a little hill, where it stood out against the skyline like a target, which, in a way of speaking, was exactly what it was. Then he installed his moving picture machine and ranged his chairs in rows and announced that evening there would be a free show. I may add that I knew nothing of this at the time, and inasmuch as the recreation man was known to be acting by my authority with a free hand, no officer felt called upon to interfere, I suppose. The show started promptly on time, with a large and enthusiastic audience of enlisted men on hand, and with the tent all lit up inside. In the midst of the darkness round about, it must have loomed up like a lighthouse. Naturally, there were immediate consequences. Before the first reel was halfway unrolled, a Boche flying man came sailing over, with the notion of making us unhappy in our underground shelters if he could. He found a shining mark waiting for him, so dropped a bomb at that tent. Luckily, the bomb missed the tent, but it struck alongside of it, and the concussion blew the canvas flat. The men came out under the flattened folds and stampeded for the dugouts, wrecking the moving picture machine in their flight. And the next day we were shy one amusement director. He had gone away from there. In the army itself there are exceedingly few members of the Bajons of Tuxedo family, and this, I take it, is a striking evidence of the average high intelligence of the men who have been chosen to officer our forces, considering that we started at scratch to mold millions of civilians into soldiers, and considering also how necessary it was, at the outset, to issue a great number of commissions overnight, as it were. However, now and again, a curious ornithological specimen does bob up, wearing shoulder straps. A party of civilians, observers, were sent to France by a friendly power to have a look at our troops. When they reached General Headquarters, they were being escorted by a beardless youth with the bars of a second lieutenant on his coat. He also wore 2 bracelets, one of gold, one of silver, on his right wrist. He also spoke with a fascinating lisp. He went straight to the office of the officer commanding the intelligence section. "Colonel," he says, "I regard it as a great mistake to send me out here with this party. My work is really in Paris." "Well," said the colonel, "you let Paris worry along without you, as best it can, while you toddle along and accompany these visiting gentlemen over such and such a sector. Oh, yes, and there is one other thing. Kindly close the door behind you on your way out." The braceleted one hid his petulance behind a salute. his jewelry, meanwhile, jingling pleasantly, and withdrew from the presence. For 2 days in an automobile, he toured with his charge at a safe distance behind the front lines. On the evening of the second day, when they reached the railroad station to await the train which would carry them back to Paris, he was heard to remark, with a heartfelt but lispy sigh of relief, "Well, thank heaven for one thing, anyhow, I have done my bit." Without being in possession of the exact facts, I nevertheless hazard the guess that this young person either has been sent or shortly will be going back to his native land. Weeding out is one of the best things this army of ours does. It would be well, in my humble judgment, if folks at home followed the Army's example in this regard, but conducted the weeding out process over there. For men and women who can be of real service, who can endure hardships without collapsing and without complaining, who can fend for themselves when emergency arise, who are self-reliant, competent, well-skilled in their vocations, there is need in France, in the Red Cross, in the YMCA, in the YMHA, in the KFC, in the hospitals, in the telephone exchanges, the motor service, the ambulance service, and in scores of other fields of departmental and allied activity. If these people can speak a little French, so much the better. But for the camouflaged malingerer, for the potential slacker, for the patriotic but unqualified zealot, for the incompetent one who mistakes enthusiasm for ability, and for the futile commission member, there is no room whatsoever. This job of knocking the mania out of Germania is a big job, and the closer one gets to it, the bigger it appears. We can't make it absolutely a foolproof war, but by a proper discrimination exercised at home, we can reduce the number of Americans in Europe for whose presence here there appears to be no valid excuse whatsoever. P.S. I hope they read these few lines in Washington. End of Chapter 16 of The Glory of the Coming by Irvin S. Cobb, read by Mary in Arkansas.
Chapter 1 of With the Allies by Richard Harding Davis. The Germans in Brussels. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. When on August 4th the Lusitania, with lights doused and airport sealed, slipped out of New York Harbor, the crime of the century was only a few days old. And for 3 days those on board the Lusitania of the march of the great events were ignorant. Whether or no, between England and Germany, the struggle for the supremacy of the sea had begun, we could not learn. But when on the third day we came on deck, the news was written against the sky. Swinging from the funnels, sailors were painting out the scarlet and black colors of the Canard line, and substituting a mouse-like gray. Overnight we had passed into the hands of the Admiralty, and the Lusitania had emerged a cruiser. That to possible German warships she might not disclose her position, she sent no wireless messages, but she could receive them, and at breakfast, in the ship's newspaper, appeared those she had overnight snatched from the air. Among them, without a scarehead, in the most modest of type, we read, "England and Germany have declared war." Seldom has news so momentous been conveyed so simply, or, by the Englishmen on board, more calmly accepted. For any exhibition they gave of excitement or concern, the news the radio brought them might have been the result of a by-election. Later in the morning, they gave us another exhibition of that repression of feeling, of that disdain of hysteria that is a national characteristic, and is what Mr. Kipling meant when he wrote, "But oh, Beware my country, when my country grows polite. Word came that in the North Sea the English warships had destroyed the German fleet. To celebrate this battle, which, were the news authentic, would rank with Trafalgar and might mean the end of the war, one of the ship's officers exploded a detonating bomb. Nothing else exploded. Whatever feelings of satisfaction our English cousins experienced, they concealed. Under like circumstances on an American ship, we would have tied down the siren, sung the doxology, and broken everything on the bar. As it was, the Americans instinctively flocked to the smoking room and drank to the British Navy. While this ceremony was going forward, from the promenade deck, we heard tumultuous shouts and cheers. We believed that, relieved of our presence, our English friends had given way to rejoicings. But when we went on deck, we found them deeply engaged in cricket. The cheers we had heard were over the retirement of a batsman who had just been given out, leg before wicket. When we reached London, we found no idle boasting, no vainglorious jingoism. The war that Germany had forced upon them, the English accepted with a grim determination to see it through, and while they were about it, to make it final. They were going ahead with no false illusions. Fully did everyone appreciate the enormous task, the personal loss that lay before him, but each, in his or her way, went into the fight determined to do his duty. There was no dismay, no hysteria, no mafficking. The secrecy maintained by the press and the people regarding anything concerning the war, the knowledge of which might embarrass the War Office, was one of the most admirable and remarkable conspiracies of silence that modern times have known. Officers of the same regiment, even with each other, would not discuss the orders they had received. In no single newspaper, with no matter how lurid a past record for sensationalism, was there a line to suggest that a British army had landed in France and that Great Britain was at war. Sooner than embarrass those who were conducting the fight, the individual Englishman and woman, in silence, suffered the most cruel anxiety of mind. Of that, on my return to London from Brussels, I was given an illustration. I had written to the Daily Chronicle telling where in Belgium I had seen a wrecked British airship, and beside it the grave of the aviator. I gave the information in order that the family of the dead officer might find the grave and bring the body home. The morning the letter was published, an elderly gentleman, a retired officer of the Navy, called at my rooms. His son, he said, was an aviator, and for a month of him no word had come. His mother was distressed. Could I describe the airship I had seen? I was not keen to play the messenger of ill tidings, so I tried to gain time. "What make of aeroplane does your son drive?" I asked. As though preparing for a blow, the old gentleman drew himself up and looked me steadily in the eyes. "A Blériot monoplane," he said. I was as relieved as though his boy were one of my own kinsmen. The airship I saw, I told him, was an Avro biplane. Of the two, I appeared much the more pleased. The retired officer bowed. "Thank you," he said. "It will be good news for his mother." "But why didn't you go to the War Office?" I asked. He reproved me firmly. "They have asked us not to question them," he said. "And when they are working for all, I have no right to embarrass them with my personal trouble." As the chance of obtaining credentials with the British Army appeared doubtful, I did not remain in London, but at once crossed into Belgium. Before the Germans came, Brussels was an imitation Paris. Especially along the inner boulevards, she was Paris at her best. And her great parks, her lakes gay with pleasure boats or choked with lily pads, her haunted forests where your taxicab would startle the wild deer, are the most beautiful I have ever seen in any city in the world. As, in the days of the Second Empire, Louis Napoleon bedecked Paris, so Leopold decorated Brussels. In her honor and to his own glory, he gave her new parks, filled in her moats along her ancient fortifications, laid out boulevards shaded with trees, erected arches, monuments, museums. That these jewels he hung upon her neck were wrung from the slaves of the Congo does not make them the less beautiful. And before the Germans came, the life of the people of Brussels was in keeping with the elegance, beauty, and joyousness of their surroundings. At the Palace Hotel, which is the clearing-house for the social life of Brussels, we found everybody taking his ease at a little iron table on the sidewalk. It was night, but the city was as light as noonday, brilliant, elated, full of movement and color. For Liège was still held by the Belgians, and they believed that all along the line they were holding back the German army. It was no wonder they were jubilant. They had a right to be proud. They had been making history. In order to give them time to mobilize, the Allies had asked them for 2 days to delay the German invader. They had held him back for 15. As David went against Goliath, they had repulsed the German. And as yet, there had been no reprisals, no destruction of cities, no murdering of non-combatants. War still was something glad and glorious. The signs of it were the Boy Scouts, everywhere, helping everyone, carrying messages, guiding strangers, directing traffic, and Red Cross nurses and aviators from England, smart Belgian officers exclaiming bitterly over the delay in sending them forward, and private automobiles, upon the enameled sides of which the transport officer with a piece of chalk had scratched, "For His Majesty," and piled the silk cushions high with ammunition. From table to table, young girls passed jangling tiny tin milk cans. They were supplicants, begging money for the wounded. There were so many of them, and so often they made their rounds that, to protect you from themselves, if you subscribed a lump sum, you were exempt and were given a badge to prove you were immune. Except for these signs of the times, you would not have known Belgium was at war. The spirit of the people was undaunted. Into their daily lives the conflict had penetrated only like a burst of martial music. Rather than depressing, it inspired them. Wherever you ventured, you found them undismayed. And in those weeks during which events moved so swiftly that now they seem months in the past, we were as free as in our own hometown to go where we chose. For the war correspondent, those were the happy days. Like everyone else, from the proudest nobleman to the boy in wooden shoes, we were given a laissez-passer, which gave us permission to go anywhere. This, with a passport, was our only credential. Proper credentials, to accompany the army in the field, had been formerly refused me by the war officers of England, France, and Belgium. So, in Brussels, each morning, I chartered an automobile, and without credentials, joined the first army that happened to be passing. Sometimes you stumbled upon an escarmouche. Sometimes you fled from one. Sometimes you drew blank. Over our early coffee, we would study the morning papers, and as in the glad days of racing at home, from them try to dope out the winners. If we followed la dernière heure, we would go to Namur. L'Étoile was strong for Tillemont. Would we lose if we plunged on Wavre? Again, the favorite seemed to be Louvain. On a straight tip from the legation, the English correspondents were going to motor to Dice. From a Belgian officer, we had been given inside information that the fight would be pulled off at Gembloux, and unencumbered, even by a sandwich, and too wise to carry a field glass or a camera, each would depart upon his separate errand, at night returning to a perfectly served dinner and a luxurious bed. For the news-gatherers, it was a game of chance. The wisest veterans would cast their nets south and see only harvesters in the field. The amateurs would lose their way to the north and find themselves facing an army corps or running a gauntlet of shell fire. It was like throwing a handful of coins on the table, hoping that one might rest upon the winning number. Over the map of Belgium we threw ourselves. Some days we landed on the right color. On others, we saw no more than we would see at state maneuvers. Judging by his questions, the lay brother seems to think that the chief trouble of the war correspondent is dodging bullets. It is not. It consists in trying to bribe a station master to carry you on a troop train, or in finding forage for your horse. What wars I have seen have taken place in spots isolated and inaccessible, far from the haunts of men. By day, you followed the fight and tried to find the censor, and at night, you sat on a cracker box and by the light of a candle struggled to keep awake and to write deathless prose. In Belgium, it was not like that. The automobile which Gerald Morgan of the London Daily Telegraph and I shared was of surpassing beauty, speed, and comfort. It was as long as a plant freight car and as yellow, and from it flapped in the breeze more English, Belgian, French, and Russian flags than fly from the roof of the New York Hippodrome. Whenever we sighted an army, we lashed the flags of its country to our headlights, and at 60 miles an hour bore down upon it. The army always first arrested us, and then, on learning our nationality, asked if it were true that America had joined the Allies. After I had punched his ribs a sufficient number of times, Morgan learned to reply without winking that it had. In those days, the sun shone continuously. The roads, except where we ran on the blocks that made Belgium famous, were perfect, and overhead for miles noble trees met and embraced. The country was smiling and beautiful. In the fields, the women, for the men were at the front, were gathering the crops. The stacks of golden grain stretched from village to village. The houses in these were whitewashed, and, the better to advertise chocolates, liqueurs, and automobile tires, were painted a cobalt blue. Their roofs were of red tiles, and they sat in gardens of purple cabbages or gaudy hollyhocks. In the orchards, the pear trees were bent with fruit. We never lacked for food. Always, when we lost the trail and checked or burst a tire, there was an inn with fruit trees trained to lie flat against the wall, or to spread over arbors and trellises. Beneath these, close by the roadside, we sat and drank red wine and devoured omelets and vast slabs of rye bread. At night, we raced back to the city, through 12 miles of parks, to enameled bathtubs, shaded electric lights, and iced champagne, while before our table passed all the nightlife of a great city. And for suffering these hardships of war, our papers paid us large sums. On such a night as this, the night of August 18, strange folk in wooden shoes and carrying bundles, and who looked like emigrants from Ellis Island, appeared in front of the restaurant. Instantly they were swallowed up in a crowd, and the dinner parties, napkins in hand, flocked into the Place Roger and increased the throng around them. "The Germans!" those in the heart of the crowd called over their shoulders. "The Germans are at Louvain!" That afternoon I had conscientiously cabled my paper that there were no Germans anywhere near Louvain. I had been west of Louvain, and the particular column of the French army to which I had attached myself certainly saw no Germans. "They say," whispered those nearest the fugitives, "the German shells are falling in Louvain. 10 houses are on fire." 10 houses! How monstrous it sounded! 10 houses of innocent country folk destroyed. In those days such a catastrophe was unbelievable. We smiled knowingly. Refugees always talk like that, we said wisely. The Germans would not bombard an unfortified town, and besides, there are no Germans south of Liège. The morning following, in my room, I heard from the Place Roger the warnings of many motor horns. At great speed, innumerable automobiles were approaching, all coming from the west, through the Boulevard du Régent, and without slackening speed, passing northeast towards Ghent, Bruges, and the coast. The number increased, and the warnings became insistent. At 8 o'clock, they had sent out a sharp request for right-of-way. At 9, in number they had trebled, and the note of the sirens was raucous, harsh, and peremptory. At 10, no longer were there disconnected warnings, but from the horns and sirens issued one long, continuous scream. It was like the steady roar of a gale in the rigging, and it spoke in abject panic. The voices of the cars racing past were like the voices of human beings, driven with fear. From the front of the hotel we watched them. There were taxicabs, racing cars, limousines. They were crowded with women and children of the rich and of the nobility and gentry from the great chateaux far to the west. Those who occupied them were white-faced with the dust of the road, with weariness and fear. In cars magnificently upholstered, padded, and cushioned were piled trunks, handbags, dressing cases. The women had dressed at a moment's warning, as though at a cry of fire. Many had traveled throughout the night, and in their arms the children, snatched from the pillows, were sleeping. But more appealing were the peasants. We walked out along the inner boulevards to meet them, and found the side streets blocked with their carts. Into these they had thrown mattresses or bundles of grain, and heaped upon them were families of 3 generations. Old men in blue smocks, white-haired and bent. Old women in caps. The daughters dressed in their one best frock and hat, and clasping in their hands all that was left to them, all that they could stuff into a pillowcase or flour sack. The tears rolled down their brown-tanned faces. To the people of Brussels, who crowded around them, they spoke in hushed, broken phrases. The terror of what they had escaped, or of what they had seen, was upon them. They had harnessed the plow horse to the dray or market wagon, and to the invaders had left everything. What, they asked, would befall the livestock they had abandoned, the ducks on the pond, the cattle in the field? Who would feed them and give them water? At the question, the tears would break out afresh. Heartbroken, weary, hungry, they passed in an unending caravan. With them, all fleeing from the same foe, all moving in one direction, were family carriages, the servants on the box in disordered livery, as they had served dinner, or coatless, but still in the striped waistcoats and silver buttons of grooms or footmen, and bicyclers with bundles strapped to their shoulders, and men and women stumbling on foot, carrying their children. Above it all rose the breathless scream of the racing cars as they rocked and skidded, with brakes grinding and mufflers open, with their own terror, creating and spreading terror. Though eager in sympathy, the people of Brussels themselves were undisturbed. Many still sat at the little iron tables and smiled pityingly upon the strange figures of the peasants. They had had their trouble for nothing, they said. It was a false alarm. There were no Germans nearer than Liège, and besides, should the Germans come, the civil guard would meet them. But, better informed than they, that morning the American minister, Brand Whitlock, and the Marquis Villalobor, the Spanish minister, had called upon the burgomaster and advised him not to defend the city. As Whitlock pointed out, with the force at his command, which was the citizen soldiery, he could delay the entrance of the Germans by only an hour, and in that hour many innocent lives would be wasted, and monuments of great beauty, works of art that belong not alone to Brussels but to the world, would be destroyed. Burgomaster Max, who is a splendid and worthy representative of a long line of burgomasters, placing his hand upon his heart, said, "Honor requires it." To show that in the protection of the Belgian government he had full confidence, Mr. Whitlock had not yet shown his colors. But that morning, when he left the Hôtel de Ville, he hung the American flag over his legation and over that of the British. Those of us who had elected to remain in Brussels moved our belongings to a hotel across the street from the legation. Not taking any chances for my own use, I reserved a green leather sofa in the legation itself. Except that the cafes were empty of Belgian officers and of English correspondents, whom, had they remained, the Germans would have arrested, there was not, up to late in the afternoon of the 19th of August, in the life and conduct of the citizens, any perceptible change. They could not have shown a finer spirit. They did not know the city would not be defended, and yet, with before them, on the morrow, the prospect of a battle which Burgomaster Max had announced would be contested to the very heart of the city, as usual, the cafes blazed like open fireplaces, and the people sat at the little iron tables. Even when, like great buzzards, 2 German aeroplanes sailed slowly across Brussels, casting shadows of events to come, the people regarded them only with curiosity. The next morning the shops were open, the streets were crowded. But overnight the soldier king had sent word that Brussels must not oppose the invaders, and at the gendarmerie, the civil guard, reluctantly and protesting, some even in tears, turned in their rifles and uniforms. The change came at 10 in the morning. It was as though a wand had waved, and from a fete day on the continent, we had been wafted to London on a rainy Sunday. The boulevards fell suddenly empty. There was not a house that was not closely shuttered. Along the route by which we now knew the Germans were advancing, it was as though the plague stalked. That no one should fire from a window, that to the conquerors no one should offer insult, Burgomaster Max sent out as special constables men he trusted. Their badge of authority was a walking stick and a piece of paper fluttering from a buttonhole. These, the police, and the servants and caretakers of the houses that lined the boulevards alone were visible. At 11 o'clock, unobserved but by this official audience, down the Boulevard Waterloo came the advance guard of the German army. It consisted of 3 men, a captain and 2 privates, on bicycles. Their rifles were slung across their shoulders. They rode unwarily, with as little concern as the members of a touring club out for a holiday. Behind them, so close upon each other that to cross from one sidewalk to the other was not possible, came the Uhlans, infantry, and the guns. For 2 hours I watched them, and then, bored with the monotony of it, returned to the hotel. After an hour, from beneath my window, I still could hear them. Another hour, and another went by. They still were passing. Boredom gave way to wonder. The thing fascinated you. Against your will, dragged you back to the sidewalk and held you there, open-eyed. No longer was it regiments of men marching, but something uncanny, inhuman, a force of nature like a landslide, a tidal wave, or lava sweeping down a mountain. It was not of this earth, but mysterious, ghost-like. It carried all the mystery and menace of a fog rolling toward you across the sea. The uniform aided this impression. In it, each man moved under a cloak of invisibility. Only after the most numerous and severe tests at all distances, with all materials and combination of colors that gave forth no color, could this gray have been discovered. That it was selected to clothe and disguise the German when he fights is typical of the general staff in striving for efficiency, to leave nothing to chance, to neglect no detail. After you have seen the service uniform under conditions entirely opposite, you are convinced that for the German soldier it is one of his strongest weapons. Even the most expert marksman cannot hit a target he cannot see. It is not the blue-gray of our Confederates, but a green-gray. It is the gray of the hour just before daybreak, the gray of unpolished steel, of mist among green trees. I saw it first in the Grand Place, in front of the Hôtel de Ville. It was impossible to tell if in that noble square there was a regiment or a brigade. You saw only a fog that melted into the stones, blended with the ancient house fronts, that shifted and drifted, but left you nothing at which to point. Later, as the army passed under the trees of the botanical park, it merged and was lost against the green leaves. It is no exaggeration to say that at a few hundred yards you can see the horses on which the Uhlans ride, but cannot see the men who ride them. If I appear to overemphasize this distinguishing uniform, it is because, of all the details of the German outfit, it appealed to me as one of the most remarkable. When I was near Namur with the rearguard of the French dragoons and cuirassiers, and they threw out pickets, we could distinguish them against the yellow wheat or green course at half a mile, while these men, passing in the street, when they have reached the next crossing, become merged into the gray of the paving stones, and the earth swallowed them. In comparison, the yellow khaki of our own American army is about as invisible as the flag of Spain. Major General von Jurotsky, the German military governor of Brussels, had assured Burgomaster Max that the German army would not occupy the city, but would pass through it. He told the truth. For 3 days and 3 nights it passed. In 6 campaigns I have followed other armies, but excepting not even our own, the Japanese or the British, I have not seen one so thoroughly equipped. I am not speaking of the fighting qualities of any army, only of the equipment and organization. The German army moved into Brussels as smoothly and as compactly as an Empire State Express. There were no halts, no open places, no stragglers. For the gray automobiles and the gray motorcycles bearing messengers, one side of the street always was kept clear. And so compact was the column, so rigid the vigilance of the file closers, that at the rate of 40 miles an hour, a car could race the length of the column and need not for a single horse or man once swerve from its course. All through the night, like the tumult of a river when it races between the cliffs of a canyon, in my sleep I could hear the steady roar of the passing army. And when early in the morning I went to the window, the chain of steel was still unbroken. It was like the torrent that swept down the Conemaugh Valley and destroyed Johnstown. As a correspondent, I have seen all the great armies and the military processions at the coronations in Russia, England, and Spain, and our own inaugural parades down Pennsylvania Avenue. But those armies and processions were made up of men. This was a machine, endless, tireless, with the delicate organization of a watch and the brute power of a steamroller. And for 3 days, and 3 nights through Brussels it roared and rumbled, a cataract of molten lead. The infantry marched singing, with their iron-shod boots beating out the time. They sang, "Fatherland, my fatherland." Between each line of song they took 3 steps. At times 2,000 men were singing together in absolute rhythm and beat. It was like the blows from giant pile drivers. When the melody gave way, the silence was broken only by the stamp of iron-shod boots, and then again the song rose. When the singing ceased, the bands played marches. They were followed by the rumble of the howitzers, the creaking of the wheels and of the chains clanking against the cobblestones, and the sharp, bell-like voices of the bugles. More uhlans followed, the hoofs of their magnificent horses ringing like thousands of steel hammers breaking stones in a road. And after them, the giant siege guns rumbling, growling, the mitrailleuses with drag chains ringing, the field pieces with creaking axles, complaining brakes, the grinding of steel-rimmed wheels against the stone echoing and re-echoing from the house front. When at night, for an instant, the machine halted, the silence awoke you, as at sea you wake when the screw stops. For 3 days and 3 nights, the column of gray, with hundreds of thousands of bayonets and hundreds of thousands of lances, with gray transport wagons, gray ammunition carts, gray ambulances, gray cannon, like a river of steel, cut Brussels in two. For 3 weeks the men had been on the march, and there was not a single straggler, not a strap out of place, not a pennant missing. Along the route, without for a minute halting the machine, the post office carts fell out of the column, and as the men marched, mounted postmen collected postcards and delivered letters. Also, as they marched, the cooks prepared soup, coffee, and tea, walking beside their stoves on wheels, tending the fires, distributing the smoking food. Seated in the motor trucks, cobblers mended boots and broken harnesses. Farriers on tiny anvils beat out horseshoes. No officer followed a wrong turning. No officer asked his way. He followed the map strapped to his side, and on which, for his guidance, in red ink, his route was marked. At night he read this map by the light of an electric torch buckled to his chest. To perfect this monstrous engine, with its pontoon bridges, its wireless, its hospitals, its aeroplanes that in rigid alignment sailed before it, its field telephones that, as it advanced, strung wires over which for miles the vanguard talked to the rear. All modern inventions had been prostituted. To feed it, millions of men had been called from homes, offices, and workshops. To guide it, for years the minds of the highborn, with whom it is a religion and a disease, had been solely concerned. It is perhaps the most efficient organization of modern times, and its purpose only is death. Those who cast it loose upon Europe are military mad, and they are only a very small part of the German people. But to preserve their class, they have in their own image created this terrible engine of destruction. For the present, it is their servant. But, though the mills of God grind slowly, yet they grind exceedingly small. And like Frankenstein's monster, this monster, to which they gave life, may turn and rend them. End of Chapter 1 of With the Allies by Richard Harding Davis. The Germans in Brussels. Chapter 3 of With the Allies by Richard Harding Davis. The Burning of Louvain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to learn how to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. After the Germans occupied Brussels, they closed the road to Aix-la-Chapelle. A week later, to carry their wounded and prisoners, they reopened it. But for 8 days, Brussels was isolated. The mail trains and the telegraph office were in the hands of the invaders. They accepted our cables, censored them, and 3 days later told us, if we still wished, we could forward them. But only from Holland. By this, they accomplished 3 things. They learned what we were writing about them, for 3 days prevented any news from leaving the city, and offered us an inducement to visit Holland, so getting rid of us. The dispatches of those diplomats who still remained in Brussels were treated in the same manner. With the most cheerful complacency, the military authorities blue-penciled their dispatches to their governments. When the diplomats learned of this, with their code cables they sent open cables stating that their confidential dispatches were being censored and delayed. They still were delayed. To get any message out of Brussels, it was necessary to use an automobile, and nearly every automobile had taken itself off to Antwerp. If a motor car appeared, it was at once commandeered. This was true also of horses and bicycles. All over Brussels you saw delivery wagons, private carriages, market carts with the shafts empty and the horse and harness gone. After 3 days, a German soldier who did not own a bicycle was poor indeed. Requisitions were given for these machines, stating that they would be returned after the war, by which time they will be ready for the scrap heap. Anyone on a bicycle outside the city was arrested, so the only way to get messages through was by going on foot to Ostend or Holland, or by an automobile for which the German authorities had given a special pass. As no one knew when one of these automobiles might start, we carried always with us our cables and letters, and entrusted them to any stranger who was trying to run the lines. No one wished to carry our dispatches, as he feared they might contain something unfavorable to the Germans, which, if he were arrested and the cables read, might bring him into greater trouble. Money for himself was no inducement. But I found if I gave money for the Red Cross, no one would refuse it, or to carry the messages. 3 out of 4 times the stranger would be arrested and ordered back to Brussels, and our dispatches, with their news value departed, would be returned. An account of the Germans entering Brussels I sent by an English boy named Dalton, who, after being turned back 3 times, got through by night, and when he arrived in England, his adventures were published in all the London papers. They were so thrilling that they made my story, for which he had taken the trip, extremely tame reading. Hugh Gibson, Secretary of the American Legation, was the first person in an official position to visit Antwerp after the Belgian government moved to that city, and even with his passes and flag flying from his automobile, he reached Antwerp and returned to Brussels only after many delays and adventures. Not knowing the Belgians were advancing from the north, Gibson and his American flag were several times under fire, and on the days he chose for his excursion, his route led him past burning towns, and dead and wounded, and between the lines of both forces actively engaged. He was carrying dispatches from Brand Whitlock to Secretary Bryan. During the night he rested at Antwerp, the first Zeppelin airship to visit the city passed over it, dropping one bomb at the end of the block in which Gibson was sleeping. He was awakened by the explosion and heard all of those that followed. The next morning, he was requested to accompany a committee appointed by the Belgian government to report upon the outrage, and he visited a house that had been wrecked and saw what was left of the bodies of those killed. People who were in the streets when the airship passed said it moved without any sound, as though the motor had been shut off, and it was being propelled by momentum. One bomb fell so near the palace where the Belgian queen was sleeping as to destroy the glass in the windows and scar the walls. The bombs were large, containing smaller bombs of the size of shrapnel. Like shrapnel, on impact they scattered bullets over a radius of 40 yards. One man, who from a window in the 8th story of a hotel watched the airship pass, stated that before each bomb fell, he saw electric torches signal from the roofs, as though giving directions as to where the bomb should strike. After my arrest by the Germans, I found my usefulness in Brussels as a correspondent was gone, and I returned to London, and from there rejoined the Allies in Paris. I left Brussels on August 27th with Gerald Morgan and Will Irwin of Colliers on a train carrying English prisoners and German wounded. In times of peace, the trip to the German border lasts 3 hours, but in making it we were 26 hours, and by order of the authorities, we were forbidden to leave the train. Carriages with cushions naturally were reserved for the wounded, so we slept on wooden benches and on the floor. It was not possible to obtain food, and water was as scarce. At Greyspeke, 10 miles from Brussels, we first saw houses on fire. They continued with us to Liège. Village after village had been completely wrecked. In his march to the sea, Sherman lived on the country. He did not destroy it, and as against the burning of Columbia must be placed to the discredit of the Germans the wiping out of an entire countryside. For many miles we saw procession after procession of peasants fleeing from one burning village, which had been their home, to other villages, to find only blackened walls and smoldering ashes. In no part of northern Europe is there a countryside fairer than that between Aix-la-Chapelle and Brussels. But the Germans had made of it a graveyard. It looked as though a cyclone had uprooted its houses, gardens, and orchards, and a prairie fire had followed. At 7 o'clock in the evening, we arrived at what, for 600 years, had been the city of Louvain. The Germans were burning it, and to hide their work, kept us locked in the railroad carriages. But the story was written against the sky, was told to us by German soldiers incoherent with excesses, and we could read it in the faces of women and children being led to concentration camps, and of citizens on their way to be shot. The day before, the Germans had sentenced Louvain to become a wilderness, and with German system and love of thoroughness, they left Louvain an empty, blackened shell. The reason for this appeal to the torch, and the execution of non-combatants, as given to Mr. Whitlock and myself on the morning I left Brussels by General von Luttwitz, the military governor, was this. The day before, while the German military commander of the troops in Louvain was at the Hôtel de Ville, talking to the burgomaster, a son of the burgomaster, with an automatic pistol, shot the chief of staff and German staff surgeons. Luttwitz claimed that this was the signal for the civil guard, in civilian clothes on the roofs, to fire upon the German soldiers in the open square below. He said also the Belgians had quick-firing guns brought from Antwerp. As for a week the Germans had occupied Louvain and closely guarded all approaches, the story that there was any gun-running is absurd. 50 Germans were killed and wounded, said Luttwitz, and for that Louvain must be wiped out. So!" In pantomime, with his fist, he swept the papers across his table. "The Hôtel de Ville," he added, "was a beautiful building. It is a pity it must be destroyed." Were he telling us his soldiers had destroyed a kitchen garden, his tone could not have expressed less regret. 10 days before, I had been in Louvain, when it was occupied by Belgian troops and King Albert and his staff. The city dates from the 11th century, and the population was 42,000. The citizens were brewers, lace makers, and manufacturers of ornaments for churches. The university once was the most celebrated in European cities and was the headquarters of the Jesuits. In the Louvain College, many priests now in America have been educated. And 10 days before, over the great yellow walls of the college, I had seen hanging 2 American flags. I had found the city clean, sleepy, and pretty, with narrow, twisting streets and smart shops and cafes. Set in flower gardens were the houses, with red roofs, green shutters, and white walls. Over those that faced south had been trained pear trees. Their branches, heavy with fruit, spread out against the walls like branches of candelabra. The town hall was an example of Gothic architecture, in detail and design more celebrated even than the town hall of Bruges or Brussels. It was 500 years old, and lately had been repaired with taste and at great cost. Opposite was the church of Saint-Pierre, dating from the 15th century, a very noble building, with many chapels filled with carvings of the time of the Renaissance in wood, stone, and iron. In the university were 150,000 volumes. Near it was the bronze statue of Father Damien, priest of the leper colony in the South Pacific, of whom Robert Louis Stevenson wrote. On the night of the 27th, these buildings were empty, exploded cartridges. Statues, pictures, carvings, parchments, archives, all of these were gone. No one defends the sniper, but because ignorant Mexicans, when their city was invaded, fired upon our sailors, we did not destroy Veracruz. Even had we bombarded Veracruz, money could have restored that city. Money can never restore Louvain. Great architects and artists, dead these 600 years, made it beautiful, and their handiwork belonged to the world. With torch and dynamite, the Germans turned those masterpieces into ashes, and all the Kaiser's horses and all his men cannot bring them back again. When our troop train reached Louvain, the entire heart of the city was destroyed, and the fire had reached the Boulevard Tirlemont, which faces the railroad station. The night was windless, and the sparks rose in steady, leisurely pillars, falling back into the furnace from which they sprang. In their work, the soldiers were moving from the heart of the city to the outskirts, street by street, from house to house. In each building they began at the first floor, and when that was burning steadily, passed to the one next. There were no exceptions. Whether it was a store, chapel, or private residence, it was destroyed. The occupants had been warned to go, and in each deserted shop or house, the furniture was piled, the torch was stuck under it, and into the air went the savings of years, souvenirs of children, of parents, heirlooms that had passed from generation to generation. The people had time only to fill a pillowcase and fly. Some were not so fortunate, and by thousands, like flocks of sheep, they were rounded up and marched through the night to concentration camps. We were not allowed to speak to any citizen of Louvain, but the Germans crowded the windows of the train, boastful, gloating, eager to interpret. In the 2 hours during which the train circled the burning city, war was before us in its most hateful aspect. In other wars, I have watched men on one hilltop, without haste, without heat, fire at men on another hill, and in consequence, on both sides, good men were wasted. But in those fights there were no women or children, and the shells struck only vacant stretches of veldt or uninhabited mountainsides. At Louvain it was war upon the defenseless, war upon churches, colleges, shops of milliners and lace-makers, war brought to the bedside and the fireside, against women harvesting in the fields, against children in wooden shoes at play in the streets. At Louvain that night, the Germans were like men after an orgy. There were 50 English prisoners, erect and soldierly. In the ocean of gray, the little patch of khaki looked pitifully lonely, but they regarded the men who had outnumbered but not defeated them with calm, uncurious eyes. In one way, I was glad to see them there. Later, they will bear witness. They will tell how the enemy makes a wilderness and calls it war. It was a most weird picture. On the high ground rose the broken spires of the church of Saint-Pierre and the Hôtel de Ville, and descending, like steps, were row beneath row of houses, roofless, with windows like blind eyes. The fire had reached the last row of houses, those on the Boulevard du Jardin. Some of these were already cold, but others sent up steady, straight columns of flame. In others, at the 3rd and 4th stories, the window curtains still hung. Flowers still filled the window boxes, while on the 1st floor, the torch had just passed, and the flames were leaping. Fire had destroyed the electric plant, but at times the flames made the station so light that you could see the second hand of your watch, and again all was darkness, lit only by candles. You could tell when an officer passed by the electric torch he carried strapped to his chest. In the darkness, the gray uniforms filled the station with an army of ghosts. You distinguished men only when pipes hanging from their teeth glowed red, or their bayonets flashed. Outside the station, in the public square, the people of Louvain passed in an unending procession, women bareheaded, weeping, men carrying the children asleep on their shoulders, all hemmed in by the shadowy army of gray wolves. Once they were halted, and among them were marched a line of men. These were on their way to be shot, and, better to point the moral, an officer halted both processions, and climbing to a cart, explained why the men were to die. He warned the others not to bring down upon themselves a like vengeance. As those being led to spend the night in the fields looked across to those marked for death, they saw old friends, neighbors of long standing, men of their own household. The officer bellowing at them from the cart was illuminated by the headlights of an automobile. He looked like an actor held in a spotlight on a darkened stage. It was all like a scene upon the stage, unreal, inhuman. You felt it could not be true. You felt that the curtain of fire, purring and crackling and sending up hot sparks to meet the kind, calm stars, was only a painted backdrop, that the reports of the rifles from the dark ruins came from blank cartridges, and that these trembling shopkeepers and peasants, ringed in bayonets, would not in a few minutes really die, but that they themselves and their homes would be restored to their wives and children. You felt it was only a nightmare, cruel and uncivilized. And then you remembered that the German emperor has told us what it is. It is his holy war. End of Chapter 3 of With the Allies, The Burning of Louvain, by Richard Harding Davis. Chapter 4 of With the Allies, by Richard Harding Davis. Paris in Wartime. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to learn how to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Those who, when the Germans approached, fled from Paris, described it as a city doomed, as a waste place, desolate as a graveyard. But those who run away always are alarmists. They are on the defensive. They must explain why they ran away. Early in September, Paris was like a summer hotel out of season. The owners had temporarily closed it. The windows were barred, the furniture and paintings draped in linen. The caretaker and a night watchman were in possession. It is an old saying that all good Americans go to Paris when they die. Most of them take no chances and prefer to visit it while they are alive. Before this war, if the visitor was disappointed, it was the fault of the visitor, not of Paris. She was all things to all men. To some, she offered triumphal arches, statues, paintings. To others, by day, racing, and by night, maxims, and the Rameau. Some loved her for the bookstalls along the Seine and the atelier of the Latin Quarter. Some for her parks, forests, gardens, and boulevards. Some because of the Luxembourg. Some only as a place where everybody was smiling, happy, and polite, where they were never bored, where they were always young, where the lights never went out and there was no early call. Should they today revisit her, they would find her growing grave and decorous, and going to bed at sundown, but still smiling bravely, still polite. You cannot wipe out Paris by removing 2 million people and closing quartiers and the Café de Paris. There still remain some 100 miles of boulevards, the Seine and her bridges, the Arc de Triomphe with the sun setting behind it, and the gardens of the Tuileries. You cannot send them to the storehouse or wrap them in linen. And the spirit of the people of Paris you cannot crush or stampede. Between Paris in peace and Paris today, the most striking difference is lack of population. Idle rich, the employees of the government, and tourists of all countries are missing. They leave a great emptiness. When you walk the streets, you feel either that you are up very early, before anyone is awake, or that you are in a boom town from which the boom has departed. On almost every one of the noted shops, Fermé is written, or it has been turned over to the use of the Red Cross. Of the smaller shops, those that remain open are chiefly bake shops and chemists. But no man need go naked or hungry. In every block he will find at least one place where he can be clothed and fed. But the theaters are all closed. No one is in a mood to laugh, and certainly no one wishes to consider anything more serious than the present crisis. So there are no revues, operas, or comedies. The thing you missed perhaps most were the children in the Avenue des Champs-Élysées. For generations over that part of the public garden, the children have held sway. They knew it belonged to them, and into the gravel walks drove their tin spades with the same sense of ownership as at Deauville they dug up the shore. Their straw hats and bare legs, their Normandy nurses with enormous headdresses, blue for a boy and pink for a girl, were, of the sights of Paris, one of the most familiar. And when the children vanished, they left a dreary wilderness. You could look for a mile from the Place de la Concorde to the Arc de Triomphe and not see a child. The stalls where they bought hoops and skipping ropes, the flying wooden horses, Punch and Judy shows, booths where with milk they refreshed themselves and with bonbons made themselves ill, all were deserted and boarded up. The closing down of the majority of the shops and hotels was not due to a desire on the part of those employed in them to avoid the Germans, but to get at the Germans. On shop after shop are signs reading, "The proprietor and his staff are with the colors," or "The personnel of this establishment is mobilized," or "Monsieur Blank informs his clients that he is with his regiment." In the absence of men at the front, French women, at all times capable and excellent managers, have surpassed themselves. In my hotel there were employed 7 women and 1 man. In another hotel I visited, the entire staff was composed of women. An American banker offered his 22 polo ponies to the government. They were refused as not heavy enough. He did not know that, and supposed he had lost them. Later, he learned from the wife of his trainer, a Frenchwoman, that those employed in his stables at Versailles, who had not gone to the front at the approach of the Germans, had fled, and that for 3 weeks his string of 22 horses had been fed, groomed, and exercised by the trainer's wife and her 2 little girls. To an American, it was very gratifying to hear the praise of the French and English for the American ambulance at Neuilly. It is the outgrowth of the American hospital, and at the start of the war was organized by Mrs. Herrick, wife of our ambassador, and other ladies of the American colony in Paris, and the American doctors. They took over the Lycée Pasteur, an enormous school at Neuilly that had just been finished and never occupied, and converted it into what is a most splendidly equipped hospital. And walking over the building, you find it hard to believe that it was intended for any other than its present use. The operating rooms, kitchens, wards, rooms for operating by Roentgen rays, and even a chapel have been installed. The organization and system are of the highest order. Everyone in it is American. The doctors are the best in Paris. The nurses and orderlies are both especially trained for the work and volunteers. The spirit of helpfulness and unselfishness is everywhere apparent. Certain members of the American colony, who never in their lives thought of anyone save themselves, and of how to escape boredom, are toiling like chambermaids and hall porters, performing most disagreeable tasks, not for a few hours a week, but unceasingly, day after day. No task is too heavy for them or too squalid. They help all alike, Germans, English, major generals, and black Turcos. There are 300 patients. The staff of the hospital numbers 150. It is composed of the best-known American doctors in Paris and a few from New York. Among the volunteer nurses and attendants are wives of bankers in Paris, American girls who have married French titles, and girls who since the war came have lost employment as teachers of languages, stenographers, and governesses. The men are members of the Jockey Club, art students, medical students, clerks, and boulevardiers. They are all working together in most admirable harmony and under an organization that in its efficiency far surpasses that of any other hospital in Paris. Later, it is going to split the American colony in twain. If you did not work in the American ambulance, you won't belong. Attached to the hospital is a squadron of automobile ambulances, 10 of which were presented by the Ford Company and 10 purchased. Their chassis have been covered with khaki hoods and fitted to carry 2 wounded men and attendants. On their runs, they are accompanied by automobiles with medical supplies, tires, and gasoline. The ambulances scout at the rear of the battle line and carry back those which the field hospitals cannot handle. One day, I watched the orderlies who accompany these ambulances handling about 40 English wounded, transferring them from the automobiles to the reception hall, and the smartness and intelligence with which the members of each crew worked together was like that of a champion polo team. The editor of a London paper, who was in Paris investigating English hospital conditions, witnessed the same performance, and told me that in handling the wounded, it surpassed in efficiency anything he had seen. End of Chapter 4 of With the Allies. Paris in Wartime by Richard Harding Davis. Chapter 5 of With the Allies by Richard Harding Davis. The Battle of Soissons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to learn how to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The struggle for the possession of Soissons lasted 2 days. The second day's battle, which I witnessed, ended with the city in the possession of the French. It was part of the 7 days of continuous fighting that began on September the 6th at Meaux. Then, the German left wing, consisting of the army of General von Kluck, was at Clay, within 15 miles of Paris. But the French and English, instead of meeting the advance with the defense, themselves attacked. Steadily, at the rate of 10 miles a day, they drove the Germans back across the Aisne and the Marne, and so saved the city. When this retrograde movement of the Germans began, those who could not see the nature of the fighting believed that the German line of communication, the one from Aix-la-Chapelle through Belgium, had proved too long, and that the left wing was voluntarily withdrawing to meet the new line of communication through Luxembourg. But the fields of battle beyond Meaux, through which it was necessary to pass to reach the fight at Soissons, showed no evidence of leisurely withdrawal. On both sides there was evidences of the most desperate fighting and of artillery fire that was widespread and desolating. That of the Germans, intended to destroy the road from Meaux and to cover their retreat, showed marksmanship so accurate and execution so terrible as, while it lasted, to render pursuit impossible. The battlefield stretched from hills 3 miles north of Meaux for 4 miles along the road and a mile to either side. The road is lined with poplars 3 feet across and as high as a 5-story building. For the 4 miles, the road was piled with branches of these trees. The trees themselves were split, as by lightning, or torn in half, as with your hands you could tear apart a loaf of bread. Through some, solid shell had passed, leaving clean holes. Others looked as though drunken woodsmen, with axes from roots to topmost branches, had slashed them in crazy fury. Some shells had broken the trunks in half, as a hurricane snaps a mast. That no human being could survive such a bombardment were many gruesome proofs. In one place, for a mile, the road was lined with those wicker baskets in which the Germans carry their ammunition. These were filled with shells, unexploded, and behind the trenches were hundreds more of these baskets, some for the shells of the siege guns, as large as lobster pots or umbrella stands, and others, each with 3 compartments, for shrapnel. In gutters along the road and in the wheat fields, these brass shells flashed in the sunshine like tiny mirrors. The 4 miles of countryside, over which for 4 days both armies had plowed the earth with these shells, was the picture of complete desolation. The route of the German army was marked by knapsacks, uniforms, and accoutrements scattered over the fields on either hand as far as you could see. Red Cross flags hanging from bushes showed where there had been dressing stations. Under them were bloodstains, bandages, and clothing, and boots piled in heaps as high as a man's chest, and the bodies of those German soldiers that the first aid had failed to save. After death, the body is mercifully robbed of its human aspect. You are spared the thought that what is lying in the trenches, among the shattered trees and in the wheat fields staring up at the sky, was once a man. It appears to be only a bundle of clothes, a scarecrow that has tumbled among the grain it once protected. But it gives a terrible meaning to the word missing. When you read in the reports from the War Office that 5,000 are missing, you like to think of them safely cared for in a hospital, or dragging out the period of war as prisoners. But the real missing are the unidentified dead. In time, some peasant will bury them, but he will not understand the purpose of the medal each wears around his neck. And so, with the dead man, will be buried his name and the number of his regiment. No one will know where he fell or where he lies. Someone will always hope that he will return, for among the dead his name did not appear. He was reported missing. The utter wastefulness of war was seldom more clearly shown. Carcasses of horses lined the road. Some few of these had been killed by shell fire. Others, worn out and emaciated and bearing the brand of the German army, had been mercifully destroyed. But the greater number of them were the farm horses of peasants, still wearing their headstalls or the harnesses of the plow. That they might not aid the enemy as remounts, the Germans in their retreat had shot them. I saw 4 and 5 together in the yards of stables, the bullet hole of an automatic in the head of each. Others lay beside the market cart, others by the canal where they had sought water. Less pitiful, but still evidencing the wastefulness of war, were the motor trucks and automobiles that in the flight had been abandoned. For 20 miles these automobiles were scattered along the road. There were so many, one stopped counting them. Added to their loss were 2 shattered German airships. One I saw 26 kilometers outside of Meaux, and one at Boonville. As they fell, they had buried their motors deep in the soft earth, and their wings were twisted wrecks of silk and steel. All the fields through which the army passed had become wasteland. Shells had replowed them. Horses and men had camped in them. The haystacks, gathered by the sweat of the brow and patiently set in trim rows, were trampled in the mud and scattered to the winds. All the smaller villages through which I passed were empty of people, and since the day before, when the Germans occupied them, none of the inhabitants had returned. These villages were just as the Germans had left them. The streets were piled with grain on which the soldiers had slept, and on the sidewalks, in front of the better class of houses, tables around which the officers had eaten still remained, the bottles half empty, the food half eaten. In a chateau beyond Neuchâtel, the doors and windows were open, and the lace curtains were blowing in the breeze. From the garden, you could see paintings on the walls, books on the tables. Outside, on the lawn, surrounded by old and charming gardens, apparently the general and his staff had prepared to dine. The table was set for a dozen, and on it were candles in silver sticks, many bottles of red and white wine, champagne, liqueurs, and coffee cups of the finest china. From their banquet some alarm had summoned the officers. The place was as they had left it, the coffee untasted, the candles burned to the candlesticks, and red stains on the cloth where the burgundy had spilled. In the bright sunlight, and surrounded by flowers, the deserted table and the silent, stately chateau seemed like the sleeping palace of the fairy tale. Though the humor of troops retreating is an ugly one, I saw no outrages such as I saw in Belgium. Except in the villages of Neuchâtel and Varennes, there was no sign of looting or wanton destruction. But in those two villages, the interior of every home and shop was completely wrecked. In the other villages, the destruction was such as is permitted by the usages of war, such as the blowing up of bridges, the burning of the railroad station, and the cutting of telegraph wires. Not until Boonville, 30 kilometers beyond Meaux, did I catch up with the Allies. There I met some English Tommies who were trying to find their column. They had no knowledge of the French language, or where they were, or where their regiment was, but were quite confident of finding it, and were as cheerful as at maneuvers. Outside of Chadon, the road was blocked with tirailleurs, Algerians in light blue Zouave uniforms, and native Turcos from Morocco in khaki, with khaki turbans. They shivered in the autumn sunshine and were wrapped in burnouses of black and white. They were making a turning movement to attack the German right, and were being hurried forward. They had just driven the German rear guard out of Chadon and said that the fighting was still going on at Soissons, but the only sign I saw of it were 2 Turcos who had followed the Germans too far. They lay sprawling in the road, and had so lately fallen that their rifles still lay under them. 3 miles further, I came upon the advance line of the French army, and for the remainder of the day watched a most remarkable artillery duel, which ended with Soissons in the hands of the Allies. Soissons is a pretty town of 4,000 inhabitants. It is chiefly known for its haricot beans, and since the Romans held it under Caesar, it has been besieged many times. Until today, the Germans had held it for 2 weeks. In 1870, they bombarded it for 4 days, and there is, or was, in Soissons in the Place de la République, a monument to the citizens of Soissons, whom after that siege the Germans shot. The town lies in the valley of the river Aisne, which is formed by 2 long ridges running south and north. The Germans occupied the hills to the south, but when attacked, offered only slight resistance and withdrew to the hills opposite. In Soissons, they left a rear guard to protect their supplies, who were destroying all bridges leading into the town. At the time I arrived, a force of Turcos had been ordered forward to clean Soissons of the Germans, and the French artillery was endeavoring to disclose their positions on the hills. The loss of the bridges did not embarrass the black men. In rowboats they crossed to Soissons and were warmly greeted. Soissons was drawing no color line. The Turcos were followed by engineers who endeavored to repair one bridge and in consequence were heavily shelled with shrapnel, while with the intent to destroy the road and retard the French advance, the hills where the French had halted were being pounded by German siege guns. This was at a point 4 kilometers from Chadon, between the villages of Briey and Courtel. From this height you could see almost to Compagnie, and 30 miles in front in the direction of Saint-Quentin. It was a panorama of wooded hills, gray villages and fields of yellow grain, miles of poplars marking the roads, and below us the flashing waters of the Aisne and the canal, with at our feet the steeples of the Cathedral of Soissons and the gate to the old Abbey of Thomas a Becket. Across these steeples the shells sang, and on both sides of the Aisne valley the artillery was engaged. The wind was blowing 40 knots, which prevented use of the French aeroplanes, but it cleared the air, and helped by the brilliant sunshine, it was possible to follow the smoke of the battle for 15 miles. The wind was blowing toward our right, where we were told were the English. And though as their shrapnel burst we could see the flash of guns and rings of smoke, the report of the guns did not reach us. It gave the curious impression of a bombardment conducted in utter silence. From our left the wind carried the sounds clearly. The jar and roar of the cannon were insistent, and on both sides of the valley the hilltops were wrapped with white clouds. Back of us, in the wheat fields, shells were setting fire to the giant haystacks and piles of grain, which in the clear sunshine burned a blatant red. At times, shells would strike in the villages of Bruyères and Vauban, and houses would burst into flames, the gale fanning the fire to great height and hiding the village in smoke. Some 300 yards ahead of us, the shells of the German siege guns were trying to destroy the road, which the poplars clearly betrayed. But their practice was at fault, and the shells fell only on either side. When they struck, they burst with a roar, casting up black fumes and digging a grave 20 yards in circumference. But the French soldiers disregarded them entirely. In the trenches, which the Germans had made and abandoned, they hid from the wind and slept peacefully. Others slept in the lee of the haystacks, their red breeches and blue coats making wonderful splashes of color against the yellow grain. For 7 days these same men had been fighting without pause, and battles bore them. Late in the afternoon, all along the 15 miles of battle, firing ceased, for the Germans were falling back, and once more Soissons, freed of them as 1,500 years ago she had freed herself of the Romans, held out her arms to the Allies. End of Chapter 5 of With the Allies. The Battle of Soissons by Richard Harding Davis.
Rilla of Ingleside, Chapter 4 by Lucy Maud Montgomery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sweet Pea. Rilla of Ingleside by Lucy Maud Montgomery. Chapter 4 The Piper Pipes. Rilla's first party was a triumph, or so it seemed at first. She had so many partners that she had to split her dances. Her silver slippers seemed verily to dance of themselves, and though they continued to pinch her toes and blister her heels, that did not interfere with her enjoyment in the least. Ethel Rees gave her a bad 10 minutes by beckoning her mysteriously out of the pavilion, and whispering with a Rees-like smirk that her dress gaped behind and that there was a stain on the flounce. Rilla rushed miserably to the room in the lighthouse, which was fitted up for a temporary ladies' dressing room, and discovered that the stain was merely a tiny grass smear, and that the gap was equally tiny where a hook had pulled loose. Irene Howard fastened it up for her, and gave her some oversweet, condescending compliments. Rilla felt flattered by Irene's condescension. She was an Upper Glen girl of 19 who seemed to like the society of the younger girls. Spiteful friends said because she could queen it over them without rivalry. But Rilla thought Irene quite wonderful, and loved her for her patronage. Irene was pretty and stylish, she sang divinely, and spent every winter in Charlottetown taking music lessons. She had an aunt in Montreal who sent her wonderful things to wear. She was reported to have had a sad love affair. Nobody knew just what, but its very mystery allured. Rilla felt that Irene's compliments crowned her evening. She ran gaily back to the pavilion and lingered for a moment in the glow of the lanterns at the entrance, looking at the dancers. A momentary break in the whirling throng gave her a glimpse of Kenneth Ford standing at the other side. Rilla's heart skipped a beat, or if that be a psychological impossibility, she thought it did. So he was here after all. She had concluded he was not coming, not that it mattered in the least. Would he see her? Would he take any notice of her? Of course he wouldn't ask her to dance. That couldn't be hoped for. He thought her just a mere child. He had called her a spider not 3 weeks ago when he had been at Ingleside one evening. She had cried about it upstairs afterwards and hated him. But her heart skipped a beat when she saw that he was edging his way round the side of the pavilion towards her. Was he coming to her? Was he? Yes, he was. He was looking for her. He was here beside her. He was gazing down at her with something in his dark gray eyes that Rilla had never seen in them. Oh, it was almost too much to bear. And everything was going on as before. The dancers were spinning around. The boys, who couldn't get partners, were hanging about in the pavilion. Canoodling couples were sitting out on the rocks. Nobody seemed to realize what a stupendous thing had happened. Kenneth was a tall lad, very good-looking, with a certain careless grace of bearing that somehow made all the other boys seem stiff and awkward by contrast. He was reported to be awesomely clever, with the glamour of a faraway city and a big university hanging around him. He had also the reputation of being a bit of a lady-killer. But that probably accrued to him from his possession of a laughing velvety voice, which no girl could hear without a heartbeat, and a dangerous way of listening, as if she were saying something that he had longed all his life to hear. "Is this Rilla, my Rilla?" he asked in a low tone. "Yeth," said Rilla, and immediately wished she could throw herself headlong down the lighthouse rock, or otherwise vanish from a jeering world. Rilla had lisped in early childhood, but she had grown out of it. Only on occasions of stress and strain did the tendency reassert itself. She hadn't lisped for a year, and now, at this very moment, when she was so desirous of appearing grown up and sophisticated, she must go and lisp like a baby. It was too mortifying. She felt as if tears were going to come into her eyes. The next minute she would be blubbering. Yes, just blubbering. She wished Kenneth would go away. She wished he had never come. The party was spoiled. Everything had turned to dust and ashes. And he had called her Rilla, my Rilla, not Spider or Kid or Puss, as he had been used to call her when he took any notice whatever of her. She did not at all resent his using Walter's pet name for her. It sounded beautifully in his low, caressing tones, with just the faintest suggestion of emphasis on the "my." It would have been so nice if she had not made a fool of herself. She dared not look up lest she should see laughter in his eyes. So she looked down, and as her lashes were very long and dark, and her lids very thick and creamy, the effect was quite charming and provocative, and Kenneth reflected that Rilla Blythe was going to be the beauty of the Ingleside girls after all. He wanted to make her look up, to catch again that little demure, questioning glance. She was the prettiest thing at the party, there was no doubt of that. What was he saying? Rilla could hardly believe her ears. "Can we have a dance?" "Yes," said Rilla. She said it with such a fierce determination not to lisp, that she fairly blurted the word out. Then she writhed in spirit again. It sounded so bold, so eager, as if she were fairly jumping at him. What would he think of her? Oh, why did dreadful things happen just when a girl wanted to appear at her best? Kenneth drew her in among the dancers. "I think this game ankle of mine is good for one hop around, at least," he said. "How is your ankle?" said Rilla. Oh, why couldn't she think of something else to say? She knew he was sick of inquiries about his ankle. She had heard him say so at Ingleside, heard him tell Di he was going to wear a placard on his breast, announcing to all and sundry that the ankle was improving, etc. And now she must go and ask this stale question again. Kenneth was tired of inquiries about his ankle, but then he had not often been asked about it by lips with such an adorable kissable dent just above them. Perhaps that was why he answered very patiently that it was getting on well and didn't trouble him much, if he didn't walk or stand too long at a time. They tell me it will be as strong as ever in time, but I'll have to cut football out this fall. They danced together, and Rilla knew every girl in sight envied her. After the dance they went down the rock steps, and Kenneth found a little flat, and they rowed across the moonlit channel to the sandshore. They walked on the sand till Kenneth's ankle made protest, and then they sat down among the dunes. Kenneth talked to her as he had talked to Nan and Di. Rilla, overcome with a shyness she did not understand, could not talk much, and thought he would think her frightfully stupid. But in spite of this it was all very wonderful. The exquisite moonlight, the shining sea, the tiny little wavelets swishing on the sand, the cool and freakish wind of night crooning in the stiff grasses on the crest of the dunes, the music sounding faintly and sweetly over the channel. "A merry lilt of moonlight for mermaid in revelry," quoted Kenneth softly from one of Walter's poems. And just she and he alone together in the glamour of sound and sight. If only her slippers didn't bite so, and if only she could talk cleverly like Miss Oliver. Nay, if she could only talk as she did herself to other boys. But words would not come, she could only listen and murmur little commonplace sentences now and then. But perhaps her dreamy eyes and her dented lip and her slender throat talked eloquently for her. At any rate Kenneth seemed in no hurry to suggest going back, and when they did go back supper was in progress. He found a seat for her near the window of the lighthouse kitchen, and sat on the sill beside her while she ate her ices and cake. Rilla looked about her and thought how lovely her first party had been. She would never forget it. The room re-echoed to laughter and jest. Beautiful young eyes sparkled and shone. From the pavilion outside came the lilt of the fiddle and the rhythmic steps of the dancers. There was a little disturbance among a group of boys crowded about the door. A young fellow pushed through and halted on the threshold, looking about him rather sombrely. It was Jack Elliott from over harbour, a McGill medical student, a quiet chap not much addicted to social doings. He had been invited to the party, but had not been expected to come, since he had to go to Charlottetown that day, and could not be back until late. Yet here he was, and he carried a folded paper in his hand. Gertrude Oliver looked at him from her corner and shivered again. She had enjoyed the party herself, after all, for she had foregathered with a Charlottetown acquaintance, who, being a stranger and much older than most of the guests, felt himself rather out of it, and had been glad to fall in with this clever girl, who could talk of world doings and outside events with the zest and vigor of a man. In the pleasure of his society she had forgotten some of her misgivings of the day. Now they suddenly returned to her. What news did Jack Elliott bring? Lines from an old poem flashed unbidden to her mind. There was a sound of revelry by night. Hush, hark, a deep sound strikes like a rising knell. Why should she think of that now? Why didn't Jack Elliott speak, if he had anything to tell? Why did he just stand there glowering importantly? Ask him, she said feverishly to Allan Daly. But somebody else had already asked him. The room grew very silent all at once. Outside the fiddler had stopped for a rest, and there was silence there too. Afar off they heard the low moan of the Gulf, the presage of a storm already on its way up the Atlantic. A girl's laugh drifted up from the rocks and died away, as if frightened out of existence by the sudden stillness. "England declared war on Germany today," said Jack Elliott slowly. "The news came by wire just as I left town." "God help us!" whispered Gertrude Oliver under her breath. My dream! The first wave has broken." She looked at Allan Daly and tried to smile. "Is this Armageddon?" she asked. "I'm afraid so," he said gravely. A chorus of exclamations had arisen around them, light surprise and idle interest for the most part. Few there realized the import of the message. Fewer still realized that it meant anything to them. Before long the dancing was on again, and the hum of pleasure was as loud as ever. Gertrude and Ellen Daly talked the news over in low, troubled tones. Walter Blythe had turned pale and left the room. Outside he met Jem, hurrying up the rock steps. "Have you heard the news, Jem?" "Yes, the Piper has come. Hurrah! I knew England wouldn't leave France in the lurch. I've been trying to get Captain Josiah to hoist the flag, but he says it isn't the proper caper till sunrise. Jack says they'll be calling for volunteers tomorrow." "What a fuss to make over nothing," said Mary Vance disdainfully, as Jem dashed off. She was sitting out with Miller Douglas on a lobster trap, which was not only an unromantic but an uncomfortable seat. But Mary and Miller were both supremely happy on it. Miller Douglas was a big, strapping, uncouth lad, who thought Mary Vance's tongue uncommonly gifted, and Mary Vance's white eyes stars of the first magnitude, and neither of them had the least inkling why Jem Blythe wanted to hoist the lighthouse flag. "What does it matter if there's going to be a war over there in Europe? I'm sure it doesn't concern us." Walter looked at her, and had one of his odd visitations of prophecy. "Before this war is over," he said, or something said through his lips, "every man and woman and child in Canada will feel it. You, Mary, will feel it to your heart's core. You will weep tears of blood over it. The Piper has come, and he will pipe until every corner of the world has heard his awful and irresistible music. It will be years before the dance of death is over. Years, Mary. And in those years millions of hearts will break." "Fancy now," said Mary, who always said that when she couldn't think of anything else to say. She didn't know what Walter meant, but she felt uncomfortable. Walter Blythe was always saying odd things. That old Piper of his, she hadn't heard anything about him since their play days in Rainbow Valley. And now here he was bobbing up again. She didn't like it, and that was the long and short of it. "Aren't you painting it rather strong, Walter?" asked Harvey Crawford, coming up just then. "This war won't last for years. It'll be over in a month or two. England will just wipe Germany off the map in no time." "Do you think a war for which Germany has been preparing for 20 years will be over in a few weeks?" said Walter passionately. "This isn't a paltry struggle in a Balkan corner, Harvey. It is a death grapple. Germany comes to conquer or to die. And do you know what will happen if she conquers? Canada will be a German colony." "Well, I guess a few things will happen before that," said Harvey, shrugging his shoulders. "The British Navy would have to be licked for one, and for another, Miller here, now, and we'd raise a dust, wouldn't we, Miller? No Germans need apply for this old country, eh?" Harvey ran down the steps laughing. "I declare, I think all you boys talk the craziest stuff," said Mary Vance in disgust. She got up and dragged Miller off to the rock shore. It didn't happen often that they had a chance for a talk together. Mary was determined that this one shouldn't be spoiled by Walter Blythe's silly blather about Pipers and Germans and such like absurd things. They left Walter standing alone on the rock steps, looking out over the beauty of Four Winds with brooding eyes that saw it not. The best of the evening was over for Rilla too. Ever since Jack Elliott's announcement, she had sensed that Kenneth was no longer thinking about her. She felt suddenly lonely and unhappy. It was worse than if he had never noticed her at all. Was life like this? Something delightful happening, and then, just as you were revelling in it, slipping away from you? Rilla told herself pathetically that she felt years older than when she had left home that evening. Perhaps she did. Perhaps she was. Who knows? It does not do to laugh at the pangs of youth. They are very terrible because youth has not yet learned that this too will pass away. Rilla sighed and wished she were home in bed, crying into her pillow. "Tired?" said Kenneth, gently but absently. Oh, so absently. He really didn't care a bit whether she were tired or not, she thought. "Kenneth," she ventured timidly, "you don't think this war will matter much to us in Canada, do you?" "Matter? Of course it will matter to the lucky fellows who will be able to take a hand. I won't, thanks to this confounded ankle. Rotten luck, I call it." "I don't see why we should fight England's battles," cried Rilla. "She's quite able to fight them herself." "That isn't the point. We are part of the British Empire. It's a family affair. We've got to stand by each other. The worst of it is, it will be over before I can be of any use." "Do you mean that you would really volunteer to go if it wasn't for your ankle?" asked Rilla incredulously. "Sure I would. You see, they'll go by the thousands. Jem will be off, I bet a cent. Walter won't be strong enough yet, I suppose. And Jerry Meredith, he'll go. And I was worrying about being out of football this year." Rilla was too startled to say anything. Jem and Jerry! Nonsense! Why, Father and Mr. Meredith wouldn't allow it. They weren't through college. Oh, why hadn't Jack Elliott kept his horrid news to himself? Mark Warren came up and asked her to dance. Rilla went, knowing Kenneth didn't care whether she went or stayed. An hour ago on the sand shore he had been looking at her as if she were the only being of any importance in the world. And now she was nobody. His thoughts were full of this great game, which was to be played on blood-stained fields with empires for stakes, a game in which womankind could have no part. Women, thought Rilla miserably, just had to sit and cry at home. But all this was foolishness. Kenneth couldn't go, he admitted that himself, and Walter couldn't, thank goodness for that, and Jem and Jerry would have more sense. She wouldn't worry, she would enjoy herself. But how awkward Mark Warren was! How he bungled his steps! Why, for mercy's sake, did boys try to dance who didn't know the first thing about dancing, and who had feet as big as boats? There, he had bumped her into somebody. She would never dance with him again. She danced with others, though the zest was gone out of the performance, and she had begun to realize that her slippers hurt her badly. Kenneth seemed to have gone. At least, nothing was to be seen of him. Her first party was spoiled, though it had seemed so beautiful at one time. Her head ached, her toes burned, and worse was yet to come. She had gone down with some over-harbour friends to the rock shore, where they all lingered as dance after dance went on above them. It was cool and pleasant, and they were tired. Rilla was silent, taking no part in the gay conversation. She was glad when someone called down that the over-harbour boats were leaving. A laughing scramble up the lighthouse rock followed. A few couples still whirled about in the pavilion, but the crowd had thinned out. Rilla looked about for the Glen group. She could not see one of them. She ran into the lighthouse. Still no sign of anybody. In dismay she ran to the rock steps, down which the over-harbour guests were hurrying. She could see the boats below. Where was Jem's? Where was Joe's? "Why, Rilla Blythe, I thought you'd be gone home long ago," said Mary Vance, who was waving her scarf at a boat skimming up the channel, skippered by Miller Douglas. "Where are the rest?" gasped Rilla. "Why, they're gone. Jem went an hour ago. Una had a headache. And the rest went with Joe about 15 minutes ago. See, they're just going round Birch Point. I didn't go because it's getting rough and I knew I'd be seasick. I don't mind walking home from here. It's only a mile and a half. I supposed you'd gone. Where were you?" "Down on the rocks with Jem and Molly Crawford. Oh, why didn't they look for me?" "They did, but you couldn't be found. Then they concluded you must have gone in the other boat. Don't worry, you can stay all night with me and we'll phone up to Ingleside where you are." Rilla realized that there was nothing else to do. Her lips trembled and tears came into her eyes. She blinked savagely. She would not let Mary Vance see her crying. But to be forgotten like this! To think nobody had thought it worth while to make sure where she was, not even Walter. Then she had a sudden dismayed recollection. "My shoes!" she exclaimed. "I left them in the boat." "Well, I never!" said Mary. "You're the most thoughtless kid I ever saw. You'll have to ask Hazel Lewison to lend you a pair of shoes." "I won't!" cried Rilla, who didn't like the said Hazel. "I'll go barefoot first." Mary shrugged her shoulders. "Just as you like. Pride must suffer pain. It'll teach you to be more careful. Well, let's hike." Accordingly they hiked. But to hike along a deep-rutted, pebbly lane, in frail, silver-hued slippers with high French heels, is not an exhilarating performance. Rilla managed to limp and totter along until they reached the harbour road. but she could go no farther in those detestable slippers. She took them and her dear silk stockings off, and started barefoot. That was not pleasant either, for her feet were very tender, and the pebbles and ruts of the road hurt them. Her blistered heels smarted. But physical pain was almost forgotten in the sting of humiliation. This was a nice predicament! If Kenneth Ford could see her now, limping along like a little girl with a stone bruise. Oh, what a horrid way for her lovely party to end! She just had to cry. It was too terrible. Nobody cared for her. Nobody bothered about her at all. Well, if she caught cold from walking home barefoot on a dew-wet road and went into a decline, perhaps they would be sorry. She furtively wiped her tears away with her scarf. Handkerchiefs seemed to have vanished like shoes, but she could not help sniffling. Worse and worse. "You've got a cold, I see," said Mary. "You ought to have known you would, sitting down in the wind on those rocks. Your mother won't let you go out again in a hurry, I can tell you. It's certainly been something of a party. The Lewisons know how to do things, I'll say that for them, though Hazel Lewison is no choice of mine. My, how black she looked when she saw you dancing with Ken Ford. And so did that little hussy of an Ethel Rees. What a flirt he is." "I don't think he's a flirt," said Rilla, as defiantly as 2 desperate sniffs would let her. "You'll know more about men when you're as old as I am," said Mary patronizingly. "Mind you, it doesn't do to believe all they tell you. Don't let Ken Ford think all he has to do to get you on a string is to drop his handkerchief. Have more spirit than that, child." To be thus hectored and patronized by Mary Vance was unendurable. And it was unendurable to walk on stony roads with blistered heels and bare feet. And it was unendurable to be crying and have no handkerchief and not to be able to stop crying. "I'm not thinking about Kenneth Ford at all," cried tortured Rilla. "There's no need to fly off the handle, child. You ought to be willing to take advice from older people. I saw how you slipped over to the sands with Ken and stayed there ever so long with him. Your mother wouldn't like it if she knew." "I'll tell my mother all about it, and Miss Oliver, and Walter," Rilla gasped between sniffs. "You sat for hours with Millard Douglas on that lobster trap, Mary Vance. What would Mrs. Elliott say to that if she knew?" "Oh, I'm not going to quarrel with you," said Mary, suddenly retreating to high and lofty ground. "All I say is, you should wait until you're grown up before you do things like that." Rilla gave up trying to hide the fact that she was crying. Everything was spoiled, even that beautiful, dreamy, romantic moonlit hour with Kenneth on the sands was vulgarized and cheapened. She loathed Mary Vance. "Why, whatever's wrong?" cried mystified Mary. "What are you crying for?" "My feet hurt so," sobbed Rilla, clinging to the last shred of her pride. It was less humiliating to admit crying because of your feet than because somebody had been amusing himself with you, and your friends had forgotten you, and other people patronized you. "I dare say they do," said Mary, not unkindly. "Never mind. I know where there's a pot of goose grease in Cornelia's tidy pantry, and it beats all the fancy cold creams in the world. I'll put some on your heels before you go to bed." Goose grease on your heels! So this was what your first party and your first beau and your first moonlit romance ended in! Rilla gave over crying in sheer disgust at the futility of tears, and went to sleep in Mary Vance's bed, in the calm of despair. Outside the dawn came greyly in on wings of storm. Captain Josiah, true to his word, ran up the Union Jack at the Four Winds Light, and it streamed on the fierce wind against the clouded sky, like a gallant, unquenchable beacon. End of Rilla of Ingleside, Chapter 4, The Piper Pipes, by Lucy Maud Montgomery. Rilla of Ingleside, Chapter 5, by Lucy Maud Montgomery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Rilla of Ingleside, Chapter 5, The Sound of a Going, by Lucy Maud Montgomery. Read by Sweet Pea. Rilla ran down through the sunlit glory of the maple grove behind Ingleside, to her favorite nook in Rainbow Valley. She sat down on a green mossed stone among the fern, propped her chin on her hands, and stared unseeingly at the dazzling blue sky of the August afternoon, so blue, so peaceful, so unchanged, just as it had arched over the valley in the mellow days of late summer, ever since she could remember. She wanted to be alone, to think things out, to adjust herself, if it were possible, to the new world into which she seemed to have been transplanted with a suddenness and completeness that left her half bewildered as to her own identity. Was she, could she be, the same Rilla Blythe who had danced at Four Winds Light 6 days ago? Only 6 days ago? It seemed to Rilla that she had lived as much in those 6 days as in all her previous life. And if it be true that we should count time by the heart-throbs, she had. That evening, with its hopes and fears and triumphs and humiliations, seemed like ancient history now. Could she really ever have cried just because she had been forgotten and had to walk home with Mary Vance? Ah, thought Rilla sadly, how trivial and absurd such a cause of tears now appeared to her. She could cry now with a right good will, but she would not, she must not. What was it Mother had said, looking with her white lips and stricken eyes, as Rilla had never seen her mother look before? When our women fail in courage, shall our men be fearless still? Yes, that was it. She must be brave, like Mother, and Nan, and Faith. Faith, who had cried with flashing eyes, "Oh, if I were only a man to go too!" Only, when her eyes ached and her throat burned like this, she had to hide herself in Rainbow Valley for a little, just to think things out and remember that she wasn't a child any longer. She was grown up, and women had to face things like this. But it was nice to get away alone now and then, where nobody could see her, and where she needn't feel that people thought her a little coward if some tears came in spite of her. How sweet and woodsy the ferns smelled! How softly the great feathery boughs of the firs waved and murmured over her! How elfinly rang the bells of the tree lovers, just a tinkle now and then as the breeze swept by! How purple and elusive the haze, where incense was being offered, on many an altar of the hills! How the maple leaves whitened in the wind, until the grove seemed covered with pale silvery blossoms! Everything was just the same as she had seen it hundreds of times, and yet the whole face of the world seemed changed. How wicked I was to wish that something dramatic would happen, she thought. Oh, if we could only have those dear, monotonous, pleasant days back again! I would never, never grumble about them again. Rilla's world had tumbled to pieces the very day after the party. As they lingered around the dinner table at Ingleside, talking of the war, the telephone had rung. It was a long-distance call from Charlottetown for Jem. When he had finished talking, he hung up the receiver and turned around, with a flushed face and glowing eyes. Before he had said a word, his mother and Nan and Di turned pale. As for Rilla, for the first time in her life she felt that everyone must hear her heart beating, and that something had clutched at her throat. "They are calling for volunteers in town, Father," said Jem. "Scores have joined up already. I'm going in tonight to enlist." "Oh, little Jem!" cried Mrs. Blythe brokenly. She had not called him that for many years, not since the day he had rebelled against it. "Oh, no, no, little Jem!" "I must, Mother. I'm right. Am I not, Father?" asked Jem. Dr. Blythe had risen. He was very pale, too, and his voice was husky. But he did not hesitate. "Yes, Jem, yes, if you feel that way. Yes." Mrs. Blythe covered her face. Walter stared moodily at his plate. Nan and Di clasped each other's hands. Shirley tried to look unconcerned. Susan sat as if paralyzed, her piece of pie half eaten on her plate. Susan never did finish that piece of pie, a fact which bore eloquent testimony to the upheaval in her inner woman, for Susan considered it a cardinal offense against civilized society to begin to eat anything and not finish it. That was wilful waste, hens to the contrary notwithstanding. Jem turned to the phone again. "I must ring the manse. Jerry will want to go too." At this Nan had cried out, "Oh!" as if a knife had been thrust into her, and rushed from the room. Di followed her. Rilla turned to Walter for comfort, but Walter was lost to her in some reverie she could not share. "All right," Jem was saying, as coolly as if he were arranging the details of a picnic. "I thought you would yes, tonight, the 7 o'clock. Meet me at the station. So long." "Mrs. Dr. dear," said Susan, "I wish you would wake me up. Am I dreaming or am I awake? Does that blessed boy realize what he is saying? Does he mean that he is going to enlist as a soldier? You do not mean to tell me that they want children like him? It is an outrage. Surely you and the doctor will not permit it." "We can't stop him," said Mrs. Blythe chokingly. "Oh, Gilbert!" Dr. Blythe came up behind his wife and took her hand gently, looking down into the sweet grey eyes that he had only once before seen filled with such imploring anguish as now. They both thought of that other time, the day years ago in the House of Dreams when little Joyce had died. "Would you have him stay, Anne, when the others are going, when he thinks it his duty? Would you have him so selfish and small-souled?" "No, no, but oh, our first-born son! He's only a lad. Gilbert, I'll try to be brave after a while. Just now I can't. It's all come so suddenly. Give me time." The doctor and his wife went out of the room. Jem had gone. Walter had gone. Shirley got up to go. Rilla and Susan remained staring at each other across the deserted table. Rilla had not yet cried. She was too stunned for tears. Then she saw that Susan was crying. Susan, whom she had never seen shed a tear before. "Oh, Susan, will he really go?" she asked. It is just ridiculous, that's what it is," said Susan. She wiped away her tears, gulped resolutely, and got up. "I am going to wash the dishes. That has to be done, even if everybody has gone crazy. There now, dearie, do not you cry. Jem will go, most likely, but the war will be over long before he gets anywhere near it. Let us take a brace and not worry your poor mother." "In the Enterprise today it was reported that Lord Kitchener says the war will last 3 years," said Rilla dubiously. "I am not acquainted with Lord Kitchener," said Susan composedly, "but I dare say he makes mistakes as often as other people. Your father says it will be over in a few months, and I have as much faith in his opinion as I have in Lord anybody's. So just let us be calm, and trust in the Almighty, and get this place tidied up. I am done with crying, which is a waste of time and discourages everybody." Jem and Jerry went to Charlottetown that night, and 2 nights later they came back in khaki. The Glen hummed with excitement over it. Life at Ingleside had suddenly become a tense, strained, thrilling thing. Mrs. Blythe and Nan were brave and smiling and wonderful. Already Mrs. Blythe and Miss Cornelia were organizing a Red Cross. The doctor and Mr. Meredith were rounding up the men for a patriotic society. Rilla, after the first shock, reacted to the romance of it all, in spite of her heartache. Jem certainly looked magnificent in his uniform. It was splendid to think of the lads of Canada answering so speedily and fearlessly and uncalculatingly to the call of their country. Rilla carried her head high among the other girls whose brothers had not so responded. In her diary she wrote, "He goes to do what I had done, had Douglas' daughter been his son," and was sure she meant it. If she were a boy, of course she would go too. She hadn't the least doubt of that. She wondered if it was very dreadful of her to feel glad that Walter hadn't got strong as soon as they had wished after the fever. "I couldn't bear to have Walter go," she wrote. "I love Jem ever so much, but Walter means more to me than anyone in the world, and I would die if he had to go. He seems so changed these days. He hardly ever talks to me. I suppose he wants to go too, and feels badly because he can't. He doesn't go about with Jem and Jerry at all. I shall never forget Susan's face when Jem came home in his khaki. It worked and twisted as if she were going to cry, but all she said was, "You look almost like a man in that, Jem." Jem laughed. He never minds because Susan thinks him just a child still. Everybody seems busy but me. I wish there was something I could do, but there doesn't seem to be anything. Mother and Nan and Di are busy all the time, and I just wander about like a lonely ghost. What hurts me terribly, though, is that Mother's smiles, and Nan's, just seem put on from the outside. Mother's eyes never laugh now. It makes me feel that I shouldn't laugh either, that it's wicked to feel laughy. And it's so hard for me to keep from laughing, even if Jem is going to be a soldier. But when I laugh I don't enjoy it either, as I used to. There's something behind it all that keeps hurting me, especially when I wake up in the night. Then I cry because I am afraid that Kitchener of Khartoum is right, and the war will last for years, and Jem may be... But no, I won't write it. It would make me feel as if it were really going to happen. The other day Nan said, "Nothing can ever be quite the same for any of us again." It made me feel rebellious. Why shouldn't things be the same again, when everything is over and Jem and Jerry are back? We'll all be happy and jolly again, and these days will seem just like a bad dream. The coming of the mail is the most exciting event of every day now. Father just snatches the paper. I never saw Father snatch before. And the rest of us crowd round and look at the headlines over his shoulder. Susan vows she does not and will not believe a word the papers say, but she always comes to the kitchen door, and listens, and then goes back, shaking her head. She is terribly indignant all the time, but she cooks up all the things Jem likes especially, and she did not make a single bit of fuss when she found Monday asleep on the spare room bed yesterday, right on top of Mrs. Rachel Lynde's apple leaf spread. "The Almighty only knows where your master will be having to sleep before long, you poor dumb beast," she said, as she put him quite gently out. But she never relents towards Doc. She says the minute he saw Jem in khaki he turned into Mr. Hyde then and there, and she thinks that ought to be proof enough of what he really is. Susan is funny, but she is an old dear. Shirley says she is one half angel and the other half good cook. But then Shirley is the only one of us she never scolds. Faith Meredith is wonderful. I think she and Jem are really engaged now. She goes about with a shining light in her eyes, but her smiles are a little stiff and starched, just like Mother's. I wonder if I could be as brave as she is if I had a lover and he was going to the war. It is bad enough when it is your brother. Bruce Meredith cried all night, Mrs. Meredith says, when he heard Jem and Jerry were going. And he wanted to know if the K of K his father talked about was the King of Kings. He is the dearest kitty. I just love him, though I don't really care much for children. I don't like babies one bit, though when I say so people look at me as if I had said something perfectly shocking. Well, I don't, and I've got to be honest about it. I don't mind looking at a nice clean baby if somebody else holds it, but I wouldn't touch it for anything. And I don't feel a single real spark of interest in it. Gertrude Oliver says she feels just the same. She is the most honest person I know. She never pretends anything. She says babies bore her until they are old enough to talk, and then she likes them, but still a good ways off. Mother and Nan and Di all adore babies, and seem to think I'm unnatural because I don't. I haven't seen Kenneth since the night of the party. He was here one evening after Jem came back, but I happened to be away. I don't think he mentioned me at all. At least nobody told me he did, and I was determined I wouldn't ask. But I don't care in the least. All that matters absolutely nothing to me now. The only thing that does matter is that Jem has volunteered for active service and will be going to Valcartier in a few more days. My big, splendid brother Jem. Oh, I'm so proud of him. I suppose Kenneth would enlist too, if it weren't for his ankle. I think that is quite providential. He is his mother's only son, and how dreadful she would feel if he went. Only sons should never think of going. Walter came wandering through the valley as Rilla sat there, with his head bent and his hands clasped behind him. When he saw Rilla, he turned abruptly away. Then, as abruptly, he turned and came back to her. "Rilla, my Rilla, what are you thinking of?" "Everything is so changed, Walter," said Rilla wistfully. "Even you're changed. A week ago we were all so happy, and now I just can't find myself at all. I'm lost." Walter sat down on a neighboring stone and took Rilla's little appealing hand. "I'm afraid our old world has come to an end, Rilla. We've got to face that." "It's so terrible to think of Jem," pleaded Rilla. "Sometimes I forget for a little while what it really means, and feel excited and proud. And then it comes over me again like a cold wind." "I envy Jem," said Walter moodily. "Envy Jem? Oh, Walter, you don't want to go too?" "No," said Walter, gazing straight before him down the emerald vistas of the valley. "No, I don't want to go. That's just the trouble, Rilla. I'm afraid to go. I'm a coward." "You're not?" Rilla burst out angrily. "Why, anybody would be afraid to go. You might be killed." "I wouldn't mind that if it didn't hurt," muttered Walter. "I don't think I'm afraid of death itself. It's of the pain that might come before death. It wouldn't be so bad to die and have it over, but to keep on dying. Rilla, I've always been afraid of pain. You know that. I can't help it. I shudder when I think of the possibility of being mangled or blinded. Rilla, I cannot face that thought. To be blind, never to see the beauty of the world again. Moonlight on four winds, the stars twinkling through the fir trees, mist on the gulf. I ought to go, I ought to want to go, but I don't. I hate the thought of it. I'm ashamed. "But Walter, you couldn't go anyhow," said Rilla piteously. She was sick with a new terror that Walter would go after all. "You're not strong enough." "I am. I've felt as fit as ever I did this last month. I'd pass any examination. I know it. Everybody thinks I'm not strong yet, and I'm skulking behind that belief. I should have been a girl," Walter concluded in a burst of passionate bitterness. "Even if you were strong enough, you oughtn't to go," sobbed Rilla. "What would Mother do? She's breaking her heart over Jem. It would kill her to see you both go." "Oh, I'm not going. Don't worry. I tell you I'm afraid to go. Afraid. I don't mince the matter to myself. It's a relief to own up even to you, Rilla. I wouldn't confess it to anybody else. Nan and Di would despise me. But I hate the whole thing. The horror, the pain, the ugliness. War isn't a khaki uniform or a drill parade. Everything I've read in old histories haunts me. I lie awake at night and see things that have happened, see the blood and filth and misery of it all. And a bayonet charge! If I could face the other things, I could never face that. It turns me sick to think of it, sicker even to think of giving it than receiving it, to think of thrusting a bayonet through another man." Walter writhed and shuddered. "I think of these things all the time, and it doesn't seem to me that Jem and Jerry ever think of them. They laugh and talk about potting Huns, but it maddens me to see them in the khaki. And they think I'm grumpy because I'm not fit to go." Walter laughed bitterly. "It is not a nice thing to feel yourself a coward." But Rilla got her arms about him and cuddled her head on his shoulder. She was so glad he didn't want to go. For just 1 minute she had been horribly frightened. And it was so nice to have Walter confiding his troubles to her, not Di. She didn't feel so lonely and superfluous any longer. "Don't you despise me, Rilla, my Rilla?" asked Walter wistfully. Somehow it hurt him to think that Rilla might despise him, hurt him as much as if it had been Di. He realized suddenly how very fond he was of this adoring kid sister with her appealing eyes and troubled, girlish face. "No, I don't. Why, Walter, hundreds of people feel just as you do. You know what that verse of Shakespeare in the old Fifth Reader says, 'The brave man is not he who feels no fear.' No, but it is he whose noble soul its fear subdues. I don't do that. We can't gloss it over, Rilla. I'm a coward." You're not. Think of how you fought Dan Rees long ago. One spurt of courage isn't enough for a lifetime. Walter, one time I heard father say that the trouble with you was a sensitive nature and a vivid imagination. You feel things before they really come, feel them all alone when there isn't anything to help you bear them, to take away from them. It isn't anything to be ashamed of. When you and Jim got your hands burned when the grass was fired on the sandhills 2 years ago, Jim made twice the fuss over the pain than you did. As for this horrid old war, there'll be plenty to go without you. It won't last long. I wish I could believe it. Well, it's supper time, Rilla. You'd better run. I don't want anything. Neither do I. I couldn't eat a mouthful. Let me stay here with you, Walter. It's such a comfort to talk things over with someone. The rest all think that I'm too much of a baby to understand. So they two sat there in the old valley until the evening star shone through a pale grey, gauzy cloud over the maple grove, and a fragrant dewy darkness filled their little sylvan dell. It was one of the evenings Rilla was to treasure in remembrance all her life, the first one on which Walter had ever talked to her as if she were a woman and not a child. They comforted and strengthened each other. Walter felt, for the time being at least, that it was not such a despicable thing, after all, to dread the horror of war, and Rilla was glad to be made the confidant of his struggles, to sympathize with and encourage him. She was of importance to somebody. When they went back to Ingleside, they found callers sitting on their veranda. Mr. and Mrs. Meredith had come over from the manse, and Mr. and Mrs. Norman Douglas had come up from the farm. Cousin Sophia was there also, sitting with Susan in the shadowy background. Mrs. Blythe and Nan and Di were away, but Dr. Blythe was home, and so was Dr. Jekyll, sitting in a golden majesty on the top step. And of course they were all talking of the war, except Dr. Jekyll, who kept his own counsel and looked contempt as only a cat can. When two people foregathered in those days, they talked of the war, and old Highland Sandy of the Harbour Head talked of it when he was alone, and hurled anathemas at the Kaiser across all the acres of his farm. Walter slipped away, not caring to see or be seen, but Rilla sat down on the steps, where the garden mint was dewy and pungent. It was a very calm evening, with a dim golden afterlight irradiating the glen. She felt happier than at any time in the dreadful week that had passed. She was no longer haunted by the fear that Walter would go. "I'd go myself if I was 20 years younger," Norman Douglas was shouting. Norman always shouted when he was excited. "I'd show the Kaiser a thing or two. Did I ever say there wasn't a hell? Of course there's a hell. Dozens of hells, hundreds of hells, where the Kaiser and all his brood are bound for." "I knew this war was coming," said Mrs. Norman triumphantly. "I saw it coming right along. I could have told all those stupid Englishmen what was ahead of them. I told you, John Meredith, years ago when the Kaiser was up, but you wouldn't believe it. You said he would never plunge the world in war. Who was right about the Kaiser, John? You or I? Tell me that." "You were, I admit," said Mr. Meredith. "It's too late to admit it now," said Mrs. Norman, shaking her head, as if to intimate that if John Meredith had admitted it sooner, there might have been no war. "Thank God England's navy is ready," said the doctor. "Amen to that," nodded Mrs. Norman. "Bat blind as most of them were, somebody had foresight enough to see to that." "Maybe England'll manage not to get into trouble over it," said Cousin Sophia plaintively. "I dunno, but I'm much afraid." "One would suppose that England was in trouble over it already, up to her neck, Sophia Crawford," said Susan, "but your ways of thinking are beyond me, and always were. It is my opinion the British Navy will settle Germany in a jiffy, and that we are all getting worked up over nothing." Susan spat out the words as if she wanted to convince herself more than anybody else. She had her little store of homely philosophies to guide her through life, but she had nothing to buckle her against the thunderbolts of the week that had just passed. What had an honest, hard-working Presbyterian old maid of Glen St. Mary to do with a war thousands of miles away? Susan felt that it was indecent that she should have to be disturbed by it. "The British army will settle Germany!" shouted Norman. Just wait till it gets into line and the Kaiser will find that real war is a different thing from parading around Berlin with your mustaches cocked up." "Britain hasn't got an army," said Mrs. Norman emphatically. "You needn't glare at me, Norman. Glaring won't make soldiers out of Timothy stalks. 100,000 men will be just a mouthful for Germany's millions." "There'll be some tough chewing in the mouthful, I reckon," persisted Norman valiantly. "Germany'll break her teeth on it. Don't you tell me one Britisher isn't a match for 10 foreigners. I could polish off a dozen of them myself, with both hands tied behind my back." "I am told," said Susan, "that old Mr. Pryor does not believe in this war. I am told that he says England went into it just because she was jealous of Germany, and that she did not really care in the least what happened to Belgium." "I believe he's been talking some such rot," said Norman. "I haven't heard him. When I do, Whiskers on the moon won't know what happened to him. That precious relative of mine, Kitty Alec, holds forth to the same effect, I understand. Not before me, though. Somehow folks don't indulge in that kind of conversation in my presence. Lord love you, they've a kind of presentiment, so to speak, that it wouldn't be healthy for their complaints. I am very much afraid that this war has been sent as a punishment for our sins," said Cousin Sophia, unclasping her pale hands from her lap and reclasping them solemnly over her stomach. "The world is very evil. The times are waxing late." "Parson here's got something of the same idea," chuckled Norman. "Haven't you, Parson? That's why you preached the other night on the text, 'Without shedding of blood there is no remission of sins.' I didn't agree with you. Wanted to get up in the pew and shout out that there wasn't a word of sense in what you were saying, but Ellen here, she held me down. I never have any fun sassing parsons since I got married." "Without shedding of blood there is no anything," said Mr. Meredith, in the gentle dreamy way which had an unexpected trick of convincing his hearers. "Everything, it seems to me, has to be purchased by self-sacrifice. Our race has marked every step of its painful ascent with blood, and now torrents of it must flow again. No, Mrs. Crawford, I don't think the war has been sent as a punishment for sin. I think it is the price humanity must pay for some blessing, some advance great enough to be worth the price, which we may not live to see, but which our children's children will inherit." "If Jerry is killed, will you feel so fine about it?" demanded Norman, who had been saying things like that all his life, and never could be made to see any reason why he shouldn't. "Now never mind kicking me in the shins, Ellen. I want to see if Parson meant what he said, or if it was just a pulpit frill." Mr. Meredith's face quivered. He had had a terrible hour alone in his study on the night Jem and Jerry had gone to town, but he answered quietly, "Whatever I felt, it could not alter my belief, my assurance that a country whose sons are ready to lay down their lives in her defense will win a new vision because of their sacrifice." "You do mean it, Parson. I can always tell when people mean what they say. It's a gift that was born in me. Makes me a terror to most parsons, that. But I've never caught you yet saying anything you don't mean. I'm always hoping I will. That's what reconciles me to going to church. It'd be such a comfort to me, such a weapon to batter Ellen here with, when she tries to civilize me. Well, I'm off over the road to see Ab Crawford a minute. The gods be good to you all." "The old pagan," muttered Susan, as Norman strode away. She did not care if Ellen Douglas did hear her. Susan could never understand why fire did not descend from heaven upon Norman Douglas when he insulted ministers the way he did. But the astonishing thing was Mr. Meredith seemed really to like his brother-in-law. Rilla wished they would talk of something besides war. She had heard nothing else for a week, and she was really a little tired of it. Now that she was relieved from her haunting fear that Walter would want to go, it made her quite impatient. But she supposed, with a sigh, that there would be 3 or 4 months of it yet. End of Rilla of Ingleside, Chapter 5.
Chapter 32 of Rilla of Ingleside by Lucy Maud Montgomery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sweet Pea. Chapter 32 Word from Jem. 4th August, 1918. It is 4 years tonight since the dance at the lighthouse, 4 years of war. It seems like 3 times 4. I was 15 then, I am 19 now. I expected that these past 4 years would be the most delightful years of my life, and they have been years of war, years of fear and grief and worry, but I humbly hope of a little growth in strength and character as well. Today I was going through the hall, and I heard mother saying something to father about me. I didn't mean to listen, I couldn't help hearing her as I went along the hall and upstairs, so perhaps that is why I heard what listeners are said never to hear, something good of myself. And because it was mother who said it, I'm going to write it in here in my journal, for my comforting when days of discouragement come upon me, in which I feel that I am vain and selfish and weak, and that there is no good thing in me. Rilla has developed in a wonderful fashion these past 4 years. She used to be such an irresponsible young creature. She has changed into a capable, womanly girl, and she is such a comfort to me. Nan and Di have grown a little away from me, they have been so little at home, but Rilla has grown closer and closer to me. We are chums. I don't see how I could have got through these terrible years without her, Gilbert. There, that is just what mother said, and I feel glad and sorry and proud and humble. It's beautiful to have my mother think that about me, but I don't deserve it quite. I'm not as good and strong as that. There are heaps of times when I have felt cross and impatient and woeful and despairing. It is mother and Susan who have been this family's backbone. But I have helped a little, I believe, and I am so glad and thankful. The war news has been good right along. The French and Americans are pushing the Germans back and back and back. Sometimes I am afraid it is too good to last. After nearly 4 years of disasters, one has a feeling that this constant success is unbelievable. We don't rejoice noisily over it. Susan keeps the flag up, but we go softly. The price paid has been too high for jubilation. We are just thankful that it has not been paid in vain. No word has come from Jem. We hope, because we dare not do anything else. But there are hours when we all feel, though we never say so, that such hoping is foolishness. These hours come more and more frequently as the weeks go by, and we may never know. That is the most terrible thought of all. I wonder how Faith is bearing it. To judge from her letters, she has never for a moment given up hope, but she must have had her dark hours of doubt like the rest of us. 20th August, 1918. The Canadians have been in action again, and Mr. Meredith had a cable today saying that Carl had been slightly wounded and is in the hospital. It did not say where the wound was, which was unusual, and we all feel worried. There is news of a fresh victory every day now. 30th August, 1918. The Merediths had a letter from Carl today. His wound was only a slight one, but it was in his right eye, and the sight is gone forever. One eye is enough to watch bugs with, Carl writes cheerfully, and we know it might have been oh so much worse if it had been both eyes, but I cried all the afternoon after I saw Carl's letter. Those beautiful, fearless blue eyes of his. There is one comfort, he will not have to go back to the front. He is coming home as soon as he is out of the hospital, the first of our boys to return. When will the others come? And there is one who will never come. At least we will not see him if he does. But oh, I think he will be there. When our Canadian soldiers return there will be a shadow army with them, the army of the fallen. We will not see them, but they will be there. 1st September, 1918. Mother and I went into Charlottetown yesterday to see the moving picture Hearts of the World. I made an awful goose of myself. Father will never stop teasing me about it for the rest of my life. But it all seemed so horribly real, and I was so intensely interested that I forgot everything but the scenes I saw enacted before my eyes. And then, quite near the last, came a terribly exciting one. The heroine was struggling with a German soldier who was trying to drag her away. I knew she had a knife. I had seen her hide it to have it in readiness, and I couldn't understand why she didn't produce it and finish the brute. I thought she must have forgotten it, and just at the tensest moment of the scene I lost my head altogether. I just stood right up on my feet in that crowded house and shrieked at the top of my voice, "The knife is in your stocking! The knife is in your stocking!" I created a sensation. The funny part was that just as I said it, the girl did snatch out the knife and stab the soldier with it. Everybody in the house laughed. I came to my senses and fell back in my seat, overcome with mortification. Mother was shaking with laughter. I could have shaken her. Why hadn't she pulled me down and choked me before I had made such an idiot of myself? She protests that there wasn't time. Fortunately the house was dark, and I don't believe there was anybody there who knew me, and I thought I was becoming sensible and self-controlled and womanly. It is plain I have some distance to go yet before I attain that devoutly desired consummation. 20th September 1918. In the east Bulgaria has asked for peace, and in the west the British have smashed the Hindenburg line. And right here in Glen St. Mary, little Bruce Meredith has done something that I think wonderful. Wonderful because of the love behind it. Mrs. Meredith was here tonight, and she told us about it, and Mother and I cried, and Susan got up and clattered the things about the stove. Bruce always loved Jim very devotedly, and the child has never forgotten him in all these years. He has been as faithful in his way as Dog Monday was in his. We have always told him that Jem would come back, but it seems that he was in Carter Flagg's store last night, and he heard his Uncle Norman flatly declaring that Jem Blythe would never come back, and that the Ingleside folk might as well give up hoping he would. Bruce went home and cried himself to sleep. This morning his mother saw him going out of the yard with a very sorrowful and determined look, carrying his pet kitten. She didn't think much more about it until later on he came in with the most tragic little face, and told her, his little body shaking with sobs, that he had drowned Stripey. "Why did you do that?" Mrs. Meredith exclaimed. "To bring Jem back," sobbed Bruce. "I thought if I sacrificed Stripey, God would send Jem back. So I drowned him, and oh, Mother, it was awful hard. But surely God will send Jem back now, 'cause Stripey was the dearest thing I had. I just told God I would give him Stripey if he would send Jem back, and he will, won't he, Mother?" Mrs. Meredith didn't know what to say to the poor child. She could not tell him that perhaps his sacrifice wouldn't bring Jem back, that God didn't work that way. She told him that he mustn't expect it right away, that perhaps it would be quite a long time yet before Jem came back. But Bruce said, "It oughtn't to take longer than a week, Mother. Oh, Mother, Stripey was such a nice little cat. He purred so pretty. Don't you think God ought to like him enough to let us have Jem?" Mr. Meredith is worried about the effect on Bruce's faith in God, and Mrs. Meredith is worried about the effect on Bruce himself, if his hope isn't fulfilled, and I feel as if I must cry every time I think of it. It was so splendid and sad and beautiful. The dear devoted little fellow, he worshipped that kitten, and if it all goes for nothing, as so many sacrifices seem to go for nothing, he will be broken hearted, for he isn't old enough to understand that God doesn't answer our prayers just as we hope, and doesn't make bargains with us when we yield something we love up to him. 24th September 1918. I have been kneeling at my window in the moonshine for a long time, just thanking God over and over again. The joy of last night and today has been so great that it seemed half pain, as if our hearts weren't big enough to hold it. Last night I was sitting here in my room at 11 o'clock, writing a letter to Shirley. Everyone else was in bed except Father, who was out. I heard the telephone ring, and I ran out to the hall to answer it, before it should waken Mother. It was long-distance calling, and when I answered it, it said, "This is the Telegraph Company's office in Charlottetown. There's an overseas cable for Dr. Blythe." I thought of Shirley. My heart stood still, and then I heard him saying, "It's from Holland." The message was, "Just arrived, escaped from Germany, quite well, writing. James Blythe." I didn't faint or fall or scream. I didn't feel glad or surprised. I didn't feel anything. I felt numb, just as I did when I heard Walter had enlisted. I hung up the receiver and turned round. Mother was standing in her doorway. She wore her old rose kimono, and her hair was hanging down her back in a long, thick braid, and her eyes were shining. She looked just like a young girl. "There is word from Jem?" she said. How did she know? I hadn't said a word at the phone except yes, yes, yes. She says she doesn't know how she knew, but she did know. She was awake, and she heard the ring, and she knew there was word from Jem. "He's alive, he's well, he's in Holland," I said. Mother came out into the hall and said, "I must get your father on the phone and tell him. He's in the upper glen." She was very calm and quiet, not a bit like I would have expected her to be. But then I wasn't either. I went and woke up Gertrude and Susan and told them. Susan said, "Thank God," firstly, and secondly she said, "Did I not tell you Dog Monday knew?" And thirdly, "I'll go down and make a cup of tea." And she stalked down in her nightdress to make it. She did make it, and made Mother and Gertrude drink it, but I went back to my room and shut my door and locked it, and I knelt by my window and cried, just as Gertrude did when her great news came. I think I know at last exactly what I shall feel like on the resurrection morning. 4th October, 1918. Today Jem's letter came. It has been in the house only 6 hours, and it is almost read to pieces. The postmistress told everybody in the glen it had come, and everybody came up to hear the news. Jem was badly wounded in the thigh, and he was picked up and taken to prison, so delirious with fever that he didn't know what was happening to him or where he was. It was weeks before he came to his senses and was able to write. Then he did write, but it never came. He wasn't treated at all badly at his camp, only the food was poor. He had nothing to eat but a little black bread and boiled turnips, and now and then a little soup with black peas in it. And we sat down every one of those days to 3 good square luxurious meals. He wrote us as often as he could, but he was afraid we were not getting his letters, because no reply came. As soon as he was strong enough he tried to escape, but was caught and brought back. A month later he and a comrade made another attempt and succeeded in reaching Holland. Jem can't come home right away. He isn't quite so well as his cable said, for his wound has not healed properly and he has to go into a hospital in England for further treatment. But he says he will be all right eventually, and we know he is safe, and will be back home sometime, and oh, the difference it makes is everything! I had a letter from Jim Anderson today, too. He has married an English girl, got his discharge, and is coming right home to Canada with his bride. I don't know whether to be glad or sorry. It will depend on what kind of a woman she is. I had a second letter also, of a somewhat mysterious tenor. It is from a Charlottetown lawyer, asking me to go in to see him at my earliest convenience in regard to a certain matter connected with the estate of the late Mrs. Matilda Pitman. I read a notice of Mrs. Pitman's death from heart failure in the Enterprise a few weeks ago. I wonder if this summons has anything to do with Jim's. 5th October 1918. I went into town this morning and had an interview with Mrs. Pitman's lawyer, a little thin wispy man, who spoke of his late client with such a profound respect that it is evident that he was as much under her thumb as Robert and Amelia were. He drew up a new will for her a short time before her death. She was worth $30,000, the bulk of which was left to Amelia Chapley, but she left $5,000 to me in trust for Jim's. The interest is to be used as I see fit for his education, and the principal is to be paid over to him on his 20th birthday. Certainly Jim's was born lucky. I saved him from slow extinction at the hands of Mrs. Conover. Mary Vance saved him from death by diphtheritic croup. His star saved him when he fell off the train. And he tumbled, not only into a clump of bracken, but right into this nice little legacy. Evidently, as Mrs. Matilda Pitman said, and as I have always believed, he is no common child, and he has no common destiny in store for him. At all events he is provided for, and in such a fashion that Jim Anderson can't squander his inheritance if he wanted to. Now, if the new English stepmother is only a good sort, I shall feel quite uneasy about the future of my war baby. I wonder what Robert and Amelia think of it. I fancy they will nail down their windows when they leave home after this. Chapter 33. Victory! A day of chilling winds and gloomy skies, Rilla quoted one Sunday afternoon, the 6th of October to be exact. It was so cold that they had lighted a fire in the living room, and the merry little flames were doing their best to counteract the outside dourness. It's more like November than October. November is such an ugly month. Cousin Sophia was there, again having forgiven Susan, and Mrs. Martin Clow, who was not visiting on Sunday, but had dropped in to borrow Susan's cure for rheumatism, that being cheaper than getting one from the doctor. "I'm afeared we're going to have an early winter," foreboded Cousin Sophia. "The muskrats are building awful big houses round the pond, and that's a sign that never fails. Dear me, how that child has grown!" Cousin Sophia sighed again, as if it were an unhappy circumstance that a child should grow. "When do you expect his father?" "Next week," said Rilla. "Well, I hope the stepmother won't abuse the poor child," sighed Cousin Sophia, "but I have my doubts. Anyhow, he'll be sure to feel the difference between his usage here and what he'll get anywhere else. You've spoiled him so, Rilla, waiting on him hand and foot the way you've always done." Rilla smiled and pressed her cheek to Jims's curls. She knew her sweet-tempered, sunny little Jims was not spoiled. Nevertheless, her heart was anxious behind her smile too. She too thought much about the new Mrs. Anderson and wondered uneasily what she would be like. "I can't give Jims up to a woman who won't love him," she thought rebelliously. "I believe it's going to rain," said Cousin Sophia. "We've had an awful lot of rain this fall already. It's going to make it awful hard for people to get their roots in. It wasn't so in my young days. We generally had beautiful Octobers then. But the seasons is altogether different now from what they used to be." Clear across Cousin Sophia's doleful voice cut the telephone bell. Gertrude Oliver answered it. "Yes, what? Is it true? Is it official? Thank you, thank you." Gertrude turned around and faced the room dramatically, her dark eyes flashing, her dark face flushed with feeling. All at once the sun broke through the thick clouds and poured through the big crimson maple outside the window. Its reflected glow enveloped her in a weird immaterial flame. She looked like a priestess performing some mystic splendid rite. "Germany and Austria are suing for peace," she said. Rilla went crazy for a few minutes. She sprang up and danced around the room, clapping her hands, laughing, crying. "Sit down, child," said Mrs. Clow, who never got excited over anything, and so had missed a tremendous amount of trouble and delight in her journey through life. "Oh," cried Rilla, "I have walked the floor for hours, in despair and anxiety in these past 4 years. Now let me walk it in joy. It was worth living long dreary years for this minute, and it would be worth living them again just to look back to it. Susan, let's run up the flag, and we must phone the news to everyone in the Glen." "Can we have as much sugar as we want now?" asked Jims eagerly. It was a never to be forgotten afternoon. As the news spread, excited people ran about the village and dashed up to Ingleside. The Merediths came over and stayed to supper, and everybody talked and nobody listened. Cousin Sophia tried to protest that Germany and Austria were not to be trusted, and it was all part of a plot, but nobody paid the least attention to her. "This Sunday makes up for that one in March," said Susan. "I wonder," said Gertrude dreamily apart to Rilla, "if things won't seem rather flat and insipid when peace really comes. After being fed for 4 years on horrors and fears, terrible reverses, amazing victories, won't anything less be tame and uninteresting? How strange and blessed and dull it will be not to dread the coming of the mail every day." "We must dread it for a little while yet, I suppose," said Rilla. "Peace won't come, can't come for some weeks yet, and in those weeks dreadful things may happen. My excitement is over. We have won the victory, but oh, what a price we have paid!" "Not too high a price for freedom," said Gertrude softly. "Do you think it was, Rilla?" "No," said Rilla under her breath. She was seeing a little white cross on the battlefield of France. "No, not if those of us who live will show ourselves worthy of it. If we keep faith." "We will keep faith," said Gertrude. She rose suddenly. A silence fell around the table, and in the silence Gertrude repeated Walter's famous poem, "The Piper." When she finished, Mr. Meredith stood up and held up his glass. "Let us drink," he said, "to the silent army, to the boys who followed when the piper summoned. For our tomorrow they gave their today. Theirs is the victory." End of Rilla of Ingleside, chapters 32 to 33, by Lucy Maud Montgomery.